2-0 lahat maps, series. Flawless run nila, hindi na nakita yun.
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung yung rambutan ni tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word, sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbis na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
Gusto ko kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Ako naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palagi pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung goals namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano po ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan. Unstoppable ba?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force. Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Sige, okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to keep me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung McCrispy Chicken Sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing naglalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto kasi every time na sa gabi nagugutom ako, kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang go-to. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
oh, sige, kape na lang. Kape na lang.
Tara na.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999. Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos na namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, siyempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, inad namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jito.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zeus pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexy kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexy. 1v1 samgyup para mayan ang kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after niyan, pre. Para sa akin naman si Jack. Kasi gusto ko I look at Jack as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Jack, at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is Blurred kasi kapitbahay kami, tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist. Tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So,
Ayaw mo na sa amin, bago pa lang tayo.
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na. I go with True Reapers kasi andun si Rabbit.
sa akin is ARP.
Saan hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MITH?
Wala.
But in Thailand, gago last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi na nakita yun?
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
Gusto ko kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Ako naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung goals namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano mo ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
para maging ano.
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro Relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Oh, ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Sige, okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung crispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing lalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto.
Kapay na lang.
Tara na.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are
MVP
MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos na namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, inad namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jiko.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zeus pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexy kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexy. 1v1 samgyup para mayan ang kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after yan, pre.
Sa
Para sa akin
ako
naman
sa-
si Ja. Kasi gusto ko I look at Ja as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Ja, at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is blurred kasi kapitbahay kami tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So,
Ayaw mo na sa amin, bago pa lang tayo.
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na nga ba? I go with, True Reapers kasi nandun si Rabbit.
sa akin is ARP.
Kaya hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MIPH?
Wala.
Pwede in Thailand. Gago last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi nakita yun.
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni Tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
Gusto ko kasi TikTok clip boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Ako naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung coach namin.
Maingay.
Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano po ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Unstoppable ba?
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung crispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing lalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, sige, kape na lang, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It's day 1 of the playoffs, and I am here as a refresher. We started off with 8 teams, but unfortunately, we had to cut off 2. So now, only 6 remain. Now, Esports had a flawless 7-0 run during the regular season, and their longtime rival, Oasis Gaming, came in close with a 6-1, only losing to the former team. Action PH, GameLab Alpha, Zol Esports, and MVP Esports hope to break the win streaks of these two, but in order to do so, have to knock each other down towards the lower bracket. Now that you're all caught up, allow me to officially welcome all of you to the day number 1 of playoffs here at VCTPH Split number 2.
Here by now as next prepared yet again. It's just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat! Nandito na tayo sa day number 1 of the VCTPH Split 2 Playoffs. Pero bago pa ang lahat, shake muna tayo guys. Kasi 2 weeks na tayo halos hindi nagkita-kita, diba yan? Kasama ko ngayon syempre si Fluffy pati si Azuray. Sa tagal nating hindi nagkita guys, ano sa tingin nyo nagbago? Simulan natin sa'yo Fluffy. Bukod sa background mo na palupit ng palupit every single time na nandito ka sa broadcast. Ikaw muna, Azuray.
Alam ko dito na wala tuloy ako. Tignan mo, ganun ka, ano?
Sabi ko kasi, shaky day. Ano lang tayo, we're slowly getting back to that groove talaga.
Yes. Tama nga naman. Excited. Honestly, ang medyo na miss ko talaga dito. At least, coming back into this is, I wanna see kung gaano na ka-prepared yung mga teams natin coming into the playoffs. Diba, nung nag-cold open ka, sinabi mo yung quick maths mo na 8 minus 2 equals 6. So, 6 teams na lang natitira. So, with that being said, it really is going down to the wire na nga ngayon coming into our playoffs.
Yan talaga. Pero alam mo, kaya rin ako nag-refresher dun sa cold open kasi nga, parang ang tagal na since nakita natin naglaban-laban tong mga teams na to. Buti na lang, meron rin tayong highlights recap para makita rin ng mga viewers na ano nga ba yung nangyari 2 weeks ago, ano ba yung nangyari bago pa tayo lumapag dito sa ating playoffs. Ito, panoorin muna natin to.
Those are the first few knives.
Oh, he was ready. Ooh. That reset the blades. That reset the blades! Oh no, Georgie's is doing so much damage. Now it's all down to Mark L. Always good with the sheriff.
No problems whatsoever. The fight's gonna be there. Senior Carl taking a lot of damage. And actually, the turret gets a takedown. Batman on the board. And Papi Chulo with the... He's the only one standing. Problems do arise instead. Nakake outplaying now is there in that instance. 3v1 to slide on in. Papi Chulo though. Almost the ace, but it's not enough. A Batman with a shot to the heart and a shot to the head. You don't need to make the sound effects, man. We have audio today, but Ja here, you can hear his voice be heard yet again. Jumps goes down, 3v4, and Wits, of course, with the takedown too. With little flash to just keep the pressure going, and the rest has been history. Now with another round, perhaps, unless Mid Matters can do anything from that position. The gravity well into play. Here comes the Rage Rod, and Mid actually gets the takedown. Have I spoken too soon? Mid Matters, indeed, with the kills, but because of it, the clutch comes here. Seekers, though, are the call. Rolling Thunder towards the site. Doesn't have to hit the Carl. No, not at all. And because of it, it's pretty clear he has the sight line. And the takedown. Teleport to get the hell out of there. The Omen, with a bit more of mobility, just do that yet again. Wits now, Senior Carl dropping on down to get those takedowns, perhaps. The peak comes, and soon Nake will fall like dominoes. Naos are here to claim the map, and they will do so decisively with a 13-4 scoreline.
A few rounds there, retaliated by Nakage, but just, I think, overconfidence in how clear the site could be. Senior Carl utilizing that small position to his strength.
Looking fearless now as he holds over the back of sight. Jumps over to find off the Wits. Timing is everything. Mojer looking for perfection. And now he's gonna get them all, basically. A quad, an ace. All of that just second nature to the man named Mojer. What a round from Mojer, and what a round for Dallas even.
Napakalupit talaga ng mga highlights natin doon. Na-excite kayo, guys?
Of course.
Ba't parang hindi ka sure? Huwag ka mag-alala, Fluffy. Kung hindi ka pa na-excite dyan sa mga napanood natin, ma-excite ka dahil napakalupit ng mga sponsors natin. Sila yung gumagawa ng lahat ng bagay para naman maging posible tong broadcast natin na to. So maraming salamat sa Riot Games pati sa Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
And of course, you can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month using the QR code below.
And of course, VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Oh, wag rin tayo magkakalimutan, guys, kasi pag nag-check kayo, it's already May 24, which means konting tiis na lang, mawi-witness na natin ang pinaka-relentless na mga teams vie for the glory at the very first VCT Challengers LAN event in the Philippines. Mangyayari yan this June 2 to 4 at the CONQuest Festival 2023. So kunin nyo na yung tickets, so bumili na kayo at conquestph.com ngayon na, like right now, para makita nyo kaming mga panelists, yung mga casters, pati na rin syempre yung mga professional players na iniidolo nyong lahat. Panoorin nyo na sila live dun sa event na yan. Ayan, yung graphics natin, di ba? Kita-kits doon. See you in the skies. Anyway, ayan, dahil excited na nga yung mga panelists natin at excited na tayong makita at pag-usapan lahat ng kaganapan, i-check na natin ano ba yung itsura ng ating brackets. Dahil, ito na naman tayo, pag pinag-usapan natin yung nangyari dun sa regular season, makikita na agad natin, Asuray, na itong ang Oasis Gaming, pati ang Naos Esports, dun na agad sila sa round 2 natin sa upper bracket, diba?
Yeah, wala na masasabi again eh. Napakalakas na ng performance na nakita natin throughout the regular season for Naos. It started no Split 1, it's continued dito Split 2. Oasis, again, they're on that same level. There are some, I think, mishaps na nangyayari sa nila, and we have seen that through their process. Pero over time, and again, coming into Split 2, looking far dominant than they were before. So these are definitely the two kings to topple over coming into dito sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with As right there. But the other teams are not far behind. We have GameLab, Zol, APH, MVPE. All of these teams are playing to get into the next bracket because if they fail, at least they have a chance with our system to move on to that lower bracket and maybe strike back later on in the tournament.
Ayan, sakto yan actually, Fluffy, kasi makikita natin ngayon yung ating schedule for the day kung saan eto ang round 1 natin sa upper bracket ang maglalaban-laban. We do have GameLab versus Zol and APH versus MVPE. So sa mga nanonood dyan, eto na yung chance nyo. Alalahanin nyo, playoffs to, konting tiis na lang. Finals na tayo. So ito na yung chance nyo na i-cheer yung mga paborito nyong teams. Make them feel love and give them the energy na kailangan nila para manalo. Dahil dyan, unang series na agad yung pag-uusapan natin. Nako po! Ito kasing dalawang teams na to, nakikita natin medyo rocky rin yung run nila dito sa ating regular split no? Pero ngayon, ito na yung true test. Nag-qualify sila for the playoffs. Now, they gotta do everything that they can para umabot sila dun sa first LAN event natin dito. So, heto na nga, ipakilala natin ang unang team na hihimayin natin. Ano kaya ang pag-uusapan tungkol dito sa ating mga mad scientists? Because here they are, GameLab Alpha.
Okay, coming into this series, feel ko talaga na GameLab Alpha have that upper hand. They have so many things going in on their way. If I mentioned kanina, Split 1, Naos, and Oasis were getting better. GameLab was on that same current then somehow, always finding ways to just para ba sabihin to, improve every single moment. Their strongest map is Lotus. They have that going in for them. They have Ionix that has joined the team and bolstered the forces throughout. So looking forward talaga to what GameLab can do coming into this series.
I mean, they have a lot of momentum coming into it as well because they did get that win off of MVP. So unlike their counterpart for this series, they will have a bit more, joyful entry into this match, especially after that small break. But yeah, I'd have to agree with Asarai. This team specifically has really striked the hardest against the top end of teams from both this split and last split. So they are a force to be reckoned with, but they have to prove themselves against Zol.
Ito na nga naman no? And kailangan natin i-consider na nagkaroon tayo ng long break dito sa VCTPH scene kung saan ang dami mong oras para mag-VOD review, ang daming oras para i-solidify nyo yung strategies na nasimulan nyo na during the regular season. So that is gonna be a test for this team. Pero medyo mapalayo lang tayo ng onte Matanong ko lang, Fluffy, single ka ba? Hindi niya alam yung isasagot, guys. Well, ito na nga. Baka ito na yung hinahanap mong Zolmate. Dahil eto na, Fluffy, Zol Esports.
Thank you. And here we have them, Zol Esports. Zolmate ba talaga ang gusto? Pero ang pinamahalagang tanong ay perfect match na ba sila? Dahil playoffs na po ito ngayon at wala nang bawian. Past is past na nga daw sabi. Pero malamang handa na makabawi ang Zol Esports sa GameLab because the last time that these teams have faced each other, it wasn't a great memory. Pero alam mo naman, time heals all things. So dahil, it's not a loss naman daw as long as you learn. Hopefully throughout this break, they did learn some things as they move on to this series.
Ang daming pwedeng pag-usapan tungkol sa Zol na again, it was a restructure. This was himay-himay na players ng, I believe, Esther Nakage that went into this new organization. It looked actually good at the starts, biglang naging shaky waters ulit. So there really is so many things na is going against the favor of Zol. Again, of course, player-wise, they're all incredibly strong. Problema dito is their capacity for yung plays nila is, I think at the moment lang, very shallow. It's more about hard contact talaga. They got Zin, they got Naru. If they can utilize that, I feel like they might have a good chance to start things against dito sa GameLab Alpha.
Saktong-sakto yan, Azuray, na meron kang mga players na na-feature dito. Kasi ang head-to-head natin ngayon ay yung mga nagsispearhead lagi na itong mga duels natin, which is none other than our duelists. We do have Fall X and Zin as our featured players dito. At for very good reason kung pag-uusapan natin yung, dito sa Zol Esports, medyo nagkukulang pa in terms of consistency as a team. Pero etong dalawang tong Fluffy, hindi nagkukulang time after time, game after game. Pinapakita talaga nila na pinipick up nila tong duelist role na to kasi they can glide through the map effortlessly.
Glide, dash, and fly through, especially if they're playing that jet. We've seen both of these players, Fall X and Zin, really be the tip of the spear, be the vanguard for their teams. But Zin, for me, has always been the more consistent of the two. Fall X, on the other hand, always has those times where he either pops off super hard and just carries the game, or there are times where it feels a bit lackluster and it's him working with his team. So which version of him will we see today is going to be my question. And for Zin, the consistency, I'm already expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, that perfect encapsulates agad yung head-to-head natin, diba? Your, as you mentioned, Zin and Fall X. I think na lang dito, if that is going to be the case, as with what Fluffy was mentioning, you got to fall back on yung secondaries nila. I think Boogie is so much more consistent as a follow-up for Fall X over kay Naru. Naru has his moments then, definitely, but you do see Boogie really picking up the pace. And if Fall X is the one that picks up yung Jet, cannot forget yung Phoenix naman dito ni Boogie.
Yeah, actually, now that you brought up Boogie, alam ko naging discussion na tayo in a previous session kung saan lagi natin pinag-uusapan na is Boogie more effective on that entry frag roll or dun sa refrag roll, at pinakita niya na mas maganda talaga yung chemistry nila kapag ando siya sa refrag, just really trading off the entry fragger of the team. And yun talaga yung nag-work na dynamics sila. On the side of Zol Esports, hopefully, mas na-figure out na nila yung timings then on the trades and everything para maging mas solid sila panoorin pagdating sa map at pagdating sa mga duels natin dyan. Tingnan naman natin kung ano nga ba yung maps na ma-expect natin this time around. Dahil again, around 2 weeks to prepare talaga yung ginawa ng mga teams dito. At the top of your head, Azuray, ano sa tingin mo yung mapa na makikita natin between these two?
Ooh, I'm glad you asked me, like, because I was actually deep in thought yesterday kung ano yung titignan natin dito. There's 2 maps actually good for GameLab Alpha. One of them is out of the rotation. It's Icebox. Again, out of the rotation na yun. Lotus is definitely gonna be one of the maps na gusto nilang ilabas dito. For Zol naman, it's going to be your standard na not too complicated, all about that contact. Haven, Ascent, Split, and Pearl. If they can get that, they might have a better chance coming into the series.
I mean, they already banned out the Lotus, which actually, as I already mentioned, is one of their stronger maps. That does leave GameLab have the option to really pick the battlefield for map 1. They can leave Pearl open, which is something that they've been very strong at, but in the last time that they played each other, they actually lost that map.
Mukhang iniiwasan na rin ng GameLab Alpha dito yung Fracture, and for very good reason, dahil medyo fini-figure out pa rin nila kung ano yung kailangan nilang ayusin. And on top of that, actually, medyo na-surprise pala ako. Tingnan ko yung record just now. Nanalo sila against Zol Esports sa mapa na to. So I'm surprised na this time, hindi nila inopt na ituloy itong mapa na to. But we are gonna be going on a Haven first, Azuray.
Yeah, again, kaya sabi ko, keep it plain and simple. If you have a default set strategy na the map gives to you, kagaya sa Haven, it's always that C default, that A default. That's you can't really falter that. It's gonna fall onto how Zin saka Naru approaches yung entry on the combat. It's really gonna focus para sa nila. I feel like para naman dito sa GameLab, I don't think they're gonna go for Pearl specifically, even though I remember specifically na there's that one game na sobrang aggressive sobra ni Boogie. Oh, never mind then. I was gonna say na hindi ganun ka solid the performance ng GameLab dito, but they still will bring out the Pearl. Maybe just because ayaw nilang gamitin ito as a decider map. Second map is gonna be better than the third na lang. So, I guess that's yung yun yung thoughts ko on that. Okay.
I mean, Pearl, at least for GameLab, it's a map that they're very comfy with. They're very consistent on it in previous splits. Recently, they've been struggling to close it out, but they still have that consistency factor. Haven, I'm kind of surprised, and especially because Zol doesn't have the best track record with a 40% win rate on that map for this split. And speaking of split, they are going to be also banning that map out, leaving only 2 maps remaining for our little decider.
Feeling ko in the span of these past 2 weeks, pinaghandaan talaga nila yung mga mapa na medyo nahirapan sila during the regular split. Siyempre marami tayong scrims in between na nangyari dyan. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung record, GameLab natalo rin sila dito dun sa Pearl eh. So alam mo yun, ang daming question marks na bakit ito yung mga mapa na ino-open nila. So I'm feeling like pinaghandaan lang talaga nila. Kung nakita nilang may weakness sila dito sa mga mapa na to before, inayos na nila and they're hoping to bring out the best na kaya nila this time around. And we are gonna be going on Bind as a decider. Makikita natin dito, Fluffy, parehong team, hindi pa sila nakakapaglaro so far sa split na to pagdating sa Bind.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to mention how Bind, you know, you already spoke about how there's so much evolution and people are just hiding strats or they're already looking at their records. But Bind is something that neither of these teams know what to expect from the other team. So I think that's a very interesting decider, and it's a lot of confidence from the team to really put that as the deciding map.
Yeah, for me, my final thoughts na lang on this one is I feel like this is as even in terms of picks as we can go for both teams. I think they're pretty happy with how yung selections has become and not really letting slip yung mga weaker maps talaga nila. Again, talking about yung Lotus din dito ng Zol. Zol, I believe, hasn't won a Lotus map ever pa ata, if I remember correctly. And adding that dun nga sa aggressive na super high, I think 80% win rate ata ng GameLab Alpha on Lotus. You just put 2 and 2 together. Anyways, that followed up yung parang current dito ng map veto. So looking good, I would say, for both teams.
Ooh, okay. You do say na looking good, pero sometimes yung energy na nilalabas mo pag pinag-uusapan ng team sa to, Azure, parang nafe-feel ko you're leaning a little bit towards the side of GameLab Alpha. Is it safe to assume na sila yung ipe-predict mo ngayon?
Of course.
Ah.
Big fan of big fan of Boogie. It's really fun to watch.
Kumakanta na ako sa utak ko na, I wanna boogie. Anyway.
Wow.
Oo, di ba? Ikaw, Fluffy,
Handa.
napapakanta ka na rin ba ng pa-boogie-boogie dyan?
No, I'm a nerdist, so I have to go with my fellow mad scientists as well. I think Glab, objectively, is a bit more put together. I think that's what matters at this stage too.
Oh, I completely agree. Siyempre, kung yung panelists, para sa GameLab din for today, ako rin, yan din yung ilalock in ko. Pinapakita talaga nila throughout the regular split kung gaano kaganda yung comms nila, kung gaano kaganda yung chemistry nila as a team. Siyempre, mad scientist yung mga yan. Kaya dyan din ako sa GameLab Alpha. So it looks like unanimous tayo for day number 1. 3-0 ang prediction ng ating panel on the side of GameLab Alpha. Magkakaalaman kung Zol Esports ba papatunayan bang mali tayo. Kung sa bagay, kung iisipan nyo guys, may similarity itong dalawang to. Parehong logo, color yellow. Oh, di ba?
Whoa.
Observation lang. Observation
Okay,
lang.
analyst, I see you.
Top tier analysis tayo dyan. Pero ngayon, ipapasa na namin kayo sa ating mga casters para tuluyan na nating makita kung sino ba ang yellow na nagsashine brighter sa ating mga games. Where is Fluffy? Fluffy.
And we are back! Indeed, maraming salamat sa panel at nagbabalik ang inyong duo, Wolf and Osiris. It's been a long time, dude. Kamusta naman?
Okay naman, nakakamiss din ang mga kaganapan dito sa
welcome
VCT.
everybody to the first day of the first match of the VCTPH playoffs, Zol Esports versus GameLab Alpha. Last time we saw these two fought, well, at least some of the players from Zol Esports, they were also the opening match, and it was a stomp in favor of last time NCG. Will the illusions of the past come to hunt GameLab Alpha, or will it disappear among the sea of butterflies? My name is Rico. Joining me right now is Fluffy02 Cringing, and I just want to confirm, how are you doing today?
It's great. You know, on panel, the panel is so smart today.
Yeah, very smart, right?
good.
Yes. Yes, I would like to expound on that more.
Yeah, so I'm really excited. Sorry, I got thrown off because your intro was so. It was an
I
introduction.
know, it's like a double whammy. Like, you're from the panel, and then, hey, welcome here to the English cast.
Yeah, that's an illusion from the past for you. But for me, I think what is not going to be an illusion is this game, because you mentioned already that they have played each other before, and as we talked about on the panel, it didn't go so well for the side of Zol Esports. So I'm sure they have that fire burning for them to move on throughout the series.
And that's going to be extremely important because we know some of these teams, while their performance is, consistent when it comes to the regular season, a lot of things change over the course of the 2-week break that, like I mentioned earlier at the panel. So there's definitely going to be a lot of surprises. There's definitely going to be a difference in performance when we go over the playoffs because it's a different ball game. A lot of the teams definitely want to qualify for Ascension.
Yeah, and I'm sure that these teams have that fire burning in them. And even if you look at what they're picking, Decider map is going to be Bind, a map that they really have never ever shown us here on VCTPH. So it's a surprise for both them and us as viewers, as analysts. And it's something that I think they can really push to evolve, because on the international scene, especially in Pacific League, etc., Bind is such a popular map for a lot of different agents nowadays. So I wonder how that's going to go. But before that, there are 2 staple maps, and those 2 maps are going to be also equally as important.
Yeah, considering the fact that, again, when we look at the history, it's going to be a little bit difficult for the side of GameLab Alpha. But when we talk about history and GameLab Alpha's performances, it was actually back then some of the players from NCG that sadly were eliminated early towards the lower bracket. It was GameLab Alpha that was able to take 3rd place. So it makes me wonder if they still do have the tools, especially with the roster changes that we are currently, seeing from both sides, Zol Esports and as well as GameLab Alpha. There's still a lot to look forward to between these 2 teams.
I mean, on one hand, there are a lot of roster changes, so there's a bit team synergy can be an issue. On the panel, we were talking about earlier how Zol, I think, was a bigger concern for that issue compared to GameLab, because GameLab is a team that has been playing quite a bit. The most part, like the core, has been together for a long time. You and me especially have been casting them literally since day one. And
every time.
Probably our most casted game. And again, they're going for this stable, playing Pearl yet again. So, there's a lot of expectations because we've seen their track record, knowing how they play, how aggressive they can be. But they've also shown a bunch of adaptations. They started earlier on in the entire VCTPH this year with that double duelist setup, moving on to adding a Killjoy to the team. Now a bunch of different agents just get tweaked here and there. But unfortunately for them, actually, they are coming off of a loss on that map specifically against this team. So I'm sure that they have improved a bit, but will it be enough to put them into getting that map? But my bigger concern, honestly, is the first map.
Yeah, I know. I love how you mentioned that. That's why it's kind of like, some of the players coming from Zol Esports definitely had experience in, stomping GameLab Alpha. When we look back at the score, it was 13-5. It was 13-2. That is definitely a stomp. At least Icebox is not part of the rotation, but there is still the problem of Pearl coming into coming into this series as they're going to that map on the second one. So at this point, what are your expectations for this first map?
I mean, for the first map, I'm kind of worried for GameLab, to be honest, because currently I think they're 0-3 this split on even. So moving as our first map, it's not something that they're very familiar with, which is contrary to the second map, which is kind of like their home base.
Yeah, it is definitely their home base. The fact that they've been, they have a lot of experience. I think every single time, you mentioned this, Fluffy, every single time we cast GameLab Alpha games, it's always a Pearl. It's always on Pearl. It's always that double duelist combo that we keep talking about. But they, just as you mentioned, they've been more, more flexible when it comes to compositions. And, they've not only been reliant on the press W type of approach when it comes to strategy, they also have been they're adding a little bit more variety now, which is when we talk about players, definitely at the, the head-to-head earlier, it was definitely Fall X that holds a lot of that, pressure, especially in the series.
I mean, if we look of how Pearl went the last time they played around, Dritch was on that Sage, Boogie was playing actually the Sky. Instead of running the double duelist, they're going for more of that info, much more burst, and maybe sustained potential having those 2 healers. And for the opposing side, for Zol, Kuya Yaoi was playing the Sage instead, and there was also a Sky. So a bit of mirror in terms of what they like, but they did have Zind on that Phoenix instead. So even though the ideas have slight variations, overall, I feel like these two teams are a good match because they do play in a very similar way. It's more like which team gets the better start. I think more importantly for this series, the first bloods will matter more than necessarily how they trade or move around the map.
And I think that's going to be incredibly important, especially in favor of GameLab Alpha. They're definitely more of the type that likes to bank on either air quote double duelist with types of agents that can get in and get out. And if they do assign someone on a Sage, they can immediately repair if they don't win the initial pickoff.
That's true. And if your main duelist dies, you can just revive that guy. So it's like you have
True.
two, you know? But speaking of having two duelists in one, the Phoenix, on the other hand, for Zin that he played last time, worked out very well for them because even though this is the home grounds of GameLab Alpha, it's actually Zol Esports that took that map away from them, where I think that kind of offended GameLab Alpha because they went for the reverse sweep afterwards, claiming the series, which pushes them in the playoffs as the slightly above seed. But anyway, we're still playing the same match. They're in the same exact bracket, so there's a lot more chances for Zol to really strike back and strike very hard for this chance.
Yeah, definitely. With the experience that both of these two teams have when it comes to matching up, even again, when we talk about history, even though it's been months since Split 1. And of course, we're heading on over to Agent Select real soon. And I'm very curious to see what the approach is going to be. As again, this is going to be very important because playoffs, it's on attacking.
Okay, starting off very strong. ONQD manages to find two. The rest of the team has to reposition because of this. The attackers postured towards taking that C site. A lot less movement coming from the defenders, with Fall X really being the tip of the spear, as we mentioned during the head-to-head. His teammate ready to trade, though, in case they do go for this explosion on C site.
Very silent pistol round so far. Zol Esports easing in already from long, but there's going to be a little bit crossfire on logs from platform. They see already the two, but Fallex repositions and dies. 3v1 Patman definitely all alone here for this execution. He does have the spike, but he's quite surrounded.
Not a lot of chances for him. He has the ghost in hand. Might be able to find something. Gets flash. Gets the first and second. There's a lot of hold. Boogie shuts him down.
And there we go. I mean, nonetheless, 1v3. They're still able to get two. But yeah, not really good start for GameLab.
It's a rough start for sure, but we saw those moments of brilliance coming off from that 1v3, almost managing to actually convert that round in their favor. But GameLab gonna start strong with this one, get that buy, and the Bulldogs already coming out, going for a more confident play. As we take a look at the replay, opening frags here from the defenders, you'd think that would give them such a massive advantage, but the hero play coming from Patman almost secures the round. But thankfully for them, Boogie's there to reinforce the defenses.
See now for the second time, Fall X deals first blood without Marshall. 2766 might try his chance, but ONQT, the Bulldog kill. Looks like this could be a very, very fast round.
Oh, and shots just raining down for the C side as Patman does take out Fall X. The buy, they do lose him, but it's still a pretty salvageable round for them. Not much damage economy-wise. There was another one, and that's their controller.
Yeah, which is, well, again, I guess it's a little bit fine since they can, what do you call this? They do have the upper hand when it comes to guns. But we'll have to see. There is still a chance as Hunter's Fury already available for Patman, but doesn't really tag anyone. Dritch's gonna walk outside the smoke into this potential crossfire, and a good call to just fall back here.
Such an early use for that Hunter's Fury. You're not sure if that has much value. At least they do know that it's already going to be used. But there goes Dritch trying to make a play here.
The timing. Here we go. Nick flicks all the way from spawn, and it's gonna be a close shot to the face from Dritch.
A bit of a tactical crouching there at the end of it, but they do manage to still come up relatively unscathed. They do still keep 3 of their players alive, keeping those weapons alive with them, but the Hunter's Fury still, I think that's a very questionable thing. That might hurt them in the long run. As we take a look at the replay, we see how this round unfolded into this clash of that seaside battle for the scopes, but at the end of it, GameLab still has a strong start, but the economy rising for Zol means that they have a fighting chance.
I'll have to see. You're right, with the bonus round coming from Zol. Let's see what the approach is going to be. That's a 3 stack on towards A.
Ooh.
On the defender side, ValX, very aggressive, gonna dash, but it's gonna get killed by Zind either way. 2766 with a dog. Here comes the smoke to create some chaos. Hydra Kid playing the lurking, but Boogie's gonna expose his plans.
Oh, what a great scan too. Spots him outside just garage, allowing his teammate to fall back. That gives them a bit more rotations time. 1 minute still remains on the clock. But will Patman get timing here? They go to swing. Oh, and Cutie doesn't land the shot though, and Patman gets the trade.
Oh dear me. And now they don't have a lot of space here on the side of Zol Esports, even though it's a 3-on-3. And there's another detect. There's one on Link. Let's see if he gets the timing because the sandwich is there. It's all on a 2v2 situation. The spike hasn't been planted. 45 seconds on the clock. Zind knows. But someone's going to come up from heaven. And I'm not sure if Zind's going to be prepared for this. Really good call to isolate these angles. The spike is still on the way from sewers. But since they don't have a controller, it's a little bit difficult to have a comfy space to work with. 20 seconds on the clock. There it is. There's the bounce of the shock dart. He's gonna commit to that plant, but there you go. GameLab wins their weaker buy.
It's actually so good. Zol was waiting for their recon dart up onto heaven, but they weren't able to push out a CT in time to really do enough damage to close out that round. This early aggression coming out from them just got punished, and even without their controller, they just managed to crawl into that A site relatively unscathed.
Yeah, it was really well played coming from the side of Zol Esports, but GameLab at the end of the day, really good read on their end as well.
It's so important for Zol to get rounds on the board now, though, because 3-0, they don't have a buy, essentially. They're just running on that Sheriff's, running with the Marshal, or the one Marshal yet again. But they, this is an attacker-sided map, but they still need to get their presence known here and strike back on this defensive side.
Very important, just as you said, 4 Sheriffs on the board. Let's see here. First bird revealing a bit of information here, but I don't think they'll expect this from Paul X.
Probably not the double on the box here. The off angle is not getting more off than this. But, it's a great way to salvage the round in case just make something unexpected. Owen Cutie trying to bait them to push in so that his teammate can capitalize. But it looks like the attackers are not going to be taking that bait. Going for a bit mid-control instead with Hydra Kid moving closer to B or maybe outside garage.
Waiting for the smokes to expire, but it's just smokes after smokes after smokes and a little bit of that one wave from garage. And Zol Esports, 60 seconds on the clock. Where are they going to strike? Is the recon dart already aimed and waiting? There it is. B is the decision here. They're climbing through, crawling through the site already, but Dritch sprays down. Hydra Kid, nicely done scan, sees the head, and everything is falling to pieces. Boogie has to reload, but it doesn't matter. He has that Sheriff. Netflix, the only one left, all the way through spawn, and this is a GameLab round.
Oh my god, I was so scared for Boogie right there, but he dances his way out of the situation, pulling out the secondary instead of reloading. And speaking of shots, there was the stun. This might be able to close out the round. They might even go for the knife. Let's just make it! But he goes for the second swing to confirm the kill on Netflix.
That was a close one, not gonna lie. Take a look at that replay.
Oh my god, that was so scary.
Too many scary moments. And yeah, eventually the second strike is gonna do the job. And now an operator on the side of Fall X.
We've seen how GameLab Alpha has turned the tide, especially in other maps like Pearl. Whenever they get this operator in hand, it changes the pace significantly. He's holding the correct side as well, but the drone might actually spot him out. That pushes him off that platform, and we're going to reposition for a bit here. But that leaves the A long angle open as well.
Let's see though. Owen QT has eyes on this angle already, but that's a full 5 stack onto main, so he has to be careful. He doesn't have anyone to trade him.
He's gonna back off here. Smart movement. Owen QT preserve his life. Has the flash as well for the retake, so they'll be pretty comfy letting them into this A site and just funnel for them. But the retake with that operator can be a bit more punishing since they did avoid it on the C side with a drone. The plant's gonna come down soon before this retake begins.
A very, very open plant as well, as the Hunter's Fury initiated already, trying to clear as much corners and scan people as much as he can. There is a bit of time because the rest of GameLab is pretty much already here, but the question is, how can they access this site? Because no one's setting up any sort of flank whatsoever. Fallex already with the 3-man drop. Nateflix killing Aeonix, and Zol Esports doing a lot of work here on towards the side. Fallex is trying, but Zol really good post-plan positions.
What a clean retake coming in from Zol. They used the Hunter Sphere to get a bit more info, maybe even do some damage. The Recon Dart comes in as well as the Aftershock to clear out Hell, and also the smokes just land perfectly for them to waterfall out and overwhelm that ace site. Something that I don't think Lab expected them to do so quickly, which kind of hindered the way that their crossfire was working. But speaking of that, that does mean that they do salvage their operator, bringing it into this round. Round number 6, we do have him repositioning though onto the A site, when the attacker is still sticking to the C side start.
And there we go with that 3 site. Just as you said, they will dodge that operator.
The Owl drone slowing down a bit, but here comes the execute.
Wow, quite fast here. ONQT is still on platform. They know that he's there. Aeonix falls, ONQT falls. Really nice kills from Chu, from Zol. Now it's all up to 3 coming from GameLab, and they line up for Dritch. Insane. And now it's a very, very winnable round. 3v3, Rolling Thunder activated for the retake. Fallex flying through the sky. Boogie with the kills, and it's just up to 2766, and that's denied. 5-1. Look at GameLab.
And from the sky, he strikes. He doesn't even need the operator there as he goes wild. Fallex just falls and rains bullets down from the sky using the knives effectively. Zin goes for this entry, and I thought they had control, but this one lineup that you mentioned earlier, when Dritch was able to find this, just allowed them to get the frags.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely helped increase the chances for GameLab to have a comfortable retake. And now we'll see, back to the drawing board for Zol Esports so far after getting that 1 round, and they still have an operator for GameLab.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, and we will come back hopefully stronger as this push begins. Zin finds the first frag and the second.
Nicely done by Zol Esports. Zind, this is definitely like a faster execution from earlier, and now they're immediately already onto post-plant positions as a spike is already planted for long.
There's so much manpower here for the attacking side. All they have to do is keep together. They're leaving Nateflix on side as well just to keep that security, maybe even delay even longer. But will Glab choose to go for this or save? Because they do have that operator, which is a challenge on these retakes. Gonna try to go peek out, but he misses the timing. Nateflix able to capitalize.
Oh, scan! Good scan coming from Boogie, but they have to deal with a lot of members over at long. Tries to dodge the flash, but the spike is out in the open. All they have to do from GameLab is to just run away.
Run away, save what you can, and at least they do save that operator. But is it effective? I feel like they've been putting it on that C side, it gets droned out. The A side, they just get overwhelmed because there's so much ways for the attacking side to actually get space. They can use the Cloud Burst across certain angles. They have the drone, of course, from Sova. They also have the Omen Flash as well as the Guiding Light. They really guided them into the best situations that they can. This entry, though, coming in from Zind was impactful because not only does he bait or play off the utility, no one's even looking at him because he's able to play with his team. It gets them that free entry. It allows them to play the clean post plant, and all these things working together is something that Zol just needs to do more often.
I agree. That Cloud Burst, just as you said, created a lot of space, even able to eliminate ONQT in the corner. And now it feels like Zol has sort of figured out what they can do now, especially they've been sort of dodging this operator.
They do dodge the operator. He doesn't get scanned onto that A side, but the Cloudburst reveals his location. They know that the op is leading towards A, meaning that they can push it towards B. And if Zind opens the site like this, which already falls, that's a lot of stall. That's their breach.
Yeah, nicely done. Coming from Zol, again, Zind. We talked about the head-to-head. Fallex versus Zind. And now Fallex is going to get spotted by the dog. But it feels like that's just going to push him away as it's a stack coming from Zol onto B, waiting for the right time to strike. There are the smokes coming in. Zind with a dash already. Let's see how the retake's going to go on the side of GameLab, as it is a quick execution. They are already in really good positions, but the scan is going to spot out some members of Zol. But this is a 3v4. Operator in the hand of Fallex. It's a bit hard to penetrate through this site. And look how Zol is just super patient with where they are. are. They're not pushing aggressively. They're just staying in place, and it's so clean. It's a clean hold coming from Zol.
Hold them, they do, and they did it so well, just waiting for them to make the mistakes and capitalizing on them. I think Zol is very good, or one thing that they've been doing super well is actually just spotting out that operator. You saw previously how they use the recon dart to actually recon short instead of long for A. That way they can spot up the op early. They hear the cloudburst because he doesn't want to get scanned by the dart. So after that, they re-clear it using the Trailblazer from Sky. They're just so effective in pushing this op, which begs the question, is it even worth it at this point as they move on to the Sheriff round in GameLab Alpha?
Yeah, that is the biggest question. You're right. Zol has always been avoiding, always sending out the drone, always listening to where, you know, Fall X abilities fall in certain sites. They see some of the corners are empty, and they're gonna clear it a bit more. Another fast execution coming from Zol Esports, but this is a different approach coming from Zol. Everybody's gonna stack on the side of on long, and just as you said, they know Hydra Kid forced a cubby, and he's gonna get stunned. Seekers are right there, but basically two of the teams are on opposite sides of the map. Dritch and Fallex gonna kill Ionix as well. 4v2, very doable on this Thrifty round for Glab, and at this point, 2766 is trying his best to cover backside. It's gonna spray down. 2v2 at this point, still very good guns on the side of Zol, and they clean this round nonetheless.
What a sketchy, dicey round coming in from that.
Yeah.
I think the push from Glab was a great move, changing up the pace. They have the lower buy. They have to do something a bit more ballsy, so they go for the aggressive mid take, and it's mirrored as the C side players from the attacking side are forced to take CT, where they're in wait is the rest, or a couple of players from GameLab just waiting for them to cut off the rotate from this Killjoy, which, because of these actual frags, stalled them out long enough that the rifles already went to them. They had the man advantage, but just a quick repositioning from Zol was allowed them to really salvage that round for themselves. But still super expensive.
That's true too. That's also a very expensive round on the side of Zol. Nonetheless, another fast execution coming from Garage, and dealing first blood again. He has a lot of impact throughout this entire attacking side for his team. Hydra Kid knows that Ionix is there, but Boogie though sets up that crossfire. Triple kill, add in Falex's kill, and the spike is on the ground. 2766, he wants to pick up the spike. He finds the timing actually, but he's waiting to see if Fall X wants to peek. Let's see. Does he try to win this 1v2? Does he know that Dritch sets up a different position here on logs? He's going to isolate this. He's going to kill Dritch. No! And there you go. GameLab destroys Zol's momentum.
In fairness, 2766 did take the correct fight. He was able to isolate one of them because there's no angle from that platform position to really trade that breach if he got that frag. Unfortunately for them, though, this spray down just really hindered the push that they had through that garage area, forcing them into that small choke into the hands of that Phantom. And now 6-4 is where we stand currently, with Glab in the lead. And look, they're also leading on that ult economy. They have so much. They used their Hunter's Fury a bit earlier, and now that they have it again, only the Rolling Thunder is the thing that's missing. And I think it's a great timing now that Zol's on their bye.
Definitely needed as we all know. Oh dear! Good thing ONQT is right there to save the day, to save that trade. And because of that, Hunter's Fury created chaos into a fast round in favor of GameLab Alpha.
That was a bit scary, especially with those knives just missing by a couple inches. But thankfully, though, ONQT was there ready for the trade. And because of that, they were also able to really capitalize on the mistake, or even using his teammate technically as bait. It's still enough for them to get the rounds that they needed.
On top of what you said, Hunter's Fury creating chaos as we take a look at that replay again. Whew! That's clean.
Yeah, they have the second flick, especially with this Hunter's Fury not allowing the teammates to really swing onto him. I think that's a great use of the utility that they do have. They have the operator again, but it's on the wrong side, so they're going to have to reposition it all the way back to A, because they do hear the owl drone coming in from Batman. ONQT going to peek off it, but it's not going to be enough. Just going to get scanned out, pushed back, and he's in a pretty tight predicament here, because they do know his last location off the scan. Will he choose to stay, or is he just going to back off?
Definitely going to use the Shrouded Step to relocate, but the dog's gonna find Dritch. Are forced to back away, but still 5 versus 5, and it is a chaotic fight. Boogie with a good headshot, Dritch with a spray, but Padman and Nateflix have different ideas in mind. 2v3 right now in favor of Zol Esports as they plant the spike. And now we get to see Nateflix, not so healthy HP. Killjoys dropping their lockdowns at this point, and we'll have to see if Zol Esports is able to flush out GameLab, or will they get flushed out instead as they move towards this corner. Long and Ionix with a good timing. They most likely did not expect that. Really nice scan coming from the side of Zol, and now they're trying to wait it out. With Fallex saves the day, and it's 8-4 now. GameLab really doing well.
They're able to convert that round because they waited out the Killjoy ult. It's their own lockdown, giving them the space, pushing them to fall back into that corner beside the orb on long, and they were able to take out the controller as well because they were going to push them out. A round didn't look very winnable at its start, but this first kill really changed the pace, forcing that 2v2, and the angle, I think the spike was planted a little awkwardly to play from that position. So something that really surprised them, and now 8-4 is where we stand.
Yeah, really nicely done. Nice timing on the side of Hydra Kid, or rather, Ionix earlier as we head on over to the Switch. GameLab Alpha attacking and Zolon defending.
This is very scary because it is generally an attacker-sided map, and now GameLab starting the defense with 8, moving on to attack, and we know how aggressive this team can be. So Zol Esports on the back, but Glab might be one of their first wins on this map, especially now that they have this mid control. The turret can stop up any pressure as they creep into it. For sure, they heard the footsteps, but they are going to go for that surround. No one really aggressively going for it. The recon dart going to pop out as well, and that's giving them the space that they need to at least plant the spike.
Interesting. Zol Esports definitely want to wait before anything else, as this is a still 5-man retake as they try to scour and survey this entire area. But then there's a lot of utility still left, and all GameLab has to do is funnel everything. Nateflix ready for the paranoia to peek, but the flash is right there. Let's see, as another flash comes in, there's just too many flashes on both ends, but Zol is winning this defense, and as we can see, Zind gets the double kill, and they get this pistol round for themselves.
That was a weird exchange of flashes. The paranoia is coming through, and I think everyone got paranoid because of that.
Yeah.
Just firing bullets left and right. But thankfully for Zol, they only have to look through one door. So at least they can just shoot in that direction, and it'll probably hit someone as Hydra. Especially Nateflix is able to find some kills. This last kill also just protecting the defuse, important for them. That gets them the momentum, and the gap that started out as 8-4 is slowly closing, especially now that they have that better buy, and they're going for a full confidence one as well, getting the 3 Bulldogs, even the Guardian, into the hands of Hydra Kid.
Yeah, very important, especially Zol has a lot to catch up with, just as you said. This map is a very attacker-sided map, and so far GameLab, we know how when they press W, it is indeed a capital W.
Capital indeed, but hopefully they can also capitalize off the situation. They have the better buy. It's their job to really use it. One thing about this matchup that I don't think we've really touched upon as much is the impact of this breach versus having that sky, because the pressure that can come up from this attacking side can really slow down the pace of the retake. There comes the stun as well that we were talking about. Hydra Kid already
like
stunned, but somehow managed to find 2!
Hydra Kid! Despite stun, it's no problem for him. But GameLab's still gonna plant the spike for sure. 3v4, not looking good as Ionix is setting up and actually expects the flank. Wins that headshot against Nateflix, but Zind, again, gets that kill from the Bulldog. Nicely done scan, and now it's all up to Ionix here. 74 HP, not the healthiest, but he gets a headshot. His position now is exposed. He's trying to land the shot, but Padman denies that from happening.
God, I love how I literally said one thing we haven't talked about is the impact of this breach. The breach
And
goes
then
for
it
stuns one guy, and the guy literally, while stunned, just takes out 2 players. Yep. That's not the impact of the breach that I meant,
That's
by the
not
way.
exactly what you wanted to say, yes.
But it is impactful.
Yes, it is. It is. It's a huge impact. You know, the stun, like, oh, yeah, but Hydra Kid, it's Hydra Kid.
You know, fun fact. At least he had the Guardian there, which means that the body shot of the Guardian actually hits harder than another rifle like a Vandal or a Phantom. Meaning that even though he is stunned, doesn't land a headshot, at least on the second guy, then The body shots, just 2 of them are able to secure that. But speaking of executes, here comes the flash through. Gonna stop FallX from pushing that angle. Allows Zin to creep up as well. Kind of funneling them to move on that B or C site where the Killjoy is already waiting on the defensive side. Hydra Kid watching the flanks for the possible cross. Even the early Omen smoke is going to come through from the defense side. They really want to take control of this. Even though they have a lower buy, they're using this as an opportunity to really make more aggressive plays. And Zin might be able to find one here as the rest of the team just you can do his crosshair.
Oh no! They all peek at the same time. Very difficult for Zin to land that first shot. And now this means, okay, A might be exposed as we've already killed one. GameLab ready for that fast execution, but Nateflix has the Bucky in hand under the smoke. They gotta be wary about this. There's the recon. His position is exposed and his plans foiled. And now it's a difficult round for Zol as there are 2 men behind. And it's a bit difficult now because everyone from GameLab is still pretty healthy.
Yeah, they don't have much to work with either, especially if you TP like that. Patman finds a free one though. So at least he manages to get a rifle for himself, but he already has one. It's only Zin who's left with that sheriff in hand.
Let's see now. Hydra Kid. Boogie though, he's been on a roll this series. I mean this map in particular.
I mean, he's always had the aim. We've seen him play this map previously in a different split where he did run that Killjoy instead of Aeonix playing it. So he's a very flexible player, but he still has that duelist aim and mindset, leading his team actually with getting that 18 kills on the board already on the initiator roll. 9-6, so 1 round to the double digits for GameLab, which I'm sure they're going to want to inch forward to. They might not have the ultimate for it, neither does their counterpart, but they are very close, especially if they get a bit more momentum for the start of this round to get some orbs.
That's true. There is the Hunter's Fury available. We know Boogie has been incredibly precise with his shots, so that ult is going to come in real soon.
Here comes the drone, just to be, you know, a bit more secure on that A site, making sure that no one's creeping by. You don't want anyone to cross. But speaking of cross, Zin's crosshair does find the head of Aeonix. That's their sentinel down. And in a map like this, it's very hard to control your flanks because it's so wide. And speaking of wide, here comes the entry on that seaside. Pretty free for them, no contest, as the defenders have to reroute themselves for the seaside.
Yeah, there is no one there at all, and here comes everyone on the side of the garage, and there's the dog will expose the position of 2766. But because of this, they're busy trying to watch for garage, and Zin and Hydra Kid are finishing everyone off on the side of GameLab.
What aggression they lack on the attacking side seems to come up in fruition here. Now they're on that defense. Their retakes have been so quick. They just wait out the breach utility and they peek off their own. The Great Paranoia coming here just gets this free frag. Ball X not being able to see anything, and just the cacophony of like util just getting bombarded.
Yeah.
It's really hard to position yourselves when you're getting pinched from all sides.
Agreed. They didn't know which to prioritize first at the time, and it was the timing of Zind peeking and knowing alongside the paranoia really did it for them, and GameLab definitely didn't see that coming.
Hydra Kid though, he has the lockdown, so that is one piece of util that will be very impactful. But opposing him is Boogie with his own Hunter's Fury to nullify that. The knives though not landing so much, and he's only left on a couple bullets. He only has the shorty in hand, has no secondary, just one bullet actually. Is he gonna land with one tap to go for the reset?
Let's see. That's going to be incredibly important. There is one nearby. If he gets a headshot, no! Now he only has a shorty in hand and a knife in his pocket. And that signals GameLab to be more aggressive. Let's see if people are going to push even more. But the Nanoswarm is going to stop Fall X from entering and following up after that flash. But a really good scan. But they don't scan the one by the door. But GameLab still is able to pick up a couple of kills with its entry. Hydra Kid, 7 HP. Dritch eliminates him. And now it's a 3v2 in favor of GameLab Alpha. 2 is going to be coming from CT. And the reposition coming from ONQT. Will they see this coming? It's a bit difficult. Padman evens out the numbers, but Dritch with the triple kill so far. Rolling Thunder activated to buy time for this site defense, and it all boils down into a 1v1. Patman, I don't know if he has space to use the Hunter's Fury. It's a bit awkward with just you, the only one left. But at the same time, this is planted for long. Dritch, all he gotta do is buy some time. He has the fault line. He can just slow things down. He can create chaos. And I don't think Patman can do this. There's a lot of doubt because a lot of utility on the side of Dritch. But Patman has no time.
They invested so much. They do come up with the round, and that does push them closer to securing the map. After all, it's not an endurance race. It is not a marathon. It's really just a race to 13. So even if they invest the Rolling Thunder just to secure the round, it is eventually just worth it. Batman, though, able to find the frag still. The economic damage is there, which means that Zol does get their operator in the hand of Zind, and that can change a lot of the pace now that the Hunt is Fury is active for both teams. But the lockdown still in the pocket of Hydra Kid.
Gonna be very important for the retake later, because GameLab so far, all their wins, or rather, came from all of these plants. It always feels like they, again, always manage to enter the site and have a lot of control.
Here
right
comes
now.
The breach utility as well as the other initiator to just clear out the site. But we've seen how well they go for the retakes here. The Hunter's Fury just barely misses to confirm the kill. Patman does some damage though up onto Dritch and Boogie, bringing them down to half. But the aggressive push is still going.
Yeah, it is still going alongside with the Seekers, actually. 2766. Real Boogie! What a guy! 3 kill all in a split second, and the round is over.
And just like that, GameLab go to 11. Not very convenient for Zol, stuck with a 7. But we look at how everything is going right now. It looks like GameLab's aggression just paying off there. And Boogie is playing such a huge role. 23 frags already for him on that initiator role. Not only initiating the info, but also the fights.
This one. Oh!
Oh, the second
Very
bullet.
nicely done. Yeah.
Insane.
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 I am speechless. I am speechless.
Mhm.
And now they're almost match point.
Yeah, they are as they creep here onto that A long side. The jiggle coming from Patman does not spot anyone yet. He will at least get info because of the return fire coming from the attacking side. Hydra tries to jump into the window, but Boogie shuts him down very quickly, getting a free scan off as well with the outside.
Very quick. Very quick indeed. And Zol Esports definitely has no choice. They want to make this round expensive as they are only on a couple of pistols, 1 ghost, and 2 sheriffs.
I mean, they do have the Bucky as well for some heroics here and there, but unfortunately, they're just so far away. Maybe they can force him back into the garage, but the multi-swing's gonna come in! And Zim's gonna find too.
That makes it a bit winnable on the side of Zol Esports, even though they're on the lower buy. And there you go. GameLab, though, is able to take advantage of their weapons. And it's all up to Netflix here to see if they can do some more damage. But the problem is he's on a Bucky.
I mean, maybe he'll use the classic and get 2 taps, you know? You never know.
Maybe.
There's a lot of
That is
hope
a
still.
possibility.
He has the paranoia to
True.
close in if he needs to, but he has no info of actually where to go.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult, especially with 3 members. It's going to come from all the way back, coming from C. Now he hears the plant.
Gonna run all the way. It's gonna be a long jog for him. That's gonna be time-taking advantage for the attacking side. Manages to salvage a weapon at least. Gets that sheriff in hand for a bit more firepower. But there's so many angles for him to clear. There goes a bigger upgrade. This guy's just in escalation mode right now as he clears onto that A long side, just picking up all the weapons he can get. If he's able to get a couple of frags here, it might do the damage. But GameLab, time is just not with them.
Oh, making it into a 1v2, but he's gonna get stunned by Dritch. And there you go, match point now for GameLab Alpha. And that's looking really good for this team to win Haven.
I think that's the first time I've seen the breach stun do something, if I'm gonna be honest. Because I feel like when they stunned Garage as well, the guy stunned got the frags too. It's kind of insane, this game. But yeah, now we're on match point. Hopefully the insane momentum's gonna end soon, because there's still a lot more games, especially if they want to go for a comeback on Pearl, unless they manage to salvage this map somehow.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be very important, because we talked about how GameLab is very incredibly familiar with Pearl. Let's see if this is going to be a very fast execution with the knives out already. And the scan is gonna find one person on the side of GameLab. This gives an idea. That's a 3-man stack on towards Long. Will Dritch be able to cross is the question, as the Cloudburst is already there. And we get to see Zind switch.
Oh, the wrap.
Fallex with the flank, the wrap around. They didn't see this coming for sure. Nateflix coming from heaven, and the knives, but Aeonix is gonna finish him off. 3v1. And there you go. GameLab is feeling it, unless Hydra Kid can clutch this to take it to 12-8. But it's a little bit difficult here, knowing that there's 3 people still alive. And 1 is at Graffiti. That's Fallex. Smoke expires already. How do you isolate these angles is the question. And Fallex finishes this map, and GameLab wins Haven.
GameLab getting the strong start that they need, and I'm especially going to be feeling confident because the next map that we're going to be moving on shortly will be Pearl, their stomping grounds, of course. And of course, they're celebrating here with a whoa.
Ooh, oh,
look at that.
Wow.
In unison.
Synchronized. You're right. In unison. And with what do you call that? The one with the holding hands and you just go, hooray. It was a serious question if there was an actual term for that, for the thing.
I don't know
for
if
that.
there's an actual term for that, but they are celebrating for
hooray.
sure. I mean, who would if you
They are.
do win like that very confidently? I'm sure that confidence can move on, especially as we move throughout the series.
And that's, again, a very good morale and confidence booster. I mean, it all started with, I believe it was the pistol round. You could tell that GameLab was really oozing with confidence coming into this, maybe even the series, not even just the map, because after that 2 wins, or the way that they won the first round ever in Haven, it does feel like it's a very different GameLab Alpha from what we saw back in playoffs. But let's take a look at the stats, and Boogie was a big highlight in this map.
Yeah, we got the Sovas on the board, MVPs for both team. Patman, of course, Rizal, but for Glab, it's gonna be Boogie as he gets that 25 and 12 KD. We've seen him get the multi-frags, and I think one thing that's kind of underrated for Glab is how well they're able to really move around the map during fights. If you don't immediately just take them out and the fight stalls, someone just flanks. We saw towards the end, Falk was able to do it throughout Long, but he was also doing that in a couple other rounds, just using the mobility of Jet to their advantage. First kills, even though they went through the hands of Zol, 8 still go to Glab, and somehow, even with the man disadvantage, they're able to just trade up.
I know. It's the creativity that GameLab is showing, and the fact that this creativity really fuels a lot of the unpredictability of this team. And well, if you're not prepared and thinking of the unpredictable, then of course on the side of Zol Esports, it's a little bit hard to react on their end.
Look at the frags coming from Boogie, the MVP, I think, for the series so far. Is able to find the frags that he needs. Even another Boogie highlight with the addition of Fall X here to close out the round. Just able to trade so quickly and doesn't allow them to really breathe, both if they're trying to take the site or even just retake the site.
Yeah, honestly, again, it's a lot of these coordinated, aggressive plays. I mean, this is one of the example, but Hydra Kid denies that sort of approach against GameLab. But Boogie, look at this. Really crazy shots.
Insane. I don't even know how that happened, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, same. I think this was the flank of Fall X. They were basically, what do you call this, sandwiched here. And there you go. We've got Fall X delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
And there you have it. If you want to get your own sandwich as well, you can always use Grab Unlimited using that QR code right beside his picture. Fallex, of course, going to get that final kill, securing map number 1 for GameLab Alpha.
And really nice performance again when we look back at the panel. Fall X. Oh no, was it right? Yes, Fall X was the head-to-head against Zind, and he had done a lot of work there and is able to again create a lot of space for the squad.
Yeah, a lot of space that they just so desperately do need, because without that, they're not able to really convert and move the momentum off. Hopefully, they can do a similar story if they want to close this out on Pearl. Something that I'm sure they've been thinking of for a long time, because personally, I hope this goes to a game 3 because I want to see what they're going to go on bind, but I'm sure that it's the opposite. It's already 1-0 for Glab. They just want to close it out.
Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a lot of creativity to be had when it comes to buy-in. And when we looked at, the VCT Pacific League, there were a lot of creative compositions, and it was rarely picked as well. So it's going to be very exciting to see the Pinoy flavored bind, if you will, if we ever go over to map 3. But of course, as we said, we're heading over to Pearl in a few. So I'm very curious to see what the plan is in mind, especially pressure is building on the side of Zol Esports. But we're gonna go for a short break first, so don't go away. We'll be right back. The Zol, yeah, I did. And then your reply to that was really good too. And we're back over here at VALORANT Challengers Philippines split number 2, currently on the first series of the first match of the first day of the playoffs, BT Dubs, and it is GameLab Alpha versus Zol Esports. And GameLab Alpha already won up into this series, and we're heading over to Pearl real soon. And we all know that every time we cast Fluffy of GameLab games, it's always on Pearl.
It's always Pearl, and more often than not, it's always a win for GameLab. So I'm sure not only do they have that confidence with the momentum that they had on that first map, but moving on to their home court advantage should be something that gives them a bit more relief for them and a bit less pressure now that they're on their home turf. But that being said, the last time that these two teams have played each other, it's actually Zol who was able to take the win off of Pearl. So I'm sure with the break that we did have, now that we're on playoffs, a bit more serious, no more room for mistakes, a lot more lessons and adaptations going to come in, because we know that GameLab Alpha is a team where you can't really expect what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's the scary part, especially when we looked at Boogie's performance. Remember, Boogie is definitely one of the pieces of the double duelist combo that, you know, back in Split 1, it was the go-to composition that GameLab Alpha would do, especially on a map such as Pearl. And his aim was so precise, was so crisp. It makes me wonder if they're going back to the Reyna Jet composition that they'd always do on this map.
They always have that explosive creative style no matter what they do play. But speaking of what they did play last time around on this map, it was Boogie actually also still on that initiator role, playing the Sky, flashing for Fall X, still on that Jet, enabling him to really go. But yeah, you do sometimes miss a bit of that trading firepower, because, you know, when Jet dashes in and Reyna gets a frag as well, you can dismiss forward, you can reposition, you can play a lot more aggressive angles with the Reyna as well if you manage to get the frags, which is something that we've seen Boogie already do on map 1. With the Sky though, it does mean that he's playing a bit more far back, but I don't think that's going to hinder how well he plays.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the composition is going to be later on, especially there's a lot of variety that we've seen so far. But on the other hand, pressure is building on the side of Zol Esports. I mean, this is the playoffs, and of course the Ascension spot is on the line, but at the same time, there is that lower bracket to fall into. You are not eliminated immediately, but of course Zol Esports, some of the players are very familiar of that scenario last split, so of course they do not want to be back in there too early.
Yeah, I think they already crawled out of it once, or at least they tried to. They don't want to fall into that same pit yet again in that lower bracket, because once you're in that bracket, there's no more room for error. You're actually out if you do fall after, so you don't want to have that pressure on your shoulders. You just want to smoothly sail through our bracket system here on the upper side if you can. So I'm sure that they're going to make their mark. And even though we talk about GameLab Alpha being so strong this map, and we already mentioned that Zol did win this previously, it does somehow give you a bit more relief for the side of Zol Esports for them to be able to strike back, because it's something that they have done before. They have the experience knowing that they can handle a lot of what GameLab Alpha is throwing at them on this map, unless they do something very different.
Yeah, they definitely have to pull from that experience, because not only was it a win on the side of, well, SR Nakage at the time, it was a 13-2 score. It was a complete dominant performance on the side of on some of the players of Zol Esports. So it's one of those things where I wonder what they can pull from that experience. And there's also the factor of GameLab Alpha growing from the entirety of Split 2 as well.
I mean, from the start, from the get-go, I think GameLab Alpha always shown that potential, but now they're a bit more refined in how they handle situations.
True.
They still have the qualities of that explosivity. They also have the firepower backed up with them, but they have that relentless pursuit of really trying to improve. And I think it's something that they've shown in the first map. Hopefully they can do it again here on the second.
It's definitely gonna set the tone, whoever's gonna win the pistol round, because again, what we talked about before the break was, it was GameLab Alpha winning the defense pistol round. It was them being very, what do you call this, creative and aggressive and ending these rounds. It's just a sign of how confident they are this time around when they're going up against Zol Esports.
I mean, for Pearl, the last time I think they played against each other in this map, they had a very strong attacking half for GameLab. And I think that's something that they have to keep continuing to do, as we've seen them have a strong defense in the previous map, but it's a bit more difficult to rotate around Pearl. And I think that Zol is equally as familiar with this map as GameLab Alpha is. So it's really more of, like you mentioned, opening picks, but also good calls. Because if you're able to secure, I think, the B site, especially if you either win really hard on it or you can defend it really hard, whichever can control the B site the strongest generally wins Pearl for me.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a challenge for the side of Zol Esports, right? When we looked at what happened, at least when GameLab Alpha was on the attacking side, every single time, most of their wins came from retakes after the spike has been planted. It's definitely not something, you know, preventing them to plant the spike. Every single time, it has been GameLab being able to access through the site. So it's one of those things where the initial round of attack, how will Zol Esports be able to defend off of that?
Yeah, if you're able to really just tank the storm of bullets coming from the initial contact coming from GameLab Alpha, I think if you can roughly salvage yourself out of that situation, the return fire is very strong. Because it seems like one thing that's a little weak with GameLab Alpha is when players start diminishing, it's rare that they actually find the opportunities.
Yeah, that's going to be the mission to be answered as we head on over to Pearl, everyone. GameLab starting on defense once more, and Zol Esports on attacking.
Zol Esports on attack gives them a bit more room to play with because that does secure the defensive side once the side does swap, but they have to start it out right. And speaking of starts, GameLab, even on the defensive side, not gonna remove their, feet off the pedal, gonna go for the gas and keep that flank going. They already funneled them onto the site. They know exactly where they can be, and they're not even going to be spotted by the anti-flank coming in from GameLab. Coming in from Zol, actually.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. And now it's a 3-man. You've got double initiators with you. Hydra Kid already a little bit damaged. Knowing that the flank is coming through, but the flash will come through. Doesn't check that corner. He does, actually. But Hydra Kid has the upper hand. 3 HP. Dritch finally finishes him off. And let's see what Glab decides to do with his sandwich. And look at this. The fire. It's burning Dritch. And Aeonix is forced away from this. And now Zol is winning the sandwich with Netflix removing Boogie and Owen QT, the only one left. And at this point, it is definitely a Zol pistol round win. Left.
Oh my. What a difficult situation to be in for Owen QT.
I wonder how Owen QT will be able to get a kill. Oh, smoke expired. And there you go. That is a Zol win. I'm curious what happened with the sandwich because it felt like there was only one bun.
I know. If you're speaking of delivering the win, I feel like they delivered it straight into the hands of Zol. The idea behind it is great, right? You take B long as 3 players, you'll probably win or get a pick off or 1 or 2. It stalls the B long, which we talked about is a very contested place because if you get the best control of this, it's very hard to get out of it once the spike is planted. But unfortunately for them, they didn't pincer at the same time. So the entirety of Zol could just pick their fight, swing together one side, then swing the other side. It basically was a free 2v5 or 3v5 both ways.
Yeah. It was, the idea was there, you're right, the idea was there, but the execution wasn't complete. And Zol Esports will attack the same site once more with the stack coming from GameLab, not paying off on the other end.
Yeah, they gamble onto the B side. Not a bad move as well, knowing that they have a better buy. Probably going to go B, but instead Zol decides to hit A. And I think one small thing that we didn't touch up on about in the earlier rounds, Zin actually got a lot of the frags in the first round. So now he's very close on the opposing buy round after this to get his ultimate.
That is crazy, especially for entry. Paban spraying down, including Hydra Kid. And it is a bigger buy on the end of Zol, which is going to make it a quick round for their end.
It's not just quick, it's actually so clean because they didn't lose a single member. I'm not even sure if they got tagged up because of that. They were just able to funnel them into a situation they didn't want to be with. And Zin now is ever so close to get that ultimate. The run it back going to be great, especially with the spray down coming in. Here comes the weapon advantage. Even there, just spots out the toes, but the damage still to the body is just enough for the Bulldog.
And that's absolutely scary. One more orb, one more kill on the side of Zin. He has that run it back.
Info flash.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Go.
It's a baby. Let's see. Where did the baby go? Where did it go?
Where'd it go?
Maybe he didn't throw it yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, no, that's the knife.
Well,
joke?
Must be info for them because we don't have any info on that.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
It is the 3rd round. So Zol Esports, they're going to try to manifest themselves another one. But GameLab already there for the attack. Zin with the run it back available because of that early pressure. Might be able to bait out this start as well from Astra on the defensive side. But maybe just recall it or use it that way they can get a better entry. But the splits will come in from both main and left side.
He does get information though that there is going to be 2 at around backside. Zind may try again, he's gonna flash, but decides to look at the other corner. 50-50 as Boogie wins that one. Better buy and a spray! He's a monster! He's starting again! And because of that, GameLab wins the 3rd round.
All that investment, Zin was able to get the run it back, but he just turned into a very expensive owl drone as he walks into that quite blindly, and he checks, like you mentioned, the wrong corner, and unfortunately for him, gets taken out very quickly, funnels his teammate in, and again, without the pressure from both sides, from any team, it's just a crumble. If you can't pincer together, you might as well just funnel one side, because what you're doing is essentially giving the opposing team a 50-50 to take better fights, which is something you don't want to do. That gives GameLab their first round, and now they're both on the rifles.
Let's see how this is going to go. It has been a constant attack onto A, which means, as we get to see, GameLab, a lot of utilities invested in there too.
Oh, and they're going to go for a slower start here. Not going for the clear-cut A side push as they did previously. Owen QT going to mark the corner, playing off that Killjoy turret if need be. Zen full util. Going to creep their way into this, but it is a star field here as they're actually disciplined to not trigger any of it. There it goes, though. Gonna recall all of it. It actually gives them an opportunity to walk back if they choose to do so.
That's true. That side is clean of utility, but Zol Esports decides to go all the way to the other end.
Alex already waiting, though. Trying to be the first man contact, can safely fall down or even dash out if need be. Zin's gonna walk into his crosshair. Oh, he spots him out, but he's not gonna be able to run the flag. He's gonna get spammed through, has to back away.
Yeah, good call. Especially, that's definitely a death trap on towards that screen. And now we'll see, here comes the execute coming from Zol with the wall already activated. Zin already playing close, unable to push forward because of the gravity well. Spots out one, and that's gonna be Dritch, but he has to be careful. And he is blind and cannot see anything. It's a very difficult position as Aeonix takes advantage of this, including Fall X. 3v1, Hydra Kid is the only one left, and he's gone. All they gotta do now is defuse.
Wall X goes huge there, is able to find 4 somehow. The first contact backs away, resets the dash, goes for the last frag as well. He's really guarding this B side with his life, stabilizing it to 2-2 for GameLab and Zol. And that does mean that they're going to reset, go for the more equal buy. This rifle round not really working out for Zol as they get funneled into this. The Nano Swarm doing so much damage as well with the setup coming in from GameLab.
Yeah, the Dizzy included as well. Aeonix here on that Gecko, and I mean, really effective so far, being able to, what do you call this, diffuse the spike too earlier. Anyways, it is now a lower buy on the end of Zol Esports, and now they got a reset. Oh, crying Sage, don't cry.
Don't cry, indeed. It's still a winnable game for either team. Still equal in both of their rounds, but the lower buy might be not as effective unless they stick together here as they try to take control of mid. The flash comes through, damage done up to Dritch. The flash is going to come back for the repeat, going to clear it out. They know that no one has crossed because of that gravity well, and it's going to be a safe return for him to his position.
Dritch even repositions much closer towards the door with a potential double peek alongside Fall X. And they're, Zol still trying to gather information and see if they can bait out any of the utilities before they go.
But look at Glab, though. They're so disciplined. Boogie's just waiting to play off the turret. He can just chill there forever as they go for the Trailblazer to try to get some more space. They're really fighting for this B-Link area, but Dritch is just refusing to move off of it. They spot up the turret. Hydra Kid's able to destroy that, but there comes some damage actually landing onto Boogie. Might be impactful later on as the round progresses, but 40 seconds remain. They have to decide, and the defender's already stacked onto the A side, which is the correct side.
And there is a lot of utilities there. Nano Swarm already activated, made it through the rest of Zol to actually enter the site. Here comes the flash. Boogie with a headshot, really nicely done. And they're all falling down like dominoes, even with the flash. Everyone's flashed here as OMQD finishes the job.
What a great use of util coming from Glab. They're just able to stall it out, just playing off the turret breaks, so they go for the smoke's about to fade, they go for the Nano Swarm, and so on and so forth. Just a lot of stall, not willing to risk any peaks. A lot of these frags from Boogie, who just off angles are there to trade his teammate, really being the sentinel of the A side, not allowing them to really take any space, because they want to get that advantage if they can. Now 3-2. And speaking of advantages, they have the lockdown on Boogie's hands as well as Cosmic Divide, which technically you can use together to even get a better ultimate if you really want to.
Yeah, it definitely secures that lockdown, and the fact there's nothing there to destroy it from long range on the end of Zol. We'll see though. Seekers activate, Seekers already obtained by 2766 alongside Run It Back.
That's going to be very aggressive if they choose to pop off both. Patman's just going to creep and maybe going to get the frag. He does. Goes for the slow maybe. No, just going to walk it off. But oh no, the timing doesn't work out for them, and here comes the explosion.
Manzin though with a flank and into the blind. Really nicely done. Timing on the end of Zind. Is able to find one before Run It Back expires. But look at Netflix hiding amongst the smoke. He is the smoke. And now it's a double peek, including 2 members right there with a flash. But the timing is not going to be in their favor. And Fallex and Dritch finishes off the job, and it's all up to Zind through before the cloud burst, actually. And he's not gonna get locked down. There's the Molly. It's gonna buy some time. Boogie wants to push through this. Let's see if he wins this peak.
Ooh.
And that's a no. 4K for Zind. Nice clutch.
It's like he just used to run it back this round, and he's almost going to get it again. That's the advantage of having a Phoenix that can frag like Zin. The consistency that he brings as the Vanguard, opening up the site for this team with the flank, with the run it back, able to secure the kills that gives them the space, and that's what's important, fighting into the lockdown as well. Securing the 1v1 because he's playing so deep into the angle just forces Boogie to an unfavorable position. But now, 3-3, reset begins yet again. Rifles on the board, but the operator into the hands of Folex can reinforce this B site.
Yeah, that's true. They haven't been really buying the operator. I think it's the first time, at least for this round, playing a really high up towards ramps. Little head pop!
Oh, peekaboo!
No! Peekaboo! And Folex is forced to just give up that angle.
And there goes
dear.
Hydra Kid getting one for himself as well. The reposition for the
And he's
operator. Gonna
gone. Let's see if
clear
Folex gets
out?
another shot.
Maybe?
Maybe? Patman? Oh! Trying to expect that they've already caterpillared their way through long, and that's why Folex gave up that ramp angle. And now with the dogs in and the slow orb activated, Folex, they're just gonna wallbang screens. Unfortunate. Ionix, only one left here towards this side alongside ONQT. Yeah, he's able to find one, but Hydrokin in 2766 able to find two. And there you go, Zol Esports destroys the expensive buy of GameLab.
They're really trying to hold on to that operator pick, but the amount of Nebula is just in the way, blocking the vision, even with the dissipates as well, means that you have to hold so many awkward angles. They open up the round pretty well, but they're not able to really finish it off in the way that they want to because of that strong attacking side. And now 3-4 advantage to Zol forces GameLab Alpha on this lower buy, and we know that when they're on that lower buy, they go for something very aggressive. So I'd be surprised if they don't just go for a push here.
Yeah, it could be. You may be right. That is the Gecko and the Jet together. It could be a push on towards that area, but as we get to see, Zol on the complete opposite side of this map.
They know that they like to push. They're going to go for the weaker side here, play that long angle. It's going to molly off that tower, and maybe it's going to break. I doubt it, though, but hopefully this defense is not going to break because the Nanoswarm is going to be coming in as well. The flash going to come through. It's going to be able to find one for Boogie.
Boogie, the Guardian of Hull, but Netflix destroys the Guardian. 4v3. With a lot of ults available, it's double initiator alongside the duelist. Really nice shot coming from Folex. Thrash is going to be activated. It's going to be finding people. Let's see if they get detained. That is the question. Looks like that's going to be a no. And at this point, actually, yes! Ionix, does he find Hydrokin? No way! Yes! One! And then he turns around and kills Hydrokin! What was that round? And GameLab takes it back.
That's illegal. I'd report it.
Yeah,
honestly.
that is illegal. Agreed.
He gets the Thrash, not able to find him in time. Just goes for the 180 last second because he hears the step of the wide swing. Insane gameplay coming as Folex able to clean up as well. What a shot by Ionix.
That was a wild moment. We really thought Hydrokin, like, okay, I wasn't found. I won the hide and seek game. But no. Ionix. What a man, what a play.
What a play indeed. Speaking of plays that they can make, Zind has to run it back yet again. It seems like we always see him twice these past couple of rounds, and now he's going to be able to do it again. The flash not actually going to push through the Nebula, but it does push Boogie off of the angle for a bit more breathing room from them. The Nebula for the defensive side are going to be popped, and they have to be very wary of how explosive they can be from this B side, especially when they're using the run it back.
Run it back as well. Yeah, you're right. A lot of these utilities, Zind is gonna try to get a kill value. No, he does get information as a consolation prize at least. But here comes Patman with the wall boost once more. And the spike hasn't been planted because 2766 is so low. Gravity well into the Nanoswarm. Patman Hydra Kid gets 2 kills, making it into a 3v3. But Ionix, really nice kill. And right now with the Cosmic Divide makes it a bit harder for the side of Zol to keep going through this plant because they don't see where the spike is at. There we go. They picked up the spike. Do they even have space to plant the spike is the biggest question as the Cosmic Divide expires. Netflix has eyes on heaven, but if he pushes forward, Owen Cutie is right there. And it's so difficult. The position that Zol is in at the moment. Patman cannot revive anyone. The bodies are exposed out in the open and they get flashed. They decide to go wrap around instead. Do the sneaky play. Take a chance. Take a risk. If they're able to find Aeonix here. Double peek? Possibly? No, it's not. Aeonix gets the first one and he gets the third. And GameLab, they're so patient, Fluffy.
They know that the ball is in their court. The spike drop. They have to find a way to get it because of the mollies early on. Both the fragment as well as the mosh pit just really removing 2 players from the equation alongside the spam from Dritch. I'm surprised that they planted there. Normally we'd see them plant for that long angle, but they did go for the safe plant instead, which apparently was not that safe because the util was just such a wide coverage of the plant site. And because of that, the pressure was on Zol to really recover from that round. GameLab could just patiently wait it out.
That's true. You're right, it was Nanoform, Fragment into the mosh pit. That's a lot of mollies, but that's a value knife. They know that they're there by doors. They have information now, but the Gravity Well, or rather Fragment's gonna get activated here. That's just a star recall, and Rich wants this duel against Patman. Believe he healed himself. No, actually no. But he's gonna keep this angle. But look at these people already on our Aeonix with the kill here, and Owen QT with the assist, and Patman falls, and it's all down to 2 members on Zol.
2 members remain. Sheriff in hand though, still a lot of hope that they land the shots that they need, but no HP. Even if they do get the upgrade, Hydra Kid is going to be brought into a very difficult fight. Just 1 bullet. The Swift Breeze can really just take him out. They go for some spams to allow his teammate to cross. Nateflix goes even deeper here on the connector, but on the opposing side, Rich already waiting for him to go for the swing. He doesn't land the first shot, but he still confirms the kill. Now Hydra Kid in an impossible situation. His location revealed as well. Not going to give him much room to breathe. His Fall X just takes his breath away.
6-4 now. Looking really good on the end of GameLab. It feels like they've managed to, again, get their groove towards this map. And again, it was a lower buy, so it was a little bit difficult on the end of Zol.
Very difficult indeed. Just so much claustrophobia and really just pushing them towards these chokes where they don't really want to be. And now 6-4 GameLab. Their stomping ground so far has been working out for them, but it's not the lead that I expected, honestly. Zol really striking back at them.
Yeah. Owen QT does have Cosmic Divide available. Look at this, very aggressive into the flash, but no! Fallix doesn't land the shot. Instead, 2766 does. Aeonix may try a second shot at this and throws Wingman, question mark. Oh, it was a mosh pit rather. But this may push Zol Esports back, and they're all healed up.
All healed up. The sustain coming in from this Sage plus Sky combo is just going to be massive for Zol. Recovering from that, getting the man advantage as well means that the entry frag coming from GameLab to really retake the site is not going to be present for this push, but they're already ready for it. If they just wait out this lockdown, push them so far into positions, but the Cosmic Divide is going to block all the info from them. That knife's not going to do much because they're already... But they know.
Whoa! That's 4 agents suppressed. A lot of value off of that knife. 2766 already planting. It's a 4v4. Very doable on the end of GameLab Alpha. 2766 though. And Boogie, they're doing a lot of work, which means they have the lockdown on their own, using the enemy Sage's wall, by the way, to make it, to have it safe. But they're using that as a distraction, and it's all worth it as GameLab again takes it 7-4.
Boogie again, not on the duelist role, but still finding the frags. Owen QT for the support, using that Sage wall and their own lockdown to bait the swings to them because they know that either they get detained or they have to back off and it's a free defuse, or they fight you. But regardless of the situation, all you have to do is hold your position, and GameLab just being a fortress defending that side.
It's so crazy. The creativity, the way that GameLab assesses the situation, what do they have available? They'll even use the enemy's resources and use it against you.
Use it against you and use it well. 7-4, almost doubling their opponents here. Zol Esports struggling to find one, but they might be able to get that 7-5 half if they're able to convert this round. They do have the firepower now. The Fall X does have that operator in hand if need be. Knife instantly destroyed through the double door, and this aggressive push is here. It doesn't land a shot though. It's forced to back off and run away. Will the spams connect? No, he's able to still salvage himself and reposition.
That could be a very possible expensive, but it looks like they got value off of that. And now Paman, an attempt over at Art. Let's see if this proves to be successful, as Aeonix is right there. Already has a very decent angle. Is able to get chip damage, but this forces Paman to back away.
Surprised it doesn't back away even further to get the resurrection off. They just want to keep the momentum up as they push on to this link, but that's going to be a lot of damage raining down for both sides as the Stars do recollapse here. ONQT has to double check A main. Rightful guess, Netflix is closing by, but the timing might not work out for him. His crosshair a bit too low, just dodging each other barely.
So that's a bit scary on the end of ONQT. You were right. Crosshair a bit too low here. And a lot of utilities. Oh, he managed to get what? Whoa. He managed to get one pet. At least. Wingman not. At least getting Dizzy is important. So we'll see. 27 seconds on the clock. There's not a lot of time for Zol here. And the Stars and the Nebula is going to be enough. Thrash won't hit anyone, I believe. But that means no one is detained. ONQT waiting on this very tight, close corner. Sees the barrel of the gun. Zin with a wall bang. 2766 with a kill. And 3 versus 4. 1 with the operator. FallX not in the best health at the moment. But they do get the plant. Look at this crossfire. A bit difficult to penetrate through. If Boogie crosses, he's gonna die. And Aeonix, though, is able to kill the run it back, and the gravity well's gonna force, but it doesn't matter. Boogie, though, is able to get a kill. 2766. What's he gonna do? He gets another kill, and there you go. Zol Esports. It was a scary round for them, but they're able to still make it work.
GameLab Alpha, I thought they had it there, but the retake coming from that side was not enough to break the crossfire coming in after the post plant for Zol Esports. Because of that, using that run it back and even covering for the run back when it expired with this gravity well was just enough time for them to allow 2766 to really do the damage and finish them off because they're so low after all those fights. And now the sides do swap. We'll see the half and how much damage GameLab can bring to hopefully close this out for them or for Zol Esports to catch up.
Yeah, you're right. It is a still very strong defense on the end of GameLab, but now they're on the attacking end with the double initiator on the side of Aeonix and Drich. With the Gecko as the biggest difference rather. We'll see how they execute this one.
FallX gonna be the tip of the spear here. Gonna move up with his ghost, try to take control of B, which they do get as well as the orb. Surprised that they're giving it actually to Aeonix, but then again, it is the Gecko with the plants coming in from Wingman. It can really help him fuel that Thrash even faster for these earlier rounds. 7-5 a minute still remains. A lot more movement from the defensive side that I'm expecting, and they're rotating to arguably the wrong site as the rest of the attackers posture towards A.
Yeah, it is just a 2-member investment on the side of A's defense. And here comes 1 star on that end. It is a double entry execute, 3 on the 2. But it has been a very quiet round so far.
Bot coming back.
Oh, Boogie has to recall the turret. He's just too far away if he wants to play this position. The spams are going to come through, but it's not actually going to find anyone. There comes the flash coming from Gecko. They move on to the side. The backside nade's going to land huge, though, the fragment damage.
Nicely done, but Zol has other plans. Look at Zind. He is insane. 1v2, all up to Boogie now. Hydra Kid, both of them actually gonna come from Flowers. He wants to break the wall. He wants to escape from this, but no! Hydra Kid decides to say, hey, you ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, he says flip it at the end as well. I'm sure that he's going to be excited for that one. Securing the pistol round and the momentum for his team. Zol Esports strike very hard here on the first with the great trades coming in after the entry from GameLab.
That was crazy coming from Zind. A lot of kills, and Boogie wanted to open up the... Well, not open up the skies, but open up the entrance, the door to B.
And a lot more stakes right now as the round does begin with a knife early on to scout out that position. 1 star only for ONQT. It's not going to be a lot for them to really make enough space where they have to be very mindful of the resources that they do have with this line of sight blocking. Might be able to use that smoke against him. They're just waiting for Hydra Kid to make a misstep and capitalize off of this wing.
That is a possibility. There's the flash into the gravity well, actually, but there's a turret. Palman will decide to push very aggressively. Hydra Kid with a spray down. No, he has to reload, switch the ghost, and that's why they're able to get a window off of that kill. Here comes the sandwich. Boogie all alone now onto this link. And that was a quick round with only 2 members falling on Zol's side.
2 members falls, not a bad eco, but you at least want to plant the spike there. But the defense for B-Link just so strong, holding off any aggression coming from this attacking side from GameLab Alpha. Zol Esports finding their groove so far on this defensive half and hopefully can convert more. We can see in the replay, GameLab just waterfall themselves into using that man power to really just push through a lot of their lack of weapons.
And now it is the opposite side, on the side of Zol, with them on a bit of a broken bye with a couple of Bulldogs here. And it's a GameLab on their bonus. We'll see how they're able to win this out, as they're even now.
Even Steven, here it comes, 7-7. Netflix gonna spot out some info. Hopefully Jiggle this corner does manage to find out that there are players, but will he go for another one? No, he will not. Gonna go for the safe play. Put the stars down, ready for the swings if need be. He managed to spot out the alarm bot actually and break it all the way to falls, but that does leave a hole for Hydrogen to capitalize on.
The attempt on the transfer from the tower to the human. And now 3v5 in favor of Zol Esports. Aeonix is trying to even out the numbers. And it's all up to Boogie now. 30 HP, but the smoke's in the way. Someone's gonna wrap around in the flick. Crazy stuff, but it's only 1 bullet. Has to switch for a different weapon. And they're double peeking him. And he still gets the kill. Triple kill, no way. It felt like it was an almost clutch by Boogie, but Batman denies that from happening.
Boogie just using everything at his disposal, picking up what he needs to finish off the round. But unfortunately, the trade just comes in too quick as Zol able to win this eco for them. Flipping the script yet again, putting the buy advantage for Zol, and GameLab Alpha reduced to just the pistols unless they go for a force.
As Zol Esports able to destroy that buy round again. Yeah, Boogie almost had that. He was feeling it. He was doing it. But you're right. It was Batman. Being able to swing afterwards, after that minuscule of a second, and that was right there to deny the possible clutch. But either way, it was a very expensive round, and GameLab Alpha has forced the timeout.
They are timed out right now, so a bit more breathing room for GameLab Alpha to come up with their mad scientist plan and figure out the formula to success in this match against Zol to close it out 2-0. But Zol striking very hard, and it shows why it was so difficult for them the last time they played each other on Pearl, and why Zol came away with this map, because they do know that if they can stay on GameLab Alpha's pace, if they're able to really stop a lot of the attempts from their pushes, they can convert these rounds and win.
And that is indeed the plan so far in the end of Zol. It has been working for the first 2 rounds of this half. And we'll see what the approach is going to be, because GameLab is trying a little bit of this scattered position.
Scattered but not unbroken as they move on to that frag, but Zen gets the opening pick, and that's the controller gone for GameLab, but they waterfall in, and the rest of the soldiers capitalize. There goes the round.
That was a fast round.
That was so fast, trying to throw it to you for like a year. Just disappeared.
It disappeared. Literally a split. It's like the timer just started for this round, and it now ended after the 1 second ticking. And now it's 9-7 in favor of Zol.
Very quick round, just 3 sentences in, and we're in the next one. Whatever they did during the tactical pause, I guess it didn't work out, because that push was easily read by Zol Esports, capitalizing on that lower buy, knowing they're going to do aggressive. But now, on this equal buy, an equal fight comes here also on me. But the gravity well, he's just burning!
Well. Oh no! But the other one had the molly into the gravity well, so that's the biggest difference from the 2 gravity wells that met up onto that side. Now it's a sandwich.
Oh my god.
I know.
Now that is a sandwich. They are collapsed, just stuck, and they even reinforce this with the Sage Barrier Orb. Fallex tries to sneak his way into a different position on the map, but that flank's going to be easily spotted because of the Trailblazer. Boogie, so stubborn, just staying in this position. Maybe he's going to think, hey, they're not going to check me, right?
That is the question, indeed. Look at this. Go, Boogie with the kill, Zind with the trade. 2v4 now in favor of Zol Esports. Looking a little bit dicey on the end of GameLab, and there you go. Double digits for Zol.
like everyone is burning in this round.
Yeah.
Even towards the end, I heard the fire just touch somebody and do the damage that it needed to do. But the damage is already done for Zol Esports as they take the lead for what looks like might be the comeback or the start of their comeback for this series if they win this map. The spray throughs from them, and the read so far has just been letting GameLab play into their hands and winning the situation because they're prepared for it. Speaking of preparation, though, they do have both lockdowns, but Zin does have the run it back.
That is the biggest difference, especially for retakes, especially for scouting. And Thrash, on the other hand, being used by Aeonix here, gonna try to use it as a scan to scout out any possible cheeky corners that anyone from Zol is trying to just stay at. They didn't spot anyone, so at least they know it's open.
Ooh, the aggressive push, though. The run back to top.
Oh,
Able to find someone. He doesn't actually find him.
he doesn't. And now there's the heal coming through. Padman trades his own chip damage for, well, nothing, as there's no damage on the end of GameLab. They lose ONQT though.
Yeah, and they think because of the slow pace, they might go to that B side. So defender is just shuffling, or reshuffling rather, to find better positioning. But Aeonix, he is a gecko, so even though he used his ultimate earlier, he still has it to go for the side push.
They be able to pick it up. And here we go. I believe it's the Thrash again. Gonna see someone from Dugout. And nicely kill Nanoswarm on towards Patman. 4v3 right now. Really looking good on the end of GameLab. I wonder if there's gonna be they're gonna be hunting for that one detained, but it already expired. Lockdown to buy some more time, to secure more time for this site. And so far, the attack is all gonna be coming from one from Flowers. Fallex with a duel, they line up for him! Wow! And it's all up to Nateflix now, but Aeonix says, we're moving on to the next round. We're gonna go 8 to 10.
Come back. Amounting here for GameLab Alpha as they use their utils so well, using that Thrash early on to get that early A control, using it yet again with the null command as well as a nano swarm to remove Batman from that position onto Dugout. The Fall X double kill though, so it really sealed the deal for them because that stopped the retake entirely for Zol. Now only 2 rounds separate both teams, but 2 rounds possibly to match point for Zol as well. Either way could be good, but Hydra Kid still has that lockdown available in his pocket. He didn't use it that round. So the retakes can be a lot stronger for this defensive side.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult once the plant is in. It's so hard to shut them down, so they gotta prepare to deter the initial push. And that is it. That is the solution. Zin finds Aeonix.
Bolex just holding a bit too wide there. Lets his teammate be a bit more exposed as he tries to take the orb and funnel that ultimate even stronger. He does pick up his rifle to maybe avenge him with what might not be enough firepower as they do focus couple up the mid.
Yeah, there's 3 at mid right now. There's a lot of control. And this forces GameLab to rethink their choices and move on to B, question mark.
Question indeed. Are they going to move on to B? The rest of the defenders are actually re-clearing A. That does mean that as time ticks down, the information process of elimination just funnels them back onto the B side. Defenders already rotating. Fallex a scout ahead with the knives. 5 of them still in his pocket. Very deadly. We've seen him do it many times. They could possibly go for the re-hit here, but 40 seconds still remain, and they have to decide where they want to go. They're just sitting in mid, letting the defenders really make a decision for them as the Seekers get popped.
They know at least everyone is at mid. Yeah, it's 20 seconds on the clock. It's one of those things where it's 50-50 playing the mind games, and look at that. Zol Esports decides to, okay, let's put 2 members, 1 member near Link at least, and here comes the Cosmic Divide. They don't have a lot of time. They gotta go straight through this. All up to Nateflix to deny any sort of push. Nano Swarm's gonna flush him out, but here comes the plant. They do have time to finish the job, and Spike has been planted. 4v5 in favor of Zol. This Cosmic Divide is gonna do a lot of work. Lockdown initiated already as they climb through halls. That's a 2-man peek. Patman with a wall bang, and 2v4 now. Patman manages to get the res, and it's for GameLab. Quite unfortunate for them. They can't reach this plant, and it's now 11 to 8. They're going slowly closer and closer to match point.
Going slowly actually is the operative word there, because I have no idea what their plan was actually towards that side. They get the first loss as they lose a member, but they're able to stabilize somehow, but they wait so long on mid, maybe trying to catch a rotate, but the Seekers forcing their hand to make a move. They decide to go for the B side very late, and it looks like that you know, Netflix might have had a chance to really hold them off longer, but regardless, just staying alive just funneled them because of the time pressure to really play awkward positions. Zol, again, capitalizing on GameLab's over-aggression at times and lack of decision-making because GameLab needs to decide where they want to go. We've seen them strongest when they're put together.
Yeah, it could be one of those things where, hey, you got the early lead earlier, and now Zol, how do they stop this momentum on the end of Zol Esports? They might meet, no, but with the wall, this nice and slows down. GameLab, let's see if this is the flash timing, forced to reload because of the spray down on towards the wall now that it's gone. They're still on boxes actually, but GameLab forces to back away.
They pop, they run it back as well to just even extend their clearance on A side for the defensive side. They're gonna make sure that they are funneling towards the B side though, as Zin has to run it back all the way to the A side. They get the advantage early with the momentum and positioning. You're just gonna have the knife available to maybe stop Netflix, go for the smoke. If he does, not gonna land in time though. Here comes the explosion. Wingman is gonna do the job.
Already planting the spike at this point. Actually, it's just Fallex. They were able to shoot down the wingman.
Aww.
And now with a spike now planted, they're able to buy time to go into post plant positions. But everyone's gonna be coming from ramps on this long angle. And now I'm curious to see how this execute's gonna come out. No one's gonna try to flank. Everyone's gonna be facing each other, basically. And the smokes are gonna be very difficult here. Hydra Kid is gone. They're gonna push through these smokes. Zin gets the kill. Fallex 2! And Zin is trying his best. 3v1, 2766. On towards screens. It's a little bit difficult now. It's out in the open and he's the only one left. And there you go. 9-11 is the score. And GameLab is holding on.
GameLab holding on. But what a dicey round, because it felt like a questionable decision knowing that the controller is still alive to back off. I mean, yeah, arguably you could spam that one corner. They had the KO fragment lineup as well to really go for more delays, but regardless, they just choose to fight for it, and fighting together has always been their strengths. It's worked out this far, and now they're just one round away to get that double digits for themselves. 2 rounds to separate themselves from Zol, hopefully reclaim the map and end this 2-0 for GameLab. But Zol, on the other hand, looks like they have other plans.
Let's see if Netflix is able to get 1 orb or a kill. The Cosmic Divide is going to be very important to lead to match point.
Well, Fallex not going to stop the aggression anytime soon. Aeonix actually going to peek first, making sure he has contact. They spot out Zin, but he's not gonna be able to confirm the kill. His teammate falls.
No way. That's 2 members lost already on the end of Zol Esports. That's like a group duel happening over that end. And right now, there is still no rotation. Actually, no. It's the Killjoys meeting each other towards Art crossing. We see GameLab already crossing towards B.
They have the cross towards B. But here comes the silence. 50 seconds. Still a lot more repositioning to do. They're doing the standard fallback into B. The Dissipate's going to be able to get them some space from the pre-fires, but no one's actually going to be holding that whole side. Already afraid of the fragment possible going to be landing there. But then reposition from Netflix actually going to keep him alive a bit further. Gets spotted out, but still finds one.
Oh! Nicely done trade coming from the side of Hydra Kid. And 2766 is setting up this flank towards Rams. They have no idea that this was the plan. No spike has been planted just yet. And now they know that Dritch is already there. Owen QT surrounded by everyone. Well, by 2 members. How do you isolate this? Is he gonna dodge the flash? The flash actually just a little bit of that tight space. Doesn't have time, 10 seconds. Owen QT forced to make a choice. He is sandwiched. The literal definition of sandwich. They both have to reload and pull out their pistols. And Hydra Kid wins that duel.
He just pulls out his pistol just a hair quicker to secure that round. Zol moving on to match point because of that, just toying with their food, knowing that he has to plant the spike and the pressure is on him with time ticking down. This opening fight, even though they lost Fallex, was just able to give them enough momentum to really get that man advantage going. It's a lot harder to fight when you're down 2 players that way. Hydra Kid though, with the jumping right click to finish that off, means that Zol has a lot more hope for this map.
And right now, GameLab not in the best position gun-wise on a round where they definitely want to take it to overtime. Let's see if this is going to be a fast execution as we get to see the smokes dissipate. Netflix, again, being the guardian of Hall, setting up a star for a potential gravity well, but Fallex decides to fly instead with the Sheriff as Wingman starts to do the plan. It is a very fast execution. It's a very fast plant, and the retake is highly scary on the end of GameLab because Zol is going to be coming from long.
It's very hard for him to go from long as well. They have the cognitive divide if needed, but the alarm bot's gonna spot them out here as Hydrocade just pushes through up. This pain train gonna walk on that long side, but the opposite side of the pillar is actually where Owen QT is. Might be able to find one, but no, he doesn't. Here comes the rest of the push.
Here we go. There's a bunch of stars, 4v5, still very doable on the side of GameLab. They have to penetrate through Hall, but it's slowed down, and it's a bit difficult. Dritch and Boogie gonna kill Hydrokid with a trade, and here comes the flash. They're gonna wrap around this area, and that Sage Wall, he's gonna commit to the defuse, and no one can find him because he's so far away, and Zol Esports take it to bind.
What a wall coming in from Patman. Just able to stall enough for him to get the space, but not only that, I think he himself got lost there as he walked into the smoke, but eventually the positioning just not giving them any room to breathe to get that spike diffuse off. Pros don't fake, and he's a pro.
Yeah, definitely a pro, especially that wall. A little bit difficult for a lot of for GameLab Alpha to wrap around and go through Hall, and that was indeed a crazy moment to finish that map and go to bind.
And this is the realm of infinite possibilities when we move on to Bind. But looking at what just happened here on Pearl, 13-9, almost a repeat of what happened. Zol again finding their way to find the win on Pearl, with Zin the Phoenix going to be the MVP for their team. The run it backs, the value coming in from his aggressive pushes, even if it's just for the info at times, just gives them enough room to breathe and chokes out the air from GameLab.
It's honestly so crazy. That you could tell that GameLab was trying to hold on, but the defense of Zol was really good.
Here we go, looking at the highlights of what just happened here. This early rounds, it seemed like it was in control already of GameLab as they're able to find important rounds and even get the momentum off the side swap, but somehow they just got hindered. Their attacking side just stumbled on itself.
Yeah, they lost the momentum somewhere, and at that point, it felt like Zol Esports was just really prepared. Honestly, it looked really good. Like moments like these, Aeonix with some of the highlights, Owen QT, Boogie as well. But it all fell down like dominoes when Zol Esports decides to do like more quick executions, and as well as having to deny any of the operator buys on the end of on GameLab.
And here comes the highlights from Zol, of course, who ended up winning this game. I think just how they played together, and especially if they won this way. Man, Batman was just on the edge. There was a gap in the wall, but it didn't show enough from the angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lucky.
Oh dear. And of course, we've got Zind delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
And there you have it. If you want to use that grab code, don't forget you can use that QR code on the screen right now, as Zol Esports does win map 2, pushing us to a map 3 where we're going to see Bind for the first time for both teams.
It's gonna be so exciting. I mean, we've seen a couple of buy-in maps when, you know, we were watching VCT Pacific, but here in VCTPH, it's definitely going to be very exciting. Makes me wonder what kind of approach these teams are going to be doing. Will we see the Echo, because we saw Gecko rather, we saw Aeonix play it already on a map such as Pearl, or will we see double controllers as a Viper Harbor, or will we see the classic Brimstone with the instant 3 smokes?
We're going to see if our region has decided to adapt or stick to what we know. And I hope that after this quick break, we'll get to find out what is more in store.
Yes, just as you said, I was really excited to see Bind. We'll go on to a break. And we're back over here at VALORANT Challengers Philippines split number 2. We're still currently in a very, very close series between Zol Esports and GameLab Alpha. GameLab Alpha already has won Haven, and it was a very close map over at Pearl. And we're heading over to Bind, which is going to be very exciting because this is the first time we're going to be seeing the Bind changes being at play over here at VCTPH. We really don't know definitely what to expect over here at Bind, as there's going to be a lot of compositions in play. We've seen a little bit of a preview of you know, T1's composition with the Zoo comp with Sky, with Gecko, with the Boombot being added, and as well as, you know, a couple of more of the classics that we've seen before in Bind, minus the Sentinels.
We don't know if it's going to be consistency or going to be a bit more evolution coming from both teams, because we again have no info for what they're going to bring. They've never actually shown us this map because it wasn't available earlier on in our split, but now that Icebox has rotated out, Bind's going to be stepping in. Icebox, a map that one of these teams have been very strong in, so I wonder if they're going to have that same effect here on Bind.
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest question here. It will reflect on a lot of the prep that the teams have done, and I'm sure a lot of the teams, you know, they had a lot of time because of that 2-week break before the playoffs, and it has definitely been a struggle for some teams when we look over at VCT Pacific, and it's going to be, what do you call this, the expectation when we look over at the playoffs. It feels like it's one of those trump cards in the playoffs that you use map-wise to secure a series moving on to the next, but maybe, of course, even the grand final. So this Bind is incredibly important when we look at the grand scheme of things.
But speaking of how important this match is, it started out with GameLab Alpha striking first, getting the early momentum, but not being able to get their whole map of Pearl means that Zol just has a chance as we look at what agents they might decide for the first time here on Bind.
Woo! Here we go. Earlier, it was Aeonix coming from GameLab Alpha that was playing, what do you call this? The Gecko, just as you said. But it does feel like we might see that route, but no, because they already have 2 initiators.
2 Innies already. Not going to bring out any harbor plays here. Sticking with the tried and tested Brimstone from ONQT. Bringing out the very classic comp for GameLab Alpha. But for Zol, in a way, it's a classic comp, but maybe in like 2021.
Yeah.
So a bit of not an update from either of these teams. It's going to be a familiar situation, at least for both of them to really play out the util. Nothing really experimental with the Gecko or Harbor. So at least they have a fighting chance of knowing what they might do.
It is definitely a tried and tested approach, especially with the Sentinels back in play. They've got the Killjoy, they've got the Sage on the end of Zol Esports. A menace when we look at it on the ends of the pistol rounds, which has been a very important momentum setter, especially on the side of GameLab Alpha. For Zol, it has been the winning move earlier to secure that map win with Patman on that Sage.
I mean, for Zol, one thing that they were really good at doing so far in this series is stopping the early aggression that GameLab Alpha really brings to the table. But now they don't have a Sentinel. Instead, they're going to use a lot of those Nebulas, a lot of those Viper Toxins, and even the nades coming from Raze, even the slows, anything to really stop that pressure instead of having a hard anti-flank. It concerns me of how they're going to handle their attacking side if they're going to get pushed a lot, because GameLab getting free room to just move around the map how they want to, it's going to be very difficult.
That is something we definitely are going to look forward to. How will they maneuver around without the anti-flank, as this is an aggressive switch over to the door of from Hydra Kid, and as well as 2766.
Getting early B-long pressure there, and control. The wall's going to stop Fallex from lurking into Hookah, so at least that area is safe for them. But look at this triple push. They missed the timing.
No!
Fallex doesn't spot it out. They have no idea that they've crept this deep, and his knife is out. Hydra Kid will probably swing into him, but he just gets close enough to the box, but he gets spotted out last second.
Oh my gosh, that is unexpected. Aeonix does get the trade. 46 HP. He's all alone, far away from his fellow members. So now he's forced out. But look at GameLab. They have their own response here. They attack through this site. And Boogie to this area rather, able to get a headshot. 2v4 now. GameLab is able to turn the tables around.
The early push coming from the defensive side. Zol Esports not able to get the value they were hoping for off that gamble. Instead, GameLab Alpha gets control of B-Long as they creep into it with so much util and a lot more manpower.
And that is a lot to what do you call this? To see. As that's only one member, and that's Netflix gonna get flashed. He does have a frenzy, and they didn't check the box, but it's still a 3v1 at the moment in favor of GameLab. So this is gonna be a little bit difficult for Zin. He does have Snakebite available, but doesn't have anything that provides information for him, especially. Oh, they've already lost one member. And here we go. Let's see how they clear this out. -1 forces out into the corner.
Winnable.
Very, very winnable, just as you said. Going through the entrance, the main point, not through elbow, because Aeonix is so low at Gardens. Switches to a Ghost, and now there's only 1 point. Do one wrap around, or does one remain at elbow? GameLab sees the shoulder. He knows where one is. He knows where the second is at the moment. Now he's just going to force push, but Dritch with the timing to peek alongside creates an opening for GameLab to win this pistol round.
Even at 1 HP, Killjoy just staying alive, able to jiggle that position, means that they know he's off the spike, doesn't have the time, and they can just take as long as they want to really make sure that they get the round and get the crossfire set up, because it's not, the pressure's not on them to make any play whatsoever. I think that the idea behind this double controller works a lot, but the problem is it relies on perceived pressure, which means that you can pretend to fake and do stuff with the wall, but the problem is GameLab's not afraid. They'll push through these walls. They're going to go for that aggressive peak, and that might hinder a lot of these strats.
It's like they're expecting GameLab to be pressured, but it is GameLab. You are right. They'll breach through all of this as we get to see Fall X. Or they're trying to do a very slow peek, seeing if anyone's there towards that lamps area alongside with Dritch. But it has been a very quiet round so far.
Just the wall up and the wall down. Here comes the creep through from the attacking side. GameLab, they're just ignoring the pressure of this wall. Like we mentioned earlier, there's, for other teams, they might get scared, but for GameLab, it's just an invite to creep ever so closer. And with this lower buy, might be able to get even more value as they get a pretty clean entry.
Yeah, they're already storming in through the side. Look at the smokes. There's just a lot of presence, and there's a lot of utility being thrown out throughout ramps, and there's Patman in incredibly low HP. Hydra with a headshot with the Sheriff here. Cannot get the second because Boogie managed to pick up that Bulldog on his end. And GameLab, what a quick execute and a quick finish to round 2.
Round 2, not only do they come up with 3 players, but they also got the spike down, meaning that their economy is in a pretty solid space, regardless if they win this or not. But I'm sure they don't want to get their foot off the gas and give Zol any rounds, because they know that Zol's able to convert these small little missteps into a map of their own, as they did previously on Pearl. Looking at the replay though, just a lot of firepower, I think, is most of that round. No real stress coming out of it. It's just the advantage naturally that happens winning that pistol. But now Zol with a better buy.
Let's see how they do this this rifle round that they have. A stack onto lobby here, and I don't think anyone's going to spot them out creeping closer towards long. Unless.
No info yet though, but there's the connection.
Now they do with the fault line too, and 2766 is stunned. He's still able to get the kill into the gravity well timing. That's insane. 2766 forced out of this corner, sees the shoulder and gets the kill. Dritch though is able to kill off 2766 rather, but he's quite low already.
Might have the Rolling Thunder if he's able to find one more. His teammate can reposition, but he's kind of stuck in this angle. Patman's able to find the frag that leaves Owen QT alone with only the Spectre in hand. 33 HP, 50 seconds. He has the spike, but the repositioning coming in from Zin allows him to play an off angle, not something you normally check, especially if you're alone. He'll spot him out shortly, and there goes the round. Zol finds footing in bind.
And only 2 members lost their guns in the previous round. Let's take a look at that again. 2766, despite stunned, concussed by that fall line, is able to still have a fighting chance against the ones that peaked.
I know, it's like this fault line. It's like Zol's immune. No matter what
I know,
happens,
right?
they just find the frag. But it's still
Yeah.
advantage to you, but unlucky, I guess. But
Yeah.
hopefully a bit more luck for them as we move on to our fourth round. Important for both teams. They are on the fairly equal buy. One Bulldog versus two Spectres. But they do have the Rolling Thunder to work for them, and that's a stun that they cannot dodge.
Yeah, they definitely cannot, as we get to hear the scream already. Look at them inside the site, but Xin in towards this corner. Fallex with the good Spidey senses. He's able to get a kill off of that. Hydra Kid still pretty much alive, being the guardian of lamps here, alongside Netflix. And they still have yet to clear that angle as Boogie finishes him off. 7 HP onto Hydra Kid, which make things a bit difficult. And Patman, all up to you. Spike already planted, and it's a fast round. GameLab 3-1.
It's like we mentioned earlier, they have the Viper set up, they have the mollies, they have the slow orb, but it doesn't matter. GameLab just goes through, they pop the ultimate from Dritch, they use that Rolling Thunder, they actually Rolling Thunder towards site and just leave that U-Haul throwing mollies at it to stop the refrags coming from that angle. Smart way of playing it, that way they isolate even more fights for themselves as they can focus on just a couple corners as they enter as a team.
And that's the scary part of that ult. And Dritch, well, they don't have to worry about that anytime soon, but the orbital strike, they need one more orb for ONQT.
Fallex creeping so close, does some damage to Batman, chooses to back away instead, doesn't want to fall too early into the round. Showers control for the attacking side already going to be taken though as they get the orb. Surprisingly not giving it to Brimstone for that ultimate. Instead, they're just going to farm it because we know it's an eco round. 2766 can be a bit over eager here as Rich holds them back.
A bit of chip damage on towards Boogie. GameLab trying to, Zol rather, pushing and getting more control of space onto a site, which is possibly the right call. Look at Xin playing very close here from Showers. Will they expect this? It's ONQT. He's going to check that corner. Sees the barrel. Misses the first shot, but gets the second. Now that's the upgrade on the end of Zol Esports. And look at this rotation. Everyone moved to B, but GameLab is still at A. Xin has his Spidey senses and gets the second kill into the Viper's pit. And this is disaster for GameLab, as it is just Xin is the only one enough to destroy the plans of GameLab to attack this site. Now Xin is in the middle of his own Viper's pit, giving a lot of time for Zol to rotate. Question mark. So far, he's fine on his own. So far, he's doing great. And now Ionix has to find where the Viper is. Where can he be? Process of elimination. He sees him, and now the Viper's pit is down. 10 seconds on the clock. They have time as the Hydra Kids showstopper eliminates one. Dritch, all up to him, but the Seekers is going to spot him, going to scout him out. Slow orb. He's pressured in all different directions. He has full utility still. He's got the flashes. I believe no one tapped the spike just yet, but this is immense pressure, as 3 members are still alive on the end of Zol Esports. But that was crazy, Fluffy. It's all was Zin's doing in that area.
Exactly. That's a lot of Zins. But yeah, I think
Zin,
that
Zin, Zin.
there was a great play because not only did you say it 3 times, he also got those 3 frags, able to really secure a lot of his A control. I think the Viper's pit brought them low enough also that even if Hydra Kid missed a little with the showstopper, they would have still gotten that frag. And this isolation, waiting for the team, just all started with that 1 kill on Brim.
It was so crazy, yeah, that Zin was the only one there. Everyone from Zol was actually on the opposite end of the map. And Cosmic Divide activated. Was it? Or was I hearing noises? I literally heard you are divided, and then I see Netflix has like 2 more to complete.
Okay.
It happens. It happens.
It does happen. Hopefully it's going to be a happening here for Zol Esports because they do need to still find a round. The Viper Toxin is going to blow up that entrance for them, but they're not going to care. They're going to still try to push through it. Xin gets the frag off of the snake bite. The second one does come through, but the pressure is going to be so close on in front site already.
Oh, Netflix being aggressive with the smoke. Finds Boogie, but is traded immediately. 3v4 or 3v3 rather, with a lockdown.
Ooh.
Nice wall bang on the side of Patman, but Ionix is going to commit through a different spike plant area, mainly on the default end of things. They're positioned really, really well through this. The fact that ONQT has time to wrap around, perhaps scout if there's anyone that's going to be coming from. Oh, it's a lineup. Here we go. A lineup coming from ONQT. 2 members left on towards the site. As 2766 will try to clear. Lance Dritch expects the second one to peek, and that's gonna be enough. As Patman, the only one left here. Will he be able to clutch it for the team? He's done it once. He can do it again. And he does. Waiting for the Molly to expire. But here comes the Brim already nearby. ONQT is right there, ready for the spray down. And GameLab Alpha secures round 6.
What a great plan from them. Using his teammate as bait, knowing that, okay, we got front sight already, so I can opt to go back. I have a molly in hand. I can go for the lineup there by the box and rotate through showers to get even more pressure because they think that the showers players already fell because of that earlier scuffle. And now, just looking at this replay, GameLab just striking very hard. Patman just inches too close to the fire. Doesn't get damaged, but it still puts him in that position that's very expected. It's an easy frag for ONQT, which secures him around 2 to 4. The lead already doubling for GameLab.
Yeah, really nicely done plays. A lot of trust on the remaining members, which was, I believe, Dritch, and as well as Boogie. So let's take a look at the plan in mind here. For the end of Zol, because again they're on a weaker buy.
Weaker buy indeed. If you look, they have the Rolling Thunder if they even want to use it. The Seekers, the Showstopper. So much firepower for GameLab Alpha. For Zol though, going for the 2 hero Vandals. The rest of them still on Sheriffs.
Definitely gonna be a very difficult round coming into the 7th, especially the fact that, just as you mentioned, when we look at the ults, the Rolling Thunder is definitely one of the scariest things to encounter, especially on Bind.
I'm surprised, honestly, here on Bind that Zind is the one playing the Viper when we normally have seen HydroKid be a controller in other teams like Rambutan Itate. And he's always been that player that has been playing off his util the most. But now he's here on the Raze, showing his Showstopper capabilities on the explosive end of things, being that vanguard for the team. And so far, Zol Esports, although they have had some rounds, you have to remember that Zin clutched one of the 2 rounds that they have won.
Yeah.
So technically, they've only, as a team, won 1 round. So it's very difficult for them to be in this situation, knowing that they have this double controller setup. They have the slows, but with no anti-flank, they have to keep rotating throughout this bind map, which the attackers can easily rotate with because they have those teleporters available. And they just push through all your util anyway because they don't care. So it's a lot of space for them that you're giving. It's an open invitation for them to push even closer, especially that they have the Brim stim to really push in. They have both the Sky Trailblazer as well as the Boombot to clear any of these smokes. Like, you can smoke as much as you want, but it just gets cleared by one piece of util. And even they can flash through their own walls and smokes, because unlike other controllers, meaning Harbor, Zol Esports not running that Harbor means there's no difficulty pushing the wall. Because Harbor does have that slow that they scare some people off of swinging through it. But this one, no, they can just flash through, go through, it's fine.
I think that's the reason why we can see Zol being very patient with their rotations. They don't really leave until they've confirmed that the spike is really truly there, or a lot of members of GameLab is really truly there. As we proceed through this map right here, Dog already scouting through Hookah, really nice clear. But the smoke's gonna slow Zol GameLab down. Actually, it doesn't! There it is! Showstopper through backside. Boogie with a headshot. HydroKid onto tubes. But ONQT and Rich gets the kill. And it's all up to Zin and Nateflix now to go through B and retake the site.
This is exactly what we were talking about. They smoke off with the Nebula Hookah. They're like, okay, we can breathe a bit. But no, they just pop the Showstopper. They go through. Now it's Dritch holding off Hookah, making sure that no one's going to push through. Nateflix is on the other end of things. He gets spotted out. He has armor, but for just a classic, is that going to be enough? Because the off angle coming in is going to spot him out, but the vulnerable's not going to be enough as Dritch does land that frag.
And all up to Zin now. They know that he's there. He ate the flash. Zin gets the headshot. And I was going to hype, like, oh, but at the end of the day, GameLab has bigger numbers.
They do, and they have the bigger number on the scoreboard as well. It's GameLab 5-2, running away with it on the stacking half, slowly but surely, not even stopping any of the pressure. No room to breathe here for that defensive side. They just don't want them to even have a chance of retaking. One disadvantage having this Viper Astra is, unlike previously when it was extremely popular, the delay to use your util, the cooldowns of Astra's stun as well as the gravity well, is just so long now that you can basically only use it once on the push instead of twice. So it makes it a very inefficient Sentinel in comparison to how it was before.
And we'll see if there's any sort of... I mean, I suppose there is that... We call this paint shell gravity well that we saw fade into but the Seeker's now activated here. That's a very fast execution with Badland with a spray transfer, but hit the headshot. Gets the tap. He's stunned by that Rolling Thunder, but it doesn't matter. They already got a value off of those 2 kills. QT has eyes on Hookah, and GameLab makes it into a 2v2. It started off really well because of Patman, but the numbers are now even. Where is everyone going to be coming from? Actually, near Hookah. And right now, 40 seconds on the clock, GameLab contemplating to activate the possible teleport or see if they commit to B. Now that they've bought a lot of time, Zol is still not moving. They're still going through B.
Not sure if where they're going to come from. They can waterfall or double up because they've wasted so much time. They couldn't regroup. They have no info. So it's a very scary situation as they get already info of one of the players. So you know that Sky is playing that long angle. Ionix is on the backside, but both of them are low HP. Huga's not going to be able to spot anything. They're going to go for the safe plant. It's going to go down, and they will have their frag available, but they're so low, and the wrong guy falls.
Oh my, 1v1, 1v1. Yellow HP on the end of Ionix. That's literally like 10, 14. And here we go! It's 2766 with the spray, and they get the defuse. 3-5 now.
It's a very scary round for Zol. What started out as a clean retake just slowly faltered because OwnQT was able to hold off the push, holding that elbow side, marking Hookah for his teammate to control the backside, stabilizing the round into that 2v2. And because of that, we take a look at the replay. This one push from Patman delayed them so much. He even got some damage when he got stunned up. This unfortunate double swing, though, was just the lineup that allowed them to win. I think if they went for a wider double swing, there could have been a chance, but it's such a hard player perspective question to answer because the pressure obviously is immense knowing that you're being surrounded.
The fact that they didn't have the best of HPs as well on top of the pressure and the swing, just as you said. And now GameLab forced to be on the slower buy after that round.
And here we have a little dragon, Netflix, just holding this judge, making sure no one's going to enter. They know that, okay, they're just going to push through all their stuff. We might as well just have a judge in the end of it. This is a great plan, honestly.
Did you say little dragon?
It is a little dragon.
It's a huge dragon.
That's perspective, but regardless, it's still effective, and that's what's important, especially at that range. And Fallex, on the other hand, going to move through showers very cleanly, just sweeping up the bathrooms as he does deploy the dog to maybe... Oh, not get spotted out there. Here comes a swing.
Oh dear. Whoa, Fallex with the taps from the sheriff, but Hydra Kid, though, just did something crazy. And that was a swift round on the end of Zol.
It is a very fast round, especially because of the quick flicks at the end of it. Just turning around, this one dog led the charge, but the rest of the team just fell from behind. Fallex landing the 2 shots, and Hydra Kid going for the spray down. Just enough damage because they pushed through the snake bite. They're all vulnerable.
Yep, definitely all vulnerable. Very, especially Zol, definitely know where to look, know where they will be coming from. And let's see now, Zol slowly catching up.
Slowly but surely, this gap growing ever so small. Batman's going to be able to use the wall as well to delay even more. They don't want to give up this control as much, moving that wall from what used to be the Hookah control to now be more of this short control for A site. B site, though, on the other hand, just a bit of prod and pray for some info. Hydra Kid playing a very close position, but he has the showstopper in his pocket if he needs to pop it.
That is the question. He's gonna use the boom bot first. Scout for info. But so far, GameLab trying to find an angle. They might walk into 3 people if they do commit to to the site on B.
They do indeed. And this round... Oh, so close with the contact. Nathan able to find one. There goes the spray on for the second.
That was so scary. scary, especially everybody was flashed, even though you were gravity welled. Hydra Kid gets a headshot onto Aeonix. Now it's all up to Dritch and ONQT, very low, and it's just the one now from GameLab, very sandwiched into Gardens. And there's not a lot of information to work with. That lineup was supposed to be there, but Hydra Kid had the better shot, and that's now even on the scoreboard.
There we go. Even on the scoreboard, even Steven, 5-5. Both these teams just duking it out. Regardless of the strategies, it's more of the trades that's important. And there it goes, flying high into the sky. Hydra Kid finding one for himself. And I think slowly Zol's finding the momentum, at least for the correct reads. But is it too late? Both of these teams for sure want to get that 7-5, and Zol Esports just glowing green because they have all the ultimates in the world to use against just the lockdown from Aeonix.
And that's a scary thought to think about, because Zol Esports didn't really necessarily need any ults whatsoever on, I believe, was it a broken buy on the previous round? Because that's not a very good sign for GameLab if so.
Not a very good sign indeed. Our observer also looking around for answers, because it looks like the questions that GameLab is being presented by is something that they haven't really figured out. They're stunted of how they're going to play this round. But I feel like also if you're a Zol player, you know that every time they attack, they do something kind of wild. So you're already also low-key prepared for it in a way.
Yeah, it's like you're expecting something's gonna happen, but you just don't know what it is yet. Just don't expect the usual from what we've been seeing on the approach of GameLab Alpha. And we've been seeing a couple of pings so far on the end, one on Patman's area here over on this as Patman. Actually, it's a ping for the wall, but the bird will detect as though Aeonix lands on top of the box, and Patman spots him out as well in return. And this is very difficult as the wall now breaks. Will Patman get more out of this is the biggest question. He knows Rich is there. Oh, the timing of him wanting to flash, but eventually he falls as Fallex and Boogie finds a kill.
Just I like the idea behind the wall. The first frag, great, but a bit of over eagerness there. Just drops a weapon into the hands of the attacking side. Now Glab being able to upgrade to the double rifle in this 3v3 is going to be immense, especially when they go for the TP like that, taking control of B side. But they don't know that they're being wrapped around, as 2766 already has control of this side.
Yeah, already on long. Oh, I was about to say he has Seekers, but Boogie, really nice instincts, able to spot out 2766. And now for Zind and as well as Nateflix, they're going to do a wraparound instead of a possible of them going to peek together. A possible crossfire perhaps, but everyone at Garden makes it a little bit difficult for them to set that up because they have to manually spot them out as they decide to walk slowly with the Cosmic Divide now activated, with the Boombots gonna spot them out and scout for them. Nateflix sticking on the defuse. They don't know this is happening because of the Cosmic Divide. Oh, they killed him! That was so close. That was like 0.1 second, and GameLab returns the momentum in their hands.
And they're trying to go for that 7-5 there, but we take a look the opening part of this round. Patman gets a clean kill, goes for the second, but that punish coming from the Trailblazer. And like you mentioned here, it was so close. It was actually scary. I thought that he actually got that off.
Same, dude, same. The fact that if Hydra Kid didn't peek, they wouldn't have known that they were already so close to defusing that.
So close indeed. Patman. Oh no, the timing!
What? That was so scary. Yeah, the timing. Now the Viper Spit is gone, and now the site is open for GameLab to take. But it's still a 4v4. But a lot of ults on the end of Zol. Patman can resurrect Zind if he has access to the body. Hydra Kid still playing very close. The time. Wait, what? The dogs and the Boombot interacting, but in the end, it was the two able to get the kill. Patman revives Zind, and now GameLab is losing their footing on towards this round. Boogie able to get a kill, but at what cost? His HP very low. Patman triple kill now so far, and Dritch, how can he slow this down? He does have fault line, and Patman's just gonna stick it. He's trying to spray it through the smoke, and it's no use as Zol manages to clutch clutch that for the team.
Managing to equalize that somehow. Patman being a skinny queen, just holding that down, not even tanking a single bullet. But the unfortunate start with Zin falling early as they go for this frag. I like the repositioning by FallX, slightly moving upward to get that frag as he unleashes the hounds there. Real hunter, but that's true. Another round equalizes it 6-6, a reset after the half.
And now, it's dead even now. And so far, you know, the thing, the team with the most momentum, you gotta hand it to... I don't know, I'm so sorry. I can't get over this sad face. It's just so sad to look at, Fluffy.
Is that a face? Oh, I see.
What? What did you
Nothing.
see?
But anyway, so more importantly, it is the pistol round and the ghosts are on the board. The early aggression here from the defensive side, the smoke already going to be popped. And Hydra Kid just gets pushed back, but there goes Boogie getting Zinned as well.
My gosh, it's a lot of fighting involved here in a very compressed area. Here comes the heal, but the heal's not going to be of use as Boogie gets a triple. Nateflix, though, with the trade. And now it's a 1v1. Spike not even planted yet. It's an on an even ground because of the HP. But then Aeonix can't really Nateflix can't really expose his own position. He's gonna try to fight the last one standing instead. Nateflix trying to look if someone's gonna be at spawn. And the timing, they know right now is Nateflix gonna try to run towards B, plant it over there, but the turret is towards Cubby. He has to be careful if it gets activated, if Aeonix goes near. It's going near right now, and it reactivates. He has to kill it. And here we go. Does have a lot of utility. Full utility, actually, as the gravity well is activated, and Nateflix with a peek. Really nicely done.
I saw the dink and the dream coming in from Aeonix there, but at the end of it, it's going to be Astra getting the frag, 7-6, opening up this pistol explosively for the side of Zol Esports as the attack comes through.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot happening in the gravity well. Yeah, the dink, 1 HP. Whew, that was close.
And there we go. Another round opening the momentum and another heavy buy from Zol Esports. They do this every map where they get the 2 Bulldogs, they even get the Guardian. Nateflix really just likes this weapon.
Yeah, Nateflix with the rifle. Early paint shells to try and clear anyone if anyone's there. But look at this double stack onto showers. Let's see if wait, no, the dog sees you and Pavan sees you back. And they get the kill even through that wall. FallX is gone. And Zol Esports starting again on a very explosive round.
Oh, speaking of explosions, Aeonix just tanks that one, and Hydra Kid confirms the kill off of his paint shells. Now Dritch left alone, 1v5. Not much you can really do here. He has the util, but will he choose to use the non-rechargeables this round? Because they know exactly where he is. The flash confirming it even more. They already have the nebula in case they need to pop it. It pops through. Not a lot of hope. Maybe he'll just choose to die to the spike there. Keep that economy instead of giving up an ult orb. Spots out Nateflix though. Was brought so low, and the pixel angle just hits and connects.
Very difficult. Very, very difficult, especially with 5 members still complete. Let's take a look at that replay. Again, you know, it's the eco round on the end of GameLab Alpha, so yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't, unfortunately, couldn't make it expensive on the end of Zol Esports.
Not that expensive that they want to do, that's for sure. Zol Esports still very strong in the economy, very winnable, especially because we know that GameLab Alpha likes to group in this close quarter ranges, which is not the best place for their weapons. It's still advantage towards them, but Hydra, oh, I like the smoke. This is a very old smoke that they used to do to dodge the sky ping from the dog, or from the flash rather.
Really good.
Oh no, he gets
you
booped.
said Aeonix, no way, was that the satchel?
The satchel just booped him a little.
No,
Misses the
that's
shot
so
off
sad. Quite unfortunate for Aeonix here. Zol Esports managed to pick 1, and now let's see what they decide to do.
A good reaction though by Hydra Kid. The instincts knowing that the swing's gonna come through after that flash as they creep and reposition towards his A side. But Boogie's actually gonna play behind the wall. Maybe not gonna expect this. He's gonna hold a wider angle, but look how many people are staring down his barrel. This could be a 1-2 punch. There goes the lineup, but he's not gonna connect on both. Only gets the 1.
Yeah, only one, unfortunately. The wall comes up for the secure on that plant, picks up a Vandal, and it's double Vandal on the side of GameLab. But for Zol, that's still a lot of members alive. Dritch assembling this sort of flank. Will he expect the one to his right in the corner? Sees the barrel, gets the headshot. Yes, he does. Now all you have to do is clear that short, as 2766 is all alone in lamps. And they have full util to do this. Very possible, highly possible, as Fallex does the paint shell kill. And now GameLab takes it back.
Paint shells painting a good picture here for GameLab. Only one round separates them from equalizing and hopefully getting the lead back. What started out as a series in their favor.
Yeah, and now it's one round. It's a one-round gap now for both of these teams. They really, really are hungry to remain in the upper bracket as we take a look at that replay. Unfortunate for Ionix because of that satchel. And Boogie, really nice positioning here. Unfortunately, only got 2.
I see, and here we go. Another round begins. Batman with the resurrection available to bring it back and hopefully bring back the lead even further for Zol Esports against GameLab Alpha. Ionix gonna stick with the judge though to stop the aggression coming in from Zol if they do choose to do it. But he's on that Killjoy, just holding on this, playing off the alarm bot very smartly. 2 players actually walking into his hands, but will he be able to get the frags off of this? Because they do have the usual combo to really bomb him out. He goes for the wide swing with the stun as well. The damage not being done, but the confirmed kills eventually, the judge paying off.
My word, good timing from Ionix. The paint shell's coming through. You definitely want to peek. 2766 though meets eye to eye with Fall X, and he gets another one. Crazy stuff on the end of GameLab, and they are still complete.
They are still complete, and together they are strong. Zin falls alone, 8-8, equalizing. GameLab finding the momentum that they had earlier, closing a very clean round for them, which is something that they haven't done in a while. They always lose 1 to 2 members, but this flawless surely brings the spirits up, especially when you open like that with a banger.
Yeah. It was definitely what do you call this? A momentum changer. And it's so difficult, honestly, because that's it. There you go. It is. I call towards the timeout, and now it's deadly even. It's just such a testament of how equal both of these teams are, and how equally hungry these teams are on remaining in the upper bracket, especially when we think about Zol Esports, where they've been in that situation before, and it's not pretty because they were doing so well in the regular season, only to land on 5th to 6th place for some of these players. And for GameLab, of course, they were knocked out after, fighting Oasis, I believe. And then after that, it was a lower bracket run until 3rd place. So again, both of these teams have a lot to fight for.
A lot is on the line for sure, and no one wants to be sent down to that lower bracket. This is the last tactical pause, tactical timeout for GameLab Alpha. So whatever they're cooking, it has to come out right now, because there's no more breaks after this one unless they move on to OT, which I think they're trying to avoid. Just close this out. But they actually, I think this is one of the few times they've tacked when they were winning.
Yeah, definitely need that breathing space. Especially, it's so crucial. 2 rounds left. We're on towards the double digits.
Here we have opening round. Viper wall set up, just like the old Gambit wall for Nats. You lurk up onto A in case things get delayed, but that's going to get spotted out already with the Trailblazer. Hydra Kid lower by on the side of Zol Esports. The flash ping does push him out. Zin's not going to be able to crawl through the wall. But the rest of the team, just stalwart defenders holding on to site. They know they have the range advantage, they have the weapon advantage. They can just sit tight and wait for anything because they have a sentinel.
Yeah, it's a bit as they're gonna use the dog to scout and clear, because it's 49 seconds on the clock. They don't have a lot of time if they want to increase the waiting time, as Netflix already does the plant. Again, the wall, a lot of value as Boogie activates the Seekers into the bird. Trailblazer He knows where one is. There's the second flash coming through. He gets the spray down, and one is blinded. He can get Netflix. He can't reload. Stuck with a pistol, but gets greeted by two. And Dritch is all here on lamps alongside someone. And that is it. Not yet the end of the map, but that was such an exhilarating round. And GameLab takes it 9-8.
They get the round, but honestly, a good job by Zol as well. They're able to remove 3 players from GameLab off the board, and they're able to plant the spike. So for an eco, it's actually pretty decent. But what they really need right now is rounds, and to do that, they have the res, they have the showstopper, they have the cosmic divide in their pockets if they need to. But Owen QT's ultimate 2 might be huge as they go probably towards another tactical pause.
But pressure is building for both of these teams. We talked about the stakes. I mean, we talked about, of course, you don't want to be, you know, in the lower bracket. You don't want this to be a lower bracket run, but of course you are hungry for Ascension. We keep talking about it even during the regular season, and right now, of course, GameLab as, you know, one of the new teams coming from Split 1, and after what they've achieved, of course, they are also very much hungry to get ever so closer towards, you know, that grand finals where everybody is fighting for.
Everyone obviously wants that. That is, at the end of it, the dream to get onto that Ascension game, to win Ascension, to go even further. But after this tactical pause, the current challenge is for Zol Esports to equalize yet again. Make the plan to defeat the Mad Scientists and make sure that their evil plans are stopped, because this attacking side is very difficult for them. They're adjusting their Viper wall to get a bigger hold onto that A side if they go for the commit. The spikes also on that side as well. FallX going to be on the receiving end of the brunt of the damage if he does hold this angle, but no one marking his showers yet. It's only going to be Sky actually doing the job, 2766, as he repositions to double up on showers.
Yeah, 2 people will be looking at showers. It's a difficult stack on the end of Zol if they do actually push through with that. Netflix already setting up the stars for the smoke. And the showstopper activated. A quick execution coming from Hydra Kid once more. No one still wants to push through the Viper walls yet. Want to wait for everyone to push through first, as the orbital strike is activated already, but won't get anyone actually. Everyone's still pretty much alive on the end of GameLab Alpha, and Boogie's already knocking down the wall. Spike has already been planted, and Zol still, or rather, GameLab still has no idea where to look.
Oh, the snake bite. Gonna stop that push early. Zolv manages to find 2 in the scuffle. Dritch tries to respond. Gets 2 as well. And there goes his teammate as well. But it's not gonna be enough. Zol Esports get a great hold and convert that round.
Yeah, that was a bit difficult on the side of GameLab. I mean, even though everyone was pretty much alive, they were positioned in the most unexpected places. So it was very difficult to look where to look when you go past the smoke.
Difficult situation to be in, but not unfamiliar for GameLab because they know how to win these scraps. Unfortunately for them, the positioning was just so bad because their hand control was already taken away from them. They only had to stare at one angle, but this time around they've learned from their mistakes and they're going for a very cheeky push. But Zin already spots it out, fires a snake bite in response to stop it, but they know the shower control is already lost.
Yeah, they're forced back. Forced to look at showers at this point. But they rotate again on the end of Zol. I guess they're still deciding what would be the best course of action, knowing that this series in general is very neck and neck.
Very interesting that they're putting the Sky here instead of the Killjoy, actually. But here comes the action. The party is not gonna land. Nobody's invited yet because here comes the next part of it. There goes the boom bot. Doesn't really get them anything else of it. The wall, so interesting.
Patton! Let's
Just
see.
smoke him
No,
off.
he drops off the wall either way. But in the end, Cosmic Divide will expire here. Nothing's gonna push through just yet. 5v5 still, but the spike clock is ticking. Oh, the Hydra Kid gets 2, Dritch gets the 1, 3v2 at 4v2 at this point. Doing a lot of work as Fall X tries to even up the numbers. Paint Shell's reactivated because of the frags, and Dritch coming from short. With this wall, how does 2766 have access to this? As Dritch definitely wants to get and help get the defuse, and they have control over this area, but the wall expires though, and Dritch is looking at the right way, and they do have the time as GameLab takes this 10-9.
The wall in the start was so good for helping them get in, but it was so bad for at the end of it because it stopped the two players trying to play post to connect with each other, essentially giving two 1v1s. And because Breach has so much utility on short, he's just able to help his teammate from so far away just because of the nature of the H and go for the stun as well as the flash to even make him go closer and deeper into that shower's control for the area. And Zol Esports now on the back foot. GameLab Alpha, they're finding momentum yet again, but it's neck and neck, just like it was for the past two maps.
Yeah, it has been crazy. If there was any, possible series today that would go overtime, we are looking at it right now. And again, GameLab Alpha does have the upper hand for this particular round with the better guns. So let's see how Zol can make it expensive.
I'm sure they want to do just that because they need to find the value that they need. They can't afford to lose any rounds, and if they can convert this one, it's going to be huge for them on the eco. We saw in the previous match statistics that there were no thrifties on Pearl, but this time around, hopefully the dream is alive as OwenQT is able to find Patman.
Yeah, OwenQT is able to get a kill, but Zind gets the trade down, so it's a 4v4 at the moment. Spike hasn't been planted just yet. They still want to make sure that everything's been clear because there's two people actually running through showers. Nadeflix can hear this, but he's walking. There's the Molly, there's the Poison Cloud. OwenQT's trying his best to spray down through that smoke instead, but Zin catches Dritch off guard. Now it's a 3v3, still having a lot of trades and still a lot of question marks on where Zol Esports is going to attack. With 30 seconds on the clock, you get to see one already rotating far away from B as they have no assurance at all where the execute is going to fall.
I mean, Paul X has no util now. The Viper wall comes up that stops Brimstone from peeking out of U-Haul as well. It gives them a good man advantage to essentially 3v2, but time is ticking.
Yeah,
11 seconds.
on the
Can
clock.
the spike go down? Fallex finds the first. 6 seconds. The plant coming through. It does land.
Oh, OwenQT's gonna push through the smoke. 2766 gets the kill, and it's a 1v1. Aeonix, it's all up to him. He does have lockdown. This will force 2766 to go away or push. Do the unexpected, and Aeonix with the headshot is able to take this 11-9, but it was still such an expensive round.
Extremely expensive. You were saying earlier if they can make it expensive, it's worth it. And I think it is. Not only did they get the economic advantage removing 4 players, but they also forced the lockdown during their thrifty, or not thrifty, but attempt of the thrifty. And it could have almost been if it weren't for Viper falling too early. But thankfully for them, they do get it. But does it really matter? Because it's only 2 rounds and then they have that map already for GameLab.
And it's so scary. Only 2 rounds, just as you said. Very, very close. And they still have the guns, they still have the power, and they still have the orbital strike soon on the side of OwenQT. Look at this very long, aggressive angle on towards lobby, but Padman has different plans for them as they're able to clean out the members coming from long against GameLab Alpha. And now there's only 2 members left, and they have fully completed members because of that resurrection.
That one Nebula really just messed up their plans. Dritch trying to salvage the situation, is forced to fall back. He gets Hydra Kid though, who just got revived. Second death for him this round. There goes another one. Dritch defending with his life here. Gets another isolation, finds the third.
Dritch, you are crazy. Now he made it into a 1v2, which is highly doable on the end of Aeonix. He doesn't have lockdown anymore because of the previous round, but what he did was still a clutch. Will he get the timing? No, he didn't see anyone go through elbow as the smoke will expire. Now there's just too many places where the rest of Zol could be coming from in the mind of Aeonix. Are they at Garden? Are they at Long? Or are they at elbow is the question. Look at Aeonix pushing through this. One is looking towards Hall as Aeonix wins the 1v1 and he gets the second! And he clutches it again to take it a match point.
And another heroic play coming from Aeonix, securing that match point for them. And here we are on possibly the final round.
Oh, boy.
What a read.
What a read indeed. It's one of those things where you're on a fork road, right? Do you push garden? Do you push elbow? And one was looking at Hall, and therefore he really truly got the isolation.
And to think that this round looks so strong because I had that early dissipate that allowed them to peek through the guiding light early.
Oh, yeah.
They got the resurrection as well, but I know that Aeonix closed out the round, but Dritch also held down the fort, giving his teammate a chance to do that.
Yeah, it was just a domino effect that led to Aeonix being able to increase his chances. But now we're potentially looking at the last round of this series. GameLab, of course, they want to secure this. They do have 3 ults to work with.
A lot of them have a lot of chances here. But Aeonix going to hold the Chi angle here onto Hookah. Will Patman peek into him? No, he's just going to choose the back off instead. Break some util. That means that Aeonix has to manually check this. He can't play off it as much. He has a Nano Swarm ready, but no one's going to actually fall for this trap. Perceived pressure going to be started by Zol Esports as they put up the Viper wall, and Zinda's creep very close to heaven.
That's too close. Already towards Lamps. Let's see where the spike is going to get planted as Fall X ready for the page shells just to see. But I don't think the bird screeched. I don't think they know, probably have an inkling that someone's at heaven, but they cannot confirm it just yet. Look at this timing between the 1v1, and he leaves, and the showstopper actually kills 2. And Zol, they're hanging on. 2v3. How will GameLab finish this? Remember, it's Aeonix once more. He can clutch for the team, and he narrows down the numbers. He doesn't know someone's at Lamps. Will he expect this? Will his instincts expect this? He's 8 HP. He wants to look towards behind him, but no. Zol Esports survives a little bit longer in this map.
Zol Esports, they got the great entry, the wall up to even go deeper. Hydra Kid finding through the showstopper. This little wall was just Batman flexing because they can't see the Sage Wall from the angle, knowing that he went up there. They can hear it though, but I guess it was still an unexpected angle, forcing them to go to that crossfire. Now, both double digits, but GameLab is still advantage towards them. But economically speaking, they are on the lower buy, so it's another possible free round for Zol if they don't get E-code.
Agreed. We're looking at a possible 11 to 12 right now. And look at this 3-man stack onto Bats. Will Fall X expect this? Or rather... Oh! Hydra expected this, but they get the kill. But Hydra gets 3 though in exchange, and this is not looking well on the end of GameLab as they've only eliminated 1, and the wall has broken down already. And Aeonix will decide to just back away instead.
Batman doesn't want to risk his life there. He knows that even with the chip damage, he could just fall there. So he does a very clutch wall to get himself out of the situation. There goes a dink, but it's not enough. Dish confirms the kill, but the trade from Hydra Kid, possibly the ace as well. As he's hunting for it, he's swinging for it. He knows where he is, and there's the ace for Hydra Kid.
Nicely done by Hydra Kid. And that is the expected result. 11 to 12. Now this is the buy round. Let's take a look at that again. There was a plan in mind for GameLab Alpha for this 3-man stack over at Babs.
I think it was kind of scary that they made their raise the first contact on that eco, knowing that he had the showstopper in his pocket. Didn't pay off, wasn't able to use it that round, but he will have it for this one. So will it be OT or will it be match secured for GameLab Alpha? We'll find out now that both teams are on those buys and the ultimates available for both.
A bunch of half shields on the end of GameLab. There's only 2, but the lockdown coming from Aeonix is going to be very helpful.
Batman slowly trying to creep his way very safely. He's not slow. Just stop, but there goes the speed as it goes really fast. Not gonna land though.
Was there double showstoppers?
Oh.
Batman deals first blood. Seekers activated. They know someone's behind that box, but Dritch peeks. Oh dear me. Now it's a 4v2. Now we're possibly going to overtime with 2 members. All up to them as Batman just whittling down the numbers. Boogie, it's a 1v2 now. He has complete utility, but he can't use it because he doesn't want to reveal. He's gonna meet eye. Now it's a 1v1. Now the spike has been planted. There's a possible wall bang. What is your choice? Will he flashes himself? Unfortunately, flashes to both of them. With a dog now being used. Very, very tricky situation. He wants to tap the spike. He's gonna clutch it for GameLab Alpha! And we're not going to overtime. And it is GameLab who proceeds to continue their journey in the upper bracket.
Yes.
Yes!
That is exactly what happened. GameLab Alpha securing their upper bracket run to keep going, moving on to the next one. Unfortunately for Zol, they are moving towards that lower bracket, somewhere where they tried so hard not to be in, but at the end of the day, GameLab Alpha has the formula and they still do it together even after the game.
That was such a scary round. The fact that it was it all boiled down into a 1v1. Both were initiators. Both had a lot of utility still left in play. And the position of the spike, it felt like, you could just wall bang it into infinity and see. And that's why it was so awkward for that 1v1 to commit to that defuse.
It's so confusing because both of these guys, they have the util. One of them flashes themselves by accident and the other one tries to fake flash and flashes no one.
Yeah. There was a lot going on. It was an adrenaline rush for sure as we take a look at the stats. And it was Hydra Kid that was shining on the end of Zol, but Dritch, he had a lot of really, high-key, low-key plays on that map.
I think Dritch was able to clutch out a lot of the rounds. He might not get as many first bloods as Hydra Kid on the side of Zol, but he does provide that stability, not only in helping his team with his util, but getting important frags for GameLab Alpha.
And it's just so insane that there was just a lot of sweaty moments in that map, especially, again, Bind, we've seen Ionix clutch twice for GameLab Alpha, and then the very last was such a pivotal moment to deny that possible overtime.
I mean, they struggled through Pearl, they went through the trench, they went under the water and over here to Bind, and it looks like it worked out for GameLab Alpha, as in this series, there were times where Zol had the upper hand. There were times where it looked very shaky, but a couple of heroics from their players, Ionix, Dritch, especially Boogie, they've all managed to find those moments that really mattered.
And as well as Folex being able to, again, Netflix, you gotta give props to his moment right here. Again, these teams have a lot of 1v1s, and it all boiled down to whoever is gonna clutch. And this is one of the clutch moments that was like absolutely crazy. Ionix having the right read, and it was during high pressure situations because you can see that the rest of the team, the opposite team, is already climbing through. But we've got Boogie delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
Of course, you can use our QR code there on the screen. On this side, GameLab Alpha securing the first game here for our playoffs in VCTPH split number 2.
Crazy beginning. Our very first Bind and our very first map 3 over here at the playoffs. And of course, GameLab Alpha will be very happy with their position because last time they were immediately knocked out of the upper bracket on their very first match in split number 1. Now it's the opposite. As for Zol Esports, do not fret for the fans out there because there is still a lower bracket.
And of course, GameLab Alpha slowly improving regardless of what's happening. They really have the momentum that they brought in split 1, learning the lessons that they did early in split 2, and now it's coming into fruition as they go for the experimental pick with Bind and they come up on top.
Yeah, very nicely done on the end of GameLab Alpha. I mean, it was incredibly close. It was one of those series where we actually, it wasn't very clear cut who was going to end up winning. We almost arrived at overtime. A lot of the maps were very neck and neck. We even had a reset, I believe, on Bind. The first half ended on a 6-6 score. And of course, the panel has a lot to talk about, but this has been me, Riku, together with Fluffy02, and the panel. We're sending you over to the panel.
At heto na nga, umabot pa tayo ng game number 3. Lahat ng sinabi mo kanina, Asuray, nagkatotoo. When it came down to all of the maps and everything else in between, talagang GameLab pa nga ang nanaig. Pero, Asuray, sobrang dikit talaga ng laban na yun.
Absolutely. I think nagpakita na nga din yung sinasabi ko na possible map unfamiliarity dito sa series na ito. Again, obviously they played the map in terms of playing the map as a, you know, as a player lang, as a game. But in a series match dito, when it counted the most, kita mo pa yung may hesitation pa yung pag-pick nila dito. There were some off timings that you don't really see too much sa GameLab Alpha when they're truly on fire. Pero they were still able to come back. That being said, napaka-intense ng pinakita dito ng Zolt Esports. Something that I never was looking out for, but kita mo talaga that they were bringing their A game, putting GameLab to their paces.
I mean, GameLab has improved. Sabi nga ng casters kanina, ang galing talaga ng improvement ng GameLab Alpha, especially yung mga adaptations nila. Picking a very confident pick and bind, but we can see in the series highlights here, we're still on Haven. And Haven, I think, is a map that, with this breach, they got so much... Okay, maybe it's not the clip to talk over, but breach generally was very good.
Yeah.
Agree ako dyan. Galing talaga ng mga casters na alam nila yung sinasabi
Very
nila
insight,
kanina. All the way to the panel, nadadala pa rin nila yung mga insights nila talaga. Napakalupit. Sino kaya yung caster na tinutukoy ni Fluff? Pero eto nga, sa Haven pa lang, nakita na natin na talagang pareho tong team sa to. Gusto nila ipakita na itong playoffs na to, pinaghandaan talaga namin. And round after round, lalo na to si Pacman, ilang beses mo rin pinuri kanina, Asoray, na nag-iinit siya map number 1 pa lang.
Absolutely. Nakakatakot yung performance dito. Even on map not only just map number 1, but all of the maps, especially din sa 3. It's exactly very consistent. Kahit masabi natin na Hydra Kid really popped off nung sabay na yun, having that ace and such. Batman was one of the biggest factors talaga. Whichever kind of agent he was given, he always performed.
I mean, speaking of people like that, I think for me, it's also Boogie who did a similar story for GameLab Alpha. Able to really play any role to high proficiency, and even on the Sova, even on his role on Bind, he's always able to be at the top for the frags, not just for the ukill in the gunfight.
Totoo naman. Dito pa lang sa ating Pearl map, nakita na natin. Akala ko nga, parang hindi na mauulit yung history. Baka 2-0 na on the side of GLab. Pero pinakita talaga ng Zol na kahit paano, they have the better mastery of the map so far dito sa pag-umpisa ng playoffs natin. And nakakatuwa lang talaga kung gaano nakikita natin kahit paano yung chemistry nila nagsa-start to build off. Kasi hindi ganito ka-solid yung performance na nakita natin sa Zol. So maganda na yung mga bagay na kinailangan nila i-improve ng regular season natin. Sa wakas, pinapakita nila na kahit paano na-figure out na nila. Pero then again, this is Pearl. And yun nga di ba, naging surprising to sa atin kanina, Fluffy. Bakit kaya ito yung pinili ng GLab? Baka sakali may plano sila. Pero in the end, Zol pa nga yung nanaig. Kaya naman pagdating sa Bind, bumawi yung GLab.
Bawi naman sila, especially because of Mr. Boogie, who I think is going to be our MVP for GameLab Alpha. I mentioned earlier how he's always flexible in the roles that he plays, but also very effective and deadly. We've seen him on Haven land multi-kill after multi-kill, and even on Bind, able to bring stability to the team when needed.
Yeah, what's kind of ridiculous thing about Boogie is yung point na alam mong may pagka-risk yung paano siya nagpo-position, paano siya nagbabato ng utilities niya. But because of how confident he is, he makes his opponents second guess. There was at one point, yung clutch round to win that game number 3. Na akala ko, pwedeng punish ni 2766 yung pag-flash ni Boogie dito. But 27 fell back, felt the pressure, felt that he had to respect yung binabato ni Boogie, and that gave Boogie all the time he needed to finish off yung opponent niya, tapos makuha na yung pag-defuse ng spike and ultimately winning the series.
Ang galing talaga. Ang ganda ng pinakita ng both teams dito sa Bind. And I think that it's a really good way to kick off the playoffs kasi ang usapan natin kanina nung map selection pa lang na wala pa tayong VOD review for these two teams simula nung labas ng Bind. Iniiwasan talaga nila nitong regular split. At ngayon na nilabas na nila dito sa day number 1 natin, nakakatuwa. And on top of that, sobrang daming hero plays kanina. Naka-ace pa nga kanina si nung kailangan na kailangan, diba? Sobrang lupit talaga. Kaya, even though natalo yung Zol dito, natutuwa talaga ako na ang galing nung pinakita nilang performance. Fluffy, total, kinast mo to. Siguro naman may favorite kang nangyari kanina. Ikaw yun, di ba? Ikaw yung caster na naririnig ko kanina.
Ako yun, I think, hopefully. But I think for me, there's a couple plays that are really good. A small play was just using the Nebula to not get spotted out on B-Long by the Sky Bird. That way, they're able to punish the peak from B-Long when they're going for that aggressive peak. It's a very classic and quote-unquote old move because it's an Astra play. But it's very nice to see that they still know how to do it and it's worked very effectively for them.
Yan. Sobrang effective talaga. sakto yan, no? Magkakaalaman tayo kung ano ba yung mga napag-uusapan ng mga players na to dahil meron tayong interview with the boogeyman himself. Ito na nga siya. Welcome natin dito sa panel.
Yes!
Good vibes lang. Congratulations on
go.
your win, guys. So,
Thank you po.
I know na day number 1 tayo dito. Pag-usapan natin yung map picks nyo, Paano nyo ba naisipan na piliin yung Pearl at mag-end up pa nga dito sa Bind? Ano yung game plan nyo doon?
Ang plan namin doon is mag-switch kami ng mga agents para komportable kami sa isa't isa. Kaya ako yung nag-killjoy, si Louie naman yung Senti yung mag-gecko. Kaya nag-prepare kami nun sa map na yan. Sa mga map na pinili namin.
Ay, kitang-kita naman. I believe yung mga kasama ko ditong panelist, kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy at si Asoray, meron rin silang katanungan. So Fluffy, why don't you go ahead?
Sige, for me, yung tanong ko is, since nagpapalit kayo palagi ng mga agents, nahihirapan ba kayo parang papalit din ng roles? Kasi parang for you din, Boogie, palaging effective regardless kung anong agent gamit mo, palagi ka top frag or mataas yung impact mo. So, ano yung secret doon?
Ano po? Di po narinig mo? Nag-isa.
Siguro
Sige, ikaw.
sa amin po kaya nagpalit po kami ng agent. Bago po namin gamitin yun, pinapractice din po muna namin yung mga agent. And lahat naman po kami flex dito, kaya kahit anong agent po gamitin namin, kaya naman
Komportable
namin
kami.
Okay, ako na pala, sorry. Okay, simpleng tanong lang. Siyempre, dahil sa nanalo kayo against Zol Esports, ang susunod na kalaban nyo is Oasis Gaming. Diba? One of the strongest teams na meron tayo ngayon sa playoffs.
Wow.
Very simple question lang, hindi kailangan specific. Meron ba kayong special strategy or pinaghandaan nyo ba yung match na to na kakamitin nyo against dun sa Oasis?
Mag-i-stick lang po kami sa game plan namin and yun lang po. I-stick lang po kami.
Okay.
Simple lang, game plan lang. Ito, final question bago namin kayo pakawalan. Meron ba kayong secret buff na nangyayari dyan? Kunyari, may kinain kayong masarap or may naligo na hindi normally naliligo. Share nyo naman sa amin yan.
Ito po, di po kami kumain. Chocomocho lang po, tsaka tubig.
Komotyo lang po.
Yun!
Tapos naligo po kami lahat kasi ang baho kasi ang...
Apo, naligo na po kami lahat. Wala na po walang ligo
ang
dito.
asim po kasi. Ang asim sa bootcamp pag walang naligo.
Kaya pala, yun pala. Kaya walang nag-asim kanina kasi lahat bagong ligo. Congratulations ulit. Kumain na kayo ng mabuti ngayon. Di na enough yung power bar lang. Thank you so much, Boogie, and the rest of GameLab Alpha. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
Congratulations.
I love it. Medyo nagulat pa nga tayo, 'di ba? Si Boogie pa nga mismo yung na-interview natin. Pero all good, willing din sila sumagot and ang saya lang, parang nag-enjoy lang sila dun sa laban na yun. Walang bakas na competitive tournament yung pinagdaanan nila. Naramdaman nyo ba? 'Di ba? Parang fun vibes lang.
Vibes naman. Game 1, opening.
Di sila mukhang stressed kahit man napunta sila dun sa point na baka mapa-overtime pa. Actually, di ba nga, may point na nga na sabay nagkakaroon na ng breakaway rounds ang Zol Esports doon. So, there was a credible chance na yung predictions natin and yung performance dito na or ma-push down yung GameLab Alpha to the lower bracket. But that being said, sobrang chill nga ng interview na yun.
Yan na. Dahil chillings tayo dito, we are gonna be off to a quick break. Pagbalik naman natin, it is gonna be the second series of the day. At mainit din yan. Balita ko, familiar na naman yung mga casters natin. So, wag yung palalampasin yan. VCTPH Split 2. We'll be right back.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V-Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos lang namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, inad namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jito.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge, since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi idol ko siya dati. Dati Zeus pa sila ni Nico, yun nga nabanggit na. And then, Senior Carl is very creative player.
Ako naman si Nexy kasi hindi lang sa in-game ang gusto ko kalabanin siya. Gusto ko hinamon kita Nexy. 1v1 samgyup para mayan ang kain. Idol.
Ayaw ko na sumagot after yan, pre. Para sa akin naman si Jack. Kasi gusto ko I look at Jack as the best jet player at PH. Gusto ko ma-jet diff lang si Jack at least once. Kasi isang mapa.
Sa akin is Blurred kasi kapitbahay kami tapos magaling talaga siya mag-duelist. Tapos yung dream ko is maging teammate niya. So,
Ayaw mo na sa amin? Bago pa lang tayo.
Alis ka na.
Alis ka na. I go with, True Reapers kasi nandun si Rabbit.
Sa akin is ARF.
Hindi nyo ba nakita yung run ng MITH? Within Thailand. Gago na. Last split 1 ata yun na 0 loss sila. 2-0 lahat maps. Series. Flawless run nila. Hindi nakita yun?
Hindi ko nakita yan. Ang gusto ko talaga kalabanin yung rambutan ni Tatay. Pero tapos na yung laban namin, pero gusto ko sana makalaban sila Chig and si Josh S na yung original roster ng RNT. Yung best word to describe us talaga, we are the Bisayawa.
Kasi we're all Bisaya.
And we are Yawa.
Yung one word sa akin, overheater. Kasi lagi talaga ako mag-swing. Bahala kayo dyan. Pag hit for V3 pa yan, bahala kayo dyan.
Kaya lagi pinapagalitan to kasi imbes na man advantage, bigyan pa ng 3v3.
Gusto ko kasi TikTok click boy.
Kahit KD player to.
Naman, I go with, discipline. Kasi yun nga sinasabi palagi ng coach namin na we have to discipline ourselves nga. Kagaya ni Exotic, lagi nag-overheat. Kaya palaging pinapagalitan na IGL namin.
Tsaka ito din, kami dalawa IGL. Pero, magdagdag ako ng word, mga kami, tulunggis. Kasi, minsan team kami, minsan para kaming nasa merkado ba. Ganun yung coach namin.
Maingay. Masyadong maingay. Tayo natin.
High touch na tayo eh. Hey Siri, what is the meaning of the word? Tama nga! What is the meaning of the word relentless? Showing or promising no... Paano po ibasahin yan? Bagsak ako sa English eh. Parang
maging
Kaya nga ako nag-pro kasi ayoko na mag-aral. Siguro relentless. Malakas. No fear.
Parang hindi kayo mapigilan.
Unstoppable ba?
Unstoppable.
unstoppable force.
Yun na, nasagot nyo na eh. Natanong nyo pa kami.
Oh, ba't kayo nagtanong sa akin eh?
Huwag kayo iyak. Okay na yan ay. Message to our fans, watch us guys. We need your support and we appreciate every time na mag-comment kayo ng hashtag MVP win, hashtag 2easy for MVP.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
My go-to orders are McFlurry and Shake fries because they go together, and when I eat and dip it, it gives me energy to play.
McFlurry from McDo to get me energized when I'm playing.
Paborito kong go-to food ay yung McCrispy chicken sandwich ng McDo. Pag kinakain ko siya, parang ginaganaan ako maglaro. Kaya tayo? Kaya tayo?
Yung favorite ko pong orderin tuwing naglalaro ng Valorant is yung burger ni Kuya Bon kasi sobrang laki ng cheese tas ang sarap.
Like yung coffee na dark roast with espresso shot kasi yun ang lagi kong iniinom pag tuwing lalaro ko ng Valorant.
Ang go-to food na in-order ko is goto. Kasi every time na sa gabi, nagugutom ako. Kumbaga midnight na ako na siya. So,
Ayun ang goto. Kape yung orderin natin.
Kape ba?
Order na tayo ng kape.
Oo, sige, kape na lang, kape na lang. Oo, kape na lang, kape na lang.
Tara na.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hi, I am Nico.
Hi, I'm Exotic.
Hi, I'm V-Black.
Hi, I'm Slaytom999.
Hi, I'm Kel, and we are MVP Esports.
It feels good to be back, and I'm really excited to play against the top teams here in the Philippines, and hoping that we get to play APAC.
Bali, inaayos na namin yung mga butas namin, like yung comms and like whatnot, yung pag-overheat. Mismo ako yun, syempre. Kasi ako yung duelist. Tapos yung pag-enter ng regular season, in-add namin yung dalawang bagong players, si Kel at si Jiko.
So, yun nga, for me and Nico, parang nag-adjust pa kami sa kanila kasi nga yung playstyle nila is medyo aggressive. Then sa amin, mga MVP dati, we're like very safe. Dahil sa safe namin, di kami nag-qualify dati. And then, we're bago, and we're doing our best, and we're not scared sa mga ibang team kahit tagal na sila. And yun nga, we're very confident na makapasok sa playoff.
The player that I would always look up to is Tuge. Since Tuge is my teammate during Pirates and Zeus Esports. I've trained that guy since I was the captain of Zeus, and I'm so proud of him that he went as a franchise player, and looking forward to compete against him soon. How about you guys?
Me naman is Senior Carl kasi
Muling nagbabalik ang VCTPH Split 2 kung saan may bisita tayo. Hello muna sa ating mga panelists, kay Wolf at Osiris at ang aking alaga na si Sidney. Pasensya na kayo guys, kasi thunderstorm sa labas. So sa lahat ng nanonood, mag-ingat kayo guys.
Totoo
Ingat
yan ah.
kayo.
Actually,
Oo.
ano na, para mga 5 minuto na yato or 7 minutes. Inorasan ko na unlimited yung thunderstorm. So, mas maganda niyan, manood na lang kayo ng VCT with us. Tapos,
Oo.
eventually along the way, order kayo ng food. Although, syempre,
Oo, diba?
ingat-ingat pa rin everyone.
Oh, intindihan nyo na lang. May ano rin naman yung Grab Unlimited, di ba? May sinasabi rin sila na, ano lang, pasensya na kung medyo malilate kasi may weather interruptions. Pero darating at darating yung pagkain. O nga pala, dahil na-mention ko na rin, pasalamatan na natin sponsors natin, guys. Thank you so much sa Riot Games, pati sa Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
Yan, at saktong-sakto yung pinag-uusapan natin. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
Ayun, ang ating mga superhero yung mga delivery guys natin sa Grab. Pero ngayon, itong VCTPH Split is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan. Guys, may plano na kayo? June 2 to 4? May plano na kayo? Kita-kita tayo? Ha?
Pwede, no?
Ay, pwede. Ay,
Hotpot
hindi,
kaya,
hindi.
no?
Mas maganda to kaysa sa hotpot. Alam mo
Ay,
kung bakit?
Mas
Oo,
hot to,
kasi
mas hot.
Mas hot talaga kasi mawi-witness natin yung most relentless teams na ipaglaban ang glory para sa first ever VCT Challengers LAN event dito sa Pilipinas. Mangyayari yan June 2 to 4 sa CONQuest Festival 2023. So kung ako sa inyo, pumunta na kayo sa www.conquestph.com at kumuha na kayo ng tickets para magkita-kits na tayo doon. Imagine nyo, si Wolf, si Osiris, makikita nyo in person. Ay, kung ako yan, sulitin ko na yung opportunity na yan.
Oh, excited ako makita yung idol ko na Vil Taylor tandem.
Ayun.
Siyempre, classic.
Classic
na classic yan.
El
Classic.
Oo. Kasi
Makikita pa natin sila doon?
Oo naman. Oo naman, makikita natin. Oo. Pero alam mo kung ano pang classic? Syempre, yung mga tambala na nagaganap dito. Kung nakita natin kanina, kinas nyo pa nga yun na napakalupit ng GameLab pati ng Zol. Ngayon naman, 2 teams ang gustong patunayan rin yung sarili nila sa day number 1 ng ating playoffs. Sino pa nga bang tinutukoy ko? Di syempre, APH versus MVP. Etong 2 to, nakita natin na napakalupit ng growth throughout the regular split. At ngayon, gusto nilang patunayan na they have what it takes to make it to the top of our playoffs. So una sa lahat, ipakilala na natin ang malaaksyon na team. Walang iba kundi ang Action PH.
Talagang successful sila nung group stages, only losing to the top 2 teams, meaning to say kahit nandito sila doon sa third place, maganda pa rin yung nakita natin mula sa kanila. A lot of improvements from Blurred Micro, Derek, Kellyes, and KevZ, proving to be isang malupit na challenger talaga dito sa ating VCTPH scene.
Yes, and knowing na itong pagpasok ni Kelly and inaasahan natin na nagre-rely sa kanya yung team, pero nung nawala siya for a certain week at pumasok sila Gadoers, Action PH still delivered. And alam naman na natin na nahawakan nila yung top 1 spot for, I believe that was 2 weeks bago sila entirely na move dito sa ating top 3.
Yun nga kasi akala natin nung una, nung nag-umpisa tong season na ito si Kelly S pala yung missing piece talaga ng team. In fairness naman, ang ganda ng trajectory ng team nung nag-umpisa yung season, pero pinatunayan nila na kahit wala siya for a certain time being, kaya pa rin namin mag-pick up dun sa mga missing pieces na nawawala sa team namin. So overall, ang ganda pa rin ng balance ng team na to. Sa kabila naman, ito yung something na tinatry pa rin matutunan consistently na itong team na to. Dahil sila yung isa sa mga nababansagan na dark horse dito sa tournament. So heto na, ito ang MVP Esports.
Hi, I'm the Dark Horse, it's me. And then nakita na natin ng MVP Esports kung saan napakita naman nila yung kung gaano sila kalakas as a team. They might be sitting on the lower part ng echelon ng ating standings pero the playoffs mode, I am excited kasi medyo nasa lose streak sila and this is the perfect time for them to show what they are capable of.
Ang dami pa rin namang mga standout na plays mula dito sa MVP Esports. Lagi ko naalala, kapag kinakas ko yung mga matches nila and when I do reviews, there's always yung mga plays na kakaiba na nagagawa nila they were able to pull off. Di ko makakalimutan yung mga V-Black Magic na tinatawag namin doon. Kasi may mga lurk na nakikita natin sa kanya. Sobrang solido talagang. Parang kahit itry na all the time na i-control nga yung ginagawa niya, nakakahanap pa rin siya ng way. Kaya nga V-Black Magic yung tawag namin sa kanya.
Alam mo, saktong-sakto yan, Wolf. Dahil pagpasok natin dito sa ating head-to-head, si V-Black against si Micro pa nga yung makikita nating tambalan dito. Itong dalawang controller na to, laging maaasahan And siguro yung magandang gusto ko ring pag-usapan dito is sa tingin nyo, ikaw Wolf, total, alam ko, medyo lumilin ka dito kay V-Black. Sa tingin mo dito sa dalawa, sino yung mas mataas yung clutch potential?
Okay. So I think yung experience kasi ni Micro parang hindi mo matatagal yung magiging clutch potential. At the same time, yun nga, V-Black, parang kung kumpara natin yung dalawang players na to when it comes to their clutching yung mechanics, V-Black more crafty, more yun sa timing based. Micro more relying dun sa experience, dun sa way na inaaral niya kung paano nga ba gumalaw yung mga nakatapat niya. So, I think it's gonna be very close. Syempre, V-Black Magic pa rin tayo. Although, si Micro kasi parang ang tagal na sa larangan din, hindi mo pwedeng i-deny na malapit din siya talaga.
Yeah, may kanya-kanya silang strong points pero kung titignan mo yung kanilang stats, yung Action PH, they're sitting on the top 3. Pero Micro Stats is sitting close to kay V-Black. So it means that they are both delivering yung nadadala nila into the table as a controller. And in terms of clutch, yes, tama ka doon, veterancy pa rin. And kumbaga may gulang factor habang kay V-Black naman is yung timings.
Galing talaga na itong dalawang to. Kaya naiintindihan ko saan kayo nanggagaling. Ang hirap naman ng tanong nila. Sino ba dito sa dalawa? Pareho silang sobrang lupit Kaya naiintindihan ko talaga yan. Pero dito, pagpunta natin sa map selection, baka magkaroon kayo ng clear idea kung sino kaya yung mas malupit mag-lurk o kaya naman mas kayang mag-play around dun sa smokes kung yun man yung pipiliin nilang agent pagpasok natin dito sa ating map selection. Pero heto na nga, Osiris, map-wise, sa tingin mo, ano yung mga makikita natin ngayong araw sa teams na to?
Ang pinaka-in-expect kong lalabas is Haven. Pwede nilang paglabanan ng Haven. They both have good stats sa Haven and at the same time, V-Black is comfortable sa kanyang Astra. And alam naman natin yung lurking potential ng isang Astra, especially sa 3 sites. Pero considering nga na may Astra dito, alam naman natin na sa Haven, medyo favorable ang Omen with the high mobility and syempre yung kasama ng Paranoia. So we might be expecting naman yun onto the side din na meron sila. Good ban ang bind as pili lang din naman ang mga teams who's currently na talagang hands-on dito sa mapang ito.
Very high chance na yun nga Haven. Pero yung isa pa dito yung Ascent, I think maging comfortable yung Action page dito. MVP Esports ang pumili and this is gonna favor Action PH for sure. Pero alam naman natin, it's a map where parang mastered naman to halos lahat ng mga teams. Kaso, I think MVP Esports, mukhang nangyari dito, handa sila no? Parang nagkaroon tayo ng mahabang break, they are prepared, they selected against Action PH, 100% win rate. So far, Action PH sa mapa na to. So, I wonder what they have prepared for this time.
Ay, teka, parang may slight error tayo dito, pero pag-usapan muna natin yung Ascent.
Okay. Yeah,
Grabe,
exactly,
nakakagulat. Na Ascent pa nga.
First pick to,
Oo, yun nga. Kasi nagigets ko kung saan nanggagaling yung gulat din ni Wolf. Kasi natalo na tong MVP against the likes of Zol Esports, pati GameLab Alpha. Even dun sa Open Qualifiers, natalo rin sila sa Jopay. Sa SR, nakage lang sila nanalo dito. So, kagulat-gulat nga. O, ayan, sabi sa inyo, nagulat ako, dalawa
sabi sa inyo, Haven
Haven. Tama si Osiris, Haven talaga.
Pero ayun nga, considering nga na meron talagang Haven, I'm expecting nga na it's either first pick lagi is a Lotus or a Haven. So nakakagulat na Ascent. I know Kung nanonood ka man, Raft, alam ko galit ka. Pero it is what it is. We're going to see this map na never nahawakan, never nagbago. And if you really wanted to go for a default type of approach, Ascent is the way. You don't want to go for those complex map. And yun nga sinabi natin, hindi na first pick yung Lotus, it will be taken away ng APH.
Okay, so it means split ang matitira as our decider. Nanalo naman ng isang beses sa isang laro ang Action PH versus GameLab Alpha, while MVP, they played split 3 times at yun nga lang, isang beses lang din sila nanalo at also against GameLab Alpha yun. So siguro nararamdaman ng lahat ng mga viewers natin ngayon, mukhang magiging event talaga yung decider map natin. Curious to see kung makakaangat nga ba ang MVP Esports to force that, kasi ito talagang Ascent pa lang, map number 1 pa lang. Either they are super duper prepared or talaga nagre-rely na lang sila sa fact na Ascent pa rin sa mapa na kahit naman mataas yung rate ng kabilang team, makakahanap ka pa rin ng way to win that map.
Ano kasi, alam ko rin kasi kung ba't inis na si Rap makita tong Ascent. Kasi game of patience din siya, game of heavy default. Kasi nga, fundamentals lagi yung labanan dyan. Yan dyan na yung Ascent ever since. So, ang hirap isingit ng creativity. Kailangan talaga back to basics tayo. Kung ano na yung alam ng mga teams dito, kailangan isolidify nila dito para hindi sila mahanapan ng lusot ng kung sino man makakalaban nila. So, hopefully, dahil MVP pick pa nga rin to, dapat meron silang plano dito. Pero ako, kung titingnan ko yung statistics, pati yung record netong mga teams na to, sa mga mapa na pinili natin, naglilin ako towards APH. Gumaganon ako. Gumaganon. Balik na tayo. Pa-APH. Papunta kay Wolf.
Mali, pagkado. Ayan.
Magkakuntugan kayo. Magkakuntugan tayo dito.
APH ka rin ba kaya gumaganon ka, Wolf?
Parang ganun eh. I do feel, especially after seeing parang bago pa lang naman makita natin yung veto, para medyo pumapabor na sa Action PH, lalo na sa improvement sila from split 1. But after seeing yung veto, para talagang mas na-solidify yung case nila. Really, kailangan ng malupit na black magic dito ng MVP Esports para mabawi to. I think mas magiging easier for Action PH ang series.
Ikaw,
and nga, lumalabas yung pagiging analyst part dito talaga ni Wolf sa ibang bangbang. Dahil nga, in terms of numbers game, in terms of statistics, and they are the top 3 for a reason, talagang Action PH tayo dito. As much as I want na a little in my heart, growing lang na the underdog or the dark horse, alam mo yun, gusto na natin ng mga sorpresa para dito sa sabi nga natin na they hailed this as Bisayawa, something na makita natin sana sa CONQuest, di ba, na in their flesh na makapaglaro.
Yan ang abangan natin. Pero ayan, so pare-pareho tayo dito. Leaning towards Action PH talaga. Kailangan ginagawa. Nahiligas si Wolf
Ganun eh.
Ayan. So, i-lock in na natin yung predictions natin. 3 APH logo nga po dyan. Isang order nga po, paki-deliver na right here, right now. Demanding pala. Nakasubscribe ako sa Grab Unlimited.
Ayun.
Sulitin natin yung pagpapadeliver. Pero ang galing. Kasi kinakabahan ako for MVP, pero the fact na sila talaga yung namimili nung mga mapa na nag-end up tayo dito, may ano pa rin ako dyan. Saka, if ever naman, masters din to mga to ng Cinderella run eh. Ilang beses na nila pinatunayan na kahit ibaba nyo kami sa lower bracket. Kasi syempre yung prediction sa atin ngayon medyo leaning nga sa APH. Kaya pa rin nilang bumangon. Nakita ko na kaya nilang gawin yan. So, napakalupit. Yan yung mga predictions natin dito. I wonder tuloy, yung casters kaya, no? Ayan na. Na-deliver na.
Okay.
Bumabagyo kasi.
Oo. Medyo may delay lang, pero
Nakuha ko na. Yeah.
Okay na.
But,
ang importante dumating.
Importante dumating. At sure ako dyan magde-deliver talaga ng malupit na battle din ng team sa atin. Alam mo, kailangan natin tandaan, guys. Nagkaroon ng 2 weeks or more than 2 weeks na preparation na leading into the playoffs, which means that there should be something na prepared teams. Again, itong Ascent na i-question natin, baka nga talaga meron silang set play na nakahanda.
Yan na ang aabangan natin. Pero sa ngayon, oras na para i-deliver naman ang laro sa ating mga casters. Guys, simulan nyo na.
Wow, that was very fast to transition into the casters very quickly. Anyways, my name is Astor, and of course, continuing his onslaught for today is going to be Fluffy. And now we have seen the first series done. Of course, coming into this one, it's going to be Action PH versus MVP Esports. Again, we have Ascent, Haven, and Split. there was a bit of, I think, excitement from the panel when they saw the Ascent map, and I feel like it's because of one thing and one thing only, especially particularly in this particular series. I think MVP are realizing that they want maps where they can force Action PH to try to get that operator once again from Blurred. It's very hit and miss. As we've seen in the past before, we've gotten the breaks. I don't know if Action was able to fix that, but it feels like MVP are trying to see if they can utilize that against against Blurred with the use of Exotic. And yeah.
Yeah, storm is brewing over here. But hopefully it's going to be a storm that both of these teams can really weather, because it's going to be an intense game. We've seen MVP climb out of the abyss before, but against a team like APH, you mentioned the maps alone. First two maps very familiar to the PH, and the last map splits always a 50-50 for me. Even though they say it's more defend decided, I find a lot of teams have just learned to adapt a lot more. And like you mentioned, the operator is going to be a big factor, especially if it shoots as loud as that.
Yeah, true. It is going to be something that can be quite intimidating for teams to try to go through, but we have seen how well I feel like MVP are able to react to the opposition very well. They have the new addition of Nico as well as Kel that have actually really stepped up to the plate. I honestly thought that, from that Abaddon Abyss to MVP Esports transition, that these two guys might not be able to go on par as, why I fell in love with Abaddon Abyss in the first place. But no, they really came into their own. There was a lot of clutch factors that we saw from Kel. Nico was very good at utilizing utility when he's on the flash agents. And couple that with the ability of Exotic and Slay them just to wreak some havoc. Again, MVP, one of those dark horse teams that I really do want to see get deeper into this playoffs.
I mean, we talk about the new players, but also the existing core. We have Slatham, Exotic, and V-Black. We know how explosive Exotic can be at times, especially when he's playing that duelist role and is like really feeling it in that game. Sometimes something just happens and he just wipes 2 to 3 players. On the other side, Slatham, he always manages to find the info. He has the knowledge on that initiator role, but he also, like how previously in the previous series, Boogie is that type of player that they can just play whatever agent and somehow they just manage to find frags. It's so valuable to have that combo in that initiator role, and tying it all together, of course, is Vanta Black, the veteran in that proving ground scene. He's already made it a name for himself and his team in the previous split, and now in this split he's again here on playoffs. And I think his leadership and the fact that they always adapt is something that's allowed them to overcome a lot of difficult opponents, which is something that I think is going to be important here against APH.
That being said, though, all right, we've discussed, the MVP side. I kind of want to move to Action PH here because it might have, with my comments and everything, it might have made it seem that, I'm not really a big fan of APH and such, but that's completely far from the truth. It's more of like this team has one of those weaknesses that have really shown its head. It's reared. It wasn't as apparent now because of the addition of, I believe, Godowers and Kelly S. Action PH has rounded out, the pressure that was on Blurred's shoulders has been lifted up a little bit more. Kelly S is as an incredible inclusion to the team. Lots of clutch plays, as you mentioned with V-Black, very versatile. Also the same with Kelly S here. So I think right now, even though I did mention that Action PH might have some turbulent performances with the new additions, comparing it to MVP Esports, looking as good, if not better. That's why we, call them as top 2, top 3 team right now in this playoffs.
I mean, Action PH, they have a lot of things going for them. They have Kelly S, the additional firepower, I think, from him, and you mentioned Godowers. Also, I think, like you said, rounds out the roster. It gives them a bit more flexibility because as we step into Agent Select, you can see how they relieve each other from their duties.
Duties. Anyways, going into the Agent Select, let's see what the guys are going to be picking up. Oh, it's going to be Godowers and Kelly here. So who did they move out? Derek, real quick. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. But Godowers also very, very scary to go up against when he's very heated. He is explosive as can be. I do remember, again, his stints with Oasis way back. But other than that, if it's Ascent, yes, we got some side commentary right there. If it's Ascent, we don't really see any difference in terms of the agents. It's just, El Clasico Ascent agents.
And of course, in an El Clasico match, what's important for me me always the timing of which you can use a lot of util, especially using that knife from KO to really suppress a lot of the pushes, because there is a KJ on both teams. It also means that because of both Sovas existing, the utility in the lockdown can also be a hinder because they have that source of indirect damage. But if we look overall, like you said, it's the mirrored comp. They're playing more of a fundamental game here in Ascent. Nothing kind of out of the box, just some standard gameplay from both teams. Whoever plays better means that the opening picks, I think, for me, will be more valuable than anything.
That's true. That means that, again, this Ascent map is definitely going to be a statement because as you mentioned, because of that mirror pick, there's really more about the execution and how they approach the game than anything else. They can literally do what the other team can do because of the mirror selection. In any case, just wanted to also go back to the players that Action PH were using in the previous match that they had on Ascent. It was also Godowers, not Derek, that was playing, and Godot was on the KJ. Just to, you know, clarify, might have forgotten on that end. In any case, very, very excited to see what happens here, because as with the previous series, whoever wins that goes up against Oasis Gaming. This one, whoever wins this, goes against the more scarier of the top teams, Now's Esports.
Yeah, not faltering yet. And here comes an early shock dart to remove the very common Killjoy alarm bot or setup. But it's actually not going to be there. It's going to go for the double mollies instead. For the defensive side, holding off the A push is Godowers on the Killjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure if they're going to immediately pull the trigger here. Bit of noise as the one-way smoke dissipates, but Godowers might actually be in a bit of a hurry here. Kel could do some damage, and now look at the defenders looking the other way. There's the dash in. Exotic, down to 4 HP because of the turret. Needs to wait for his teammates to break it down, give him a little bit of space. Maybe he can find a couple of picks here, but the attackers have now gotten themselves onto the A site. Spike will get planted, but it's still going to be the 4-4 as soon as the spike does get, planted right there. Okay, quickly going to be pushing right now. Godowers just charging right in. So aggressive alongside Kelly as Exotic with 4 HP. Still dealing damage, but too many opponents to try to deal with when all is said and done. Very clean round for APH. Unfortunately, Kel could just not find more kills as he was just lurking outside of B main. Not sure where Brother Fluff is. If he's talking, give us a sign. Well, alright. Anyways, solid straight round for Action PH here. Their setups, their pushes, you can already see that they are very, what's the word here? They're very adamant and very confident about getting that map control. And that's what you usually don't see about a couple of the teams, you know, that start off the rounds. Once they see stimuli, or not even, just getting that little bit of map control just to make sure that you have a clear picture of what the opponent's movements on the other side would be. Anyways, this double setup looking pretty strong. Oh, okay. Seems like Fluffy is experiencing a little bit of issues, guys, but don't worry about it. I got you. Anyways, I do like this two-pronged approach, two-pronged crossfire from APH, as they do have blurred very quickly onto the corner here. If Kel pushes a little bit too far forward, might be in a really bad spot here. I wonder what utilities they can utilize. They do have the recon dart. If they want to use this on B main, that would actually be the better of the options, because they'll be forcing Blurred to either go for the premature dash. There it is. The blade not connecting enough in time as Blurred just dashes away with the help of Kevs, gets 2 kills already, leaving 3 to remain. Fights out into the open, good damage, but overall it's just going to be a wipeout for APH. Ooh, man. By the way, not Valorant related, but I have been seeing news, guys, about a Super Typhoon that's coming. So be safe. Charge your phones, charge your devices. And yeah, that's about it. Anyways, I guess I mentioned this solid defense all throughout by APH. Did mention how, again, there was that thing about snipers issues and such for APH, but I mean, their rifles, no problemo whatsoever. Absolutely stunning, absolutely devastating, very strong. They got a lot of firepower. That's also probably the reason why Godowers is so strong. This is one of the maps that I believe way back when he was just so dominant with the Reyna. Now being on the KJ still has that same scary impact. Kevs alongside his teammate as he hears the opponent's drone, immediately backs away into set positions. Shock Dart just to soften up the opponents, not going to connect, but they're ready. They're prepared. MVP now setting up. He saved the recon dart. If they try to push this, there's going to be a smoke, there's going to be the recon, and there's going to be Godowers waiting for the swing. Timing is going to be crucial. Kelly S finds the pick on the lurking Kel all the way through A short. Nice tag, gets it through the wall, excuse me. But MVP knows that they have to go a little bit more aggressive onto spawn. Knows that one is going to be at the back of the site. Great flashes all throughout. Huge hold from Kevzy, at least good for the one, but damage has been done. 2 versus 3, even though the weapon's a little bit weaker for APH. It's really not going to be, maybe not going to matter because of the numbers advantage here. We'll see how this fares out. In any case, oh, just barely spots the head. Molly being thrown out. Slay them now repositioning. They've isolated, but Exotic still has a little bit of leeway through that wall. Now he has to find the pick first before they actually group up against him. But Kelly S, no need to move. Hold the angle, hit the headshot, and defuse the spike. Woo. Scary crazy. That was very, very smooth for APH. I honestly thought Kelly S would actually lose that fight, but again, sometimes you just have to hold your angle. Maybe Exotic was feeling a little bit too antsy at that point, because, I mean, he's the one that, they're the team that planted the spike. Really no need for him to quickly charge out. Maybe he was just trying to get a quick information and such, but the wide swing or exposing enough of his body for Kelly S to find him, just absolutely devastating. And again, speaking of Kelly S, 7-1-2. Monstrous performance already from the man himself, finding such leeway here with the rest of MVP. But yes, now I do believe that Fluffy is back with us.
Hello, a storm is brewing as I see that this game is still going. Micro gets a frag though, and Exotic falls. APA trying to extend their lead. This Micro gets another one with Vantablack going down.
This is actually looking solid now. I think the over-aggression from APH, the want and the need to try to get that map control kind of backfired in their own end. They still have really good utilities to beat down onto MVP, especially with MVP not really having the better weapons. They have to rely on Kel to push out. Thankfully enough, again, they do have the smokes to give them that cover. They'll get into the site, and that gives them that really good control on the spawn. What can APH utilize here? They do have Kelly with the null command, but everybody from MVP just, you know what? We're not really... okay, we're not really stacked on anything, so let's just triple stack. But everybody found him. There it is. He's waiting for the duel. There's the null command. Throws out, isolates, fights, but Slay them just a little bit too far forward. Gets the pick. A little bit of a whiff from Micro might cost them the round, and that it will.
APH invested so much, even popping the null command after throwing the knife to just make sure that they can't use anything. But the simple gunplay coming from MVP to hold that backside was enough. One fell, but still able to salvage that round. And I think even though that round kind of opened up towards APH's favor, somehow the salvage from MVP just worked out for them.
And again, you'd think that APH were on that steamroll, but MVP always showing to us that they are prepared to make do with any kind of advantage that they can try to pick up here. Godower's very early use of his molly there just to push back the initial contact a little bit further, giving himself some proper positioning maybe just for a little bit. In any case, man, seems like MVP here, even though they did get that glorious round, playing slow, waiting to see if APH will try to do what they did on the pistol round, push out aggressive, get those picks, and then maybe move into a site. We'll see. Ooh, nice little lineups. Blurred here, waiting with the blades.
A very good way to push him out of the angle. They're going to be safe too, using the Aldrone to scout out far ahead. Spotted one player, not sure if they spot out the stairs player, but Godowers is pushed back in that area. Blurred still has the knives for contact. There goes the recon dart as well. Gonna be able to get a huge scan. The knive's not gonna land though, and Exotic gets the frag instead as they entry towards the A side.
They really are just going to charge in onto this one. Exotic just jumping up through the blind, saves himself. Rest of the retaking players not going to have enough. Kel, perfect timing. No flick for Micro there, and Kelly S all by himself. But you know what? Kelly is a beast. This time the beast is going to get tethered. He's going to get put back into cage. We'll see what happens next round. But again, that was just a weak buy for APH.
Week 5, but MVP, they're slowly building up that economy, and they're also slowly building up their ultimate advantage as well. Kel, because of all the frags that he got previously, just gives him access to the lockdown as well as Hunter's Fury, which is an important timing for this mirror matchup. Having those abilities active now, before KevZ gets his ultimate, can be the game-changing factor that allows him to take a site more freely than they think so. But it looks like they might be positioning for the attackers to be towards this B site, which is already being held by Godowers yet again. The early Shock Dart adaptation to remove that util that they know is always there. There goes the Killjoy lockdown as well. It's going to push them off of sight, but Godowers might choose to fight.
We'll see. KevZ is going to be by himself, tucked into the corner there. He shouldn't be detained, though, but Exotic is so quick into that challenge. Fortunately, has taken a bit of damage. Blurred somewhere on the map. Will be able to get a couple of picks, and this is the problem. I think they wanted to get KevZ as quick as can be, but he just held the angle. His teammates were able to deal through. There was probably a second or so that MVP were a little bit late pushing into the site. Maybe they wanted to make sure that any risk takers inside the lockdown would have been flushed out, but in the end it actually backfired against them.
Yeah, Exotic kind of over-eager with the aggression there, going so far ahead of his team that there's no one really there to back him up. Instead, he has to kind of look their way to support them, which leaves him open on site. And now a very good scan is going to come out here from the defensive side. Flush out a couple people as Micro tucks himself into Wine. Hopefully maybe to get a pick here. He can still re-smoke himself if he needs to. Not sure if they expect Exotic to be this close inside the smoke, as he has no scan to play off of. But still, it's time burnt for them as they go for that default push for the attacking side.
I gotta say, though, as well, tell me if I'm correct or if you agree. It feels like MVP have actually found, they've kind of gone through the lab and started finding like lineups for their attacking side, because I've never seen this before from MVP, at least way back. It's all about movement for them. They do have those default setups, but not as, not with lineups that try to break utility. In any case, it works in their favor. It has helped them secure a couple of the rounds, but maybe not this one, as there's just such a strong grasp for APH on outside of the A site. There's the Collide Burst to isolate. Blur trying to hit those one taps. Show me what you got, and he will pick up the 3K.
He gets the 3K, gets another round, and APH extends their lead. But I have to agree with you. I think that the leveraging of utility coming from MVP is a welcome new addition to the toolkit that they have. It's the push that makes the difference between this mirror comp a lot different. If you can maximize your util better, it's great. If you can nullify theirs, that's even better. So just having access to that, the fact that they can use it on the fly. Like they knew a couple rounds ago that Godowers was playing very close to B. So the next round after, they throw the molly there through a lineup, which is very good adaptation. And these things happening so fast is a sign of a team that constantly wants to evolve. But hopefully they get to evolve past this stunt, because for the past couple of rounds, they haven't found success yet.
Yeah, it's just a solid hold for APH. I think the problem right now is they are a bit hyper-focused on the initial contact person. For example, they spot, let's give it Micro. He retreats back. They're going to expect him, oh, he's in this particular corner of the map. And then you see Blurred, you see Kelly S holding an off angle that they weren't expecting. Or maybe if they did, those two players just so quick in their reaction that it punishes MVP for trying to take any form of meaningful map control. So that being said, you're absolutely right. They need to find some way to reprimand that kind of contact play for APH here. Maybe try to go a little bit slower. Try to use Slatham's utility there, since he is that info gathering initiator. We don't really know what's going to be adjustment here for MVP, but they got to start it strong, or start it now, because that 3-round advantage can turn even more massive when it's APH on the other side.
Yeah, MVP, they know the map just as well as APH, but they have to figure out the steps that they need to take to really get more value out of these rounds. Not just in terms of economic value, but also to secure rounds of their own, because slowly but surely they will be losing this lead if they don't actively try to do something. Exotic's gonna try to make a play. Slatum finds one instead, and MVP is starting out very strong, already in a 3v5.
So that's the difference that they wanted to do. Try to go for the contact. This is the first time I think we've seen them really split apart, going for the riskier, standard setup of you do this, you do that. Exotic's gonna get caught out here, but at least he does give that crucial information that now they have an idea that it's going to be the A site. Now they know the timing of where Godovers is going to be arriving. The good thing about here is if APH actually gets another pick, Godovers might be willing to use his lockdown here. So it's all going to be on Kevs. Ooh. There it is. Straight up. So Godot. Oh no, he's vulnerable though. So that means that he got tagged?
He's suppressed.
Suppressed, yes. Timing's going to be very crucial here. Nice use on the recon dart. They do know one's going to be on A main, but they're getting isolated. One in the front, one in the back. Godovers has to manage this, but that tag making it so easy, so visible, but he's the one that is just doing all the damage. Oh my gosh, Godovers just expertly handles the situation. Fortunately, too much for him to handle, but it's going to be expensive.
It's going to be extremely expensive.
Yeah, for MVP.
But it's also the round that MVP kind of needs right now. You're starting to get that foothold. They're slowly growing. They found out something that works. The question is, will they be able to replicate this? Because this...
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. I'm sorry, man. You can finish your sentence. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Fluffy, come back.
Get out of my way.
All right. Anyways, moving forward, guys. Seems like I think I was just about to mention as well that, again, as Fluffy was describing, it might have been actually better, or it might actually be difficult for MVP to keep doing that kind of approach, because APH are a team that is very quick to adapt, especially against these kind of dual push scenarios where 1-to-1-to-1 kind of split pushes is something of their that they can counter. In any case, Kevs. Oh, the blades! My goodness, Exotic gets the trade. That is much needed, much desired. 2 on the site. Smokes gives a little bit of coverage, has to back away, but he is just playing in the Viper's den, in the Viper's pit. His teammates are here to help him out. He's got the shorty! Actually, no, the frenzy. And that's going to be good enough. One last player standing. There's Kelly S. Timing so smooth on the fight. 3 versus 1. If they can try to maybe bring back V Black. There he is. Here's the swing. Is able to deny an MVP. Once again, able to bring back these rounds. My goodness, APH. And this is the first time with the money that they got is going to be bringing out the sniper for Blurred. Also surprised that Kevzy actually just pulled the trigger straight up with the Hunter's Fury there. Thankfully, Exotic was so quick on the adaptation and was able to get the quick pick so that Slatum's demise was all for not for waste. See how this goes. Blurred has the blades as well, so at least if he is overwhelmed and cannot fully utilize the operator, he does have his ultimate to fall back on. Immediately actually activates the dash, thinking that there's going to be some form of contact on the mid side. Well, the call from his teammate was correct there, though. Because of the KO blade that was hit by Kelly outside of B main, he was expecting that they might have been afraid to just starts backing away, crossing onto mid. And if there's no smoke there, obviously the line of sight for his sniper would just be a straight shot onto lower mid. And that's about to happen right now, coming into the 50-second marker, guys, as the Silver Drone is coming out in B main. So if Blurred comes back into contact, maybe, but he's a little bit aware that, again, it might not be too good, but the timing was so beautiful. That is so well placed, so well timed by Blurred. Again, he couldn't really run back into his position without being a little bit slower because there was no utility to actually assist him just in case while he was just jumping and getting back into cover, he might not get picked off. Anyways, that was a beautiful pick there for Kel. 2 on the back of the site. Kelly S will be using his ultimate right now, has the molly to block out on lane, so now they can look for one position here for the moment. Kevzy throws out the recon dart, but not really going to matter as V-Black gets 1. Kelly S in the back of the site, holding by himself. There's the waterfall. He has great positioning, but Kel still deals with him in the end. 2 versus 2. Spike needs to get planted. Micro coming in from the corner here. Kel needs to hit the shot, but no, Micro, slay them, excuse me. Now in the world of hurt. Killjoy ultimate, oh my gosh. I mean, even if Micro could have taken his sweet time because Slay them had to push because of the Killjoy ultimate, that still might have been a damn near impossible situation for him to come back on. But APH, my gosh, you can really see the mentality coming into this fight. Oh boy. Well, still seeing if we'll have Fluffy back on in a couple of minutes. I do apologize, guys, if you're only hearing my voice here. Hopefully I can give you all the action and all the breakdowns as much as I can. And gotta say, we did give a lot of praise for MVP, showing a lot more variety with how they approach the fights with these lineups, but the same could be said with APH. It's not the lineups that's happening here. It's the micro adjustments, the reads, the calls, all perfectly timed, all perfectly placed to give them every bit of advantage that they can pick, as much as Blurred again activating the tailwind very quickly onto mid there as him and Kelly S actually start pushing up. They can hear a bit of the contact. 3 players on APH actually trying to get some control in mid here to force maybe MVP to go into the corner here where the crossfire for both Kelly S and Kevzy are placed. And gotta say, I know that he hasn't been getting a lot of kills in this particular game, but his smokes, his dark covers are absolutely tremendous. Micro on the Omen has been placing these perfectly. Exotic at the back of the site tries to isolate Kevzy, and this time you cannot find any form of oasis, any form of freedom, any form of safety, of solace at the back of the site, because we will find you with the fury of the Hunter. Coming into corner here, Exotic gets the pick onto Blurred. Micro, though, coming into the corner right now. Thing is, there's a lot of positionings that they're still unaware of. 3 versus 3. 2 somewhere outside of B main. V Black at the back of the site. He has a flash set up. He needs to set it up here. Smoke, the push, the timing. Slay them, not looking at the corner. I don't know if they spotted Kelly S here, who has to jump. Oh, with the shotgun. Shorty meta, supposedly. Gadowers, my goodness. Pistol, not going to work. Kelly S is 15 HP. One more tag, and that's going to be it. 50-50. Kelly S, V Black. V Black wins. 6-5.
There's another round for APH, extending their lead still somehow, but Vanta Black actually holds off a lot of their defenses here as we take a look at the replay of this round. Swarming this site, and just a firing range for Vanta Black holding off the backside.
There are so many things happening. It is, again, I did not expect this to start at game number 1. Everybody is just willing to fight. Everybody is just on, I don't know, on 100% at the moment here. Korean flash and dash on mid here, Fluff, as the rest are trying to go for that punish. Blurred really wanting to isolate the attackers here on their own side of the spawn. MVP trying to re-encapsulate the positioning, and maybe it's working. No, never mind. It's going to be Kel down to 30. They smell blood in the water. Kelly S coming in from mid. Gets tagged. Oh, he's going to be... Yeah. Okay, he got back. Shot alert. The flashes. He's trying to react so quickly. And Kel, though, all right, I see you, but look to the right of you. Yep, there's Gadowers already going the other way, thinking that... Well, Kel thinking that maybe there was like 2 players right in front of him, but no, they're too tricky. We're going to go everywhere.
That round, at least, they tried to go for a more aggressive play, bringing out that Vision Strikers-esque play, trying to pinch that mid link, but unfortunately for them, the punish was just too strong.
Absolutely. And again, like, there is no hesitation from both teams. Like, they are willing to just use any and every bit of play trick that they have stored in their memory banks and are utilizing it. And it is so glorious to watch, to be honest.
It is very clean gameplay, but APH, you know, they have that lead going into this half. If they win this pistol, it could increase the lead even further by a lot, getting that early momentum to get the util that they want. They scan out mid to take early pressure. They quickly take a short, actually, moving on to tree, but that's where the defenders are already stacked. They have the setup there, marking them, even the smoke coming out forces him to go for the rotate, and they might get the timing where they already have -1 player on that B side. Sova only left alone there. Slatham has to run back to the backside, knowing that the pressure is coming from that B main side. And here comes the collapse. Already one tagged up. He gets the first frags, able to find the second. Slatham goes huge here, able to stabilize the round, but eventually Micro does get the double for the trade. Now 3v3. Micro finding yet another one. And how is this going to play out? The B main pressure. Kevsi finds a great flick, but Vantablack responds. Now it's all up to Gadowers. He doesn't have the spike. 74 HP. No info, but he knows that he can't be in market. Must be CT, but Smoke's going to block it away. He gets the one tap. Now left in a 1v1 against Kel. Killjoy on Killjoy. No robots active for the meantime, but 30 seconds still on the clock, and the pressure is on Godot because he has to go and get the spike still. There goes a jump peek.
Oh my
and the
God!
right click's gonna connect. The headshot landing onto Godot's dome.
Gotta love the confidence of Kel just to jump up. We gotta see that POV, but okay, it's not just Slay them, but V-Black as well. If you look at the kill feed on this replay, he was actually able to get like 2 kills as players were coming out of B main. Exactly that. So it's both Slay them and V-Black really giving it back because it was multi-kills when APH were getting all of that all of that momentum for the round on their own end, and then Kel just swinging in for like, I can't be left behind in terms of highlights. My teammates already got 2 kills. How am I supposed to get 2 kills with this, you know, one opponent right in front of me? I'm just gonna make it more fancy. Yeah, there it is.
But you know what's not fancy? It's the economy build-up from MVPE. They did get the round, but they're not going for the most expensive buy that they can. They're only sticking to the Marshall on Exotic, maybe saving for a later operator very early, as they already are postured the attackers. APH moving on to B main to clear out a lot of these corners. This is the setup for the Killjoy though, but they at least won't have a turret to deal with until they cross all the way. There goes the alarm bot, and it's going to be forcing themselves to back up. The lead that APH had moving on to this half slowly diminishing as MVP strike back on the first round.
Yeah, and again, it was a 7-5 half, right? One pistol round win on the second half, and then another on the bonus, or before the bonus. That's already 7-7.
Yeah, just creeping ever so closely. So APH, instead of using their weapons because they don't have that many, they're just going to use the manpower to brute force themselves onto tree and actually execute onto heaven. But will he expect that the spray down comes down? Vantablack gets 2, but Kevzi shuts it down really quick. Kel's going to go ahead to go for more. He finds 1, finds 2, and now it's only left to Gadowers yet again. But there goes Nico from this side, taking him out. A very fast round after that execute did start. They only lost V-Black 7-7. They've equalized, but this is the important round, right? This is the buy round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the side of APH there, pushing out of tree. And the reason why I point this out is the play there would have been to, you know, try to ransack heaven and maybe have one pushing up onto the site. The problem there, because they tried to concentrate all of their manpower on A heaven, made it very easy for V-Black to react. And the one holding A main can actually hold the A site for V-Black just, again, to just focus on anybody that was just pushing on his own end of the map. Anyways, now APH do have the weapons, do have the good economy here in this particular round. Will be using that to just try to bully out onto A short here, but MVP reacting kind with their utilities, really set up on the KJ on the A site.
Yeah, the alarm bot as well. The crosshairs in the right place. Nico finds the first one. That's blurred out of the picture already. Very good start for them on MVPE, but there's a cheeky angle. Kevzi's able to find one. The shock darts from across the map gonna be fired like missiles across the sky. And here comes the spray coming from Gadowers. He's brought so low and even gets scanned out. But the last one play coming in from Skelly S, able to find 2 before he gets shut down. Now it's 3v2.
3v2 gonna try to break up the timing here. Oh, he actually breaks his opponent, gets chased down, but Micro does not want to go too aggressive. I think he was just still aware that maybe somebody could be coming out of heaven here, but Exotic somehow breaks through the door, spots Kevzi trying to plant the spike, and then nobody went for the refrag. Now it's going to be a game of hide and seek. You can already see Exotic is a little bit cautious that there could be somebody coming through short to flank and such. That dart, oh, that gives Micro away. Now they know that there's to be 2 people. The timing is going to be so bad, but Micro still hits the shot. And he saves his teammate. He saves this round and gives APH the win in the end.
My God, Slatham tries to do the hero play, jumping out of heaven last second to help his teammate get the trade, but he runs out with his knife out for a quick second, and that is enough time for Micro to capitalize and just gun him down as he falls.
How did Micro hit that shot against Exotic? That was close. I honestly thought Godot would have been done for, but apparently not. So APH, huge bump for them. Exotic now has the operator in hand. He's going to be picking straight up onto mid. Not sure if he was spotted though, but he should be aware. Oh no, he might have popped the shot. I'm not sure. Oh, he is tagged. He's oh my God, he was suppressed. He couldn't dash, but still he hits the shot in a second one. You do not challenge Exotic. You do not. His name is Exotic. It's not common for a reason. Oh boy.
Oh. Bit too wide there though, but it is an operator, so even at 12 HP he can operate, and that is what he's exactly going to do, hold mid site while the rest of his team just bolstered at B defense. But manpower kind of low for the side of APH. They're going to execute, or at least try to, and he gets spotted out already by Kevzy's drone. That's the operator -1, but they're not going to capitalize on it as Micro creeps his way onto tree.
Micro hoping that somebody just playing out in the open there inside his own smoke. Nico afraid that there could be an A main pusher, but just make sure that A short is covered for. He's going to get so much information here. If he tries to peek out through A main, he's going to know that nobody, it's just a feint move. There's the push. Micro now TP's at the back of the site. Kel is alone. Slatham has to hold here, and he does somehow. Micro is making so much noise. They don't know the turns, just in a position where he can just basically beat down everybody. And even though Micro was cheeky, sneaky enough to get the 2K, again, Kel in a prime position to deny everything for APH.
Small Micro movements here and a lot of adaptations. I noticed more from this MVP squad. They have so many lineups actually. I don't know if you caught in the start, but before this play, I was looking at the Nano Swarm that landed on top of Hut. I don't know if that's intentional, but I'm pretty sure that breaks the anti-flank. KJ3, that's very popular that people place on top of that. But the gunplay, of course, still very solid, especially if Kel can get into those pesky positions. But at the end of it, they do equalize 8-8. And now a more aggressive start looking from his attacker side as the Recon Dart does come out.
Gotta say, if the panel can ask it later, if MVP wins, maybe they can ask something like that. And if MVP are willing to also answer that particular question, because that's definitely, you know, nothing you don't want to say on broadcast for preparation reasons, because, you know, playoffs and such. Anyways, round starts kind of back to 0 here as 8-8. Money not looking too hot for APH here. Actually, wasn't able to realize this because I think, again, this is the first day we've been casting. PH, woo, I hit you, you hit me. What a just, again, conundrum of issues there. And now I'm feeling the thunder as well, not just from the operator, but also from the heavens as, again, this Typhoon is definitely roaring. 2 versus 3. Drone gonna be spotting Kelly S out. He does have a flash to try to cross, but Exotic has a position to maybe punish him. But he's aware Godot was last spotted onto A short. Now spotted by the Recon Dart. No more left into their guesses. All about Shorty here, and that's going to be the first round advantage for MVP.
I mean, MVP, they started this half at a deficit, and slowly but surely they've been able to claw their way back. But this operator of Exotic has done so much work for them. Ever since they got this weapon on him, he's just able to eliminate 1 to 2 players on entry every time. And this time around, he even has the knives as a backup weapon if he doesn't carry the Shorty already. Slavim, again, has that Hunter's Fury available, and the Null Command, I think, is going to be very good into Kevzy's own Hunter's Fury if need be.
Whew. Kevs has to get that value with his ultimate for sure, because I feel like Slatham is just going to save it to break down the impending Killjoy ult. Godowers only needs 1 more, and they're definitely going to try to use that to swing the momentum back around as we do go into a quick little tactical pause probably from APH. MVP are, as you mentioned, they really have this aggressive second half swing, especially with the help from Exotic here. So what's going to be the challenge here? Because the thing is, right, APH, they have utility. They have strategies to try to deal with Exotic, but somehow Exotic is still getting kills, if not advantageous situations that he is giving MVP. So how do they deal against that?
Honestly, they've tried so many things. They've tried running at him, and he managed to get 2 on that middle fight. But normally he does play with someone, which means it's very hard to just drone him off that location, especially because he has someone to break the drone or push in. But here goes Adam very early, but the aggressive peek with the operator gets away. That's still advantage towards them, and they remove the Killjoy as well as Kelly S. That's the suppress gun, making sure that Kevzy has a free ultimate if need be. Even going for the wall bang there, trying to get a hope kill right there. And the Hunter's Fury are going to get popped to even blow up more players. And one player does fall. Kevzy gets the trade though. It's going to be an intense round back and forth now in a 2v2.
That was an insane reaction for... I mean, it's not like the quickest of reactions, but you knew that the pressure was there. Nico, or rather V-Black, activates his ultimate. And what's kind of good about that too is even though it was used to counter him dying to the Hunter's Fury, it also stops any form of follow-up utility from the rest of the team. Blurred, though, somehow manages to sneak outside of market, but the positioning here for MVP is still actually really solid to just count him out. Oh, he is letting them go into the site. Full control of that. The smoke's about to dissipate too, but I don't know how Blurred is surviving, but he is giving them chance. He is definitely giving them chance. Shock Dart actually hits onto Nico. 1 versus 2.
33 HP, not a lot of things to do with. There goes the scam though, might be able to free fire, but no, Kevs just goes for the shutdown trade instead. The round equalizes for APH. That means a lot more hope for them on this attacking side, but they've had a very rocky start. Not being able to deal with this operator is one thing, but not being ready for a lot of these aggressive pushes. Because one good thing that MVP did this round is they just changed the pace. Instead of making your operator wait on an angle, have someone to refrag him, we'll push out with the operator. Unfortunately, they do lose their solo pretty early, but still, it's a good idea for them to keep APH on their toes.
Man, Blurred's still tricky as ever. Imagine that, dude. 33 HP and single-handedly hitting all the necessary shots, pushing all the really good spots just to give your teammates, your team a chance into getting the site and everything else. APH, now as they have the whole enchilada in their pockets in terms of the ultimates, man, they're just going to pull the trigger quite immediately as they use that null command to force everybody back from MVP. So this is going to be a full-blown retake. The thing is, because it was so quick and there was no resistance from MVP whatsoever, Action PH have very good timings with their possible flank plays here. And you kind of see that with Godowers coming on through A short right now. This is going to be crucial. He needs to hit some very cheeky positions, very cheeky timing pushes, or else. Anyways, you can see it on the kill feed. He's doing so well. MVP's not going to be able to deal with this, and that is going to be APH cleaning up the round and getting back that round advantage.
I like how Kevzy is able to break the lockdown actually with the shock dart without even having to commit anything. He didn't have his ultimate there, but he stopped the defender lockdown really quickly. And they even commit their own lockdown just to secure the round even further. But I think even without it, just the raw firepower coming from APH was able to trade up in the right way.
Really was the right play there. Expensive all throughout for MVP because that pushes them back down into just pistols here. Actually, that's the thing that I was kind of wanting to ask as you were casting the first series. I was watching it, but I wasn't really paying attention too much with the buys. Are teams in the PH starting to adapt to the, oh, it's okay to actually half shield buy for the most part so we can have like better purchases all throughout the rounds, you know, compared to full shield buying?
You mean on buy rounds?
Yeah, on buy rounds, like just half shielding it.
I think that optimally, where everyone is just shooting and one-tapping people with the Vandal, it's great. But I feel like in APAC specifically, even though objectively it might be better, there's so much chip damage and people spray through like the most random things that it just changes the math so completely that you'd rather just have the security. Like player perspective-wise, even though the math might check out that way, that yeah, you get more buys, it's good for us. The feeling of we just won the round straight up, I think is very hard to convince people not to submit to that mentality and try to change their mind.
Okay, makes a lot of sense as well. I was just kind of curious what was the I guess the flow of the players as to how they approach it, but it seems like they are still going for full shields, full security, full everythings, Anyways, APH, if they decide to go for A, it's the point of least resistance. They only have a couple of utilities here, which Blurred is now activating as he clears everything out. They're going to get this. They were so aware that Godowers did that the last round, so that is going to be a free weapon. 4 versus 5, but again, MVP not in the best of situations. Blurred, though, inside the smoke, but they were setting up their own utilities, and that just blew up in the face of MVP, unfortunately.
Oh, he just pulls out the rifle at the right time. Slatham stops the slaughter, but the rest of APH just follows in suit, getting bombarded. Nico brought low, and Kevzy to finish it off. That is a round where, again, we see MVPE have a lot of these moments where they adapt so fast. Like, in fairness, I don't think I've seen a team so far adapt this fast to someone's push or just positions that they play and have the util to back it up as well. But still, it's not enough to win the raw gunfight because the firepower from APH is just so immense. If they just play together, they somehow manage to scrap it out after those long extended fights. And speaking of extended fights, having the From the Shadows from Nico might allow them to have any cheeky plays on that defensive side. But because the Omen's on defense, it's not as confusing, or not as much pressure can be dealt with From the Shadows, because on the other side of things, they have so much more util, especially in the ultimate department.
It's going to be brutal here. Exotic's in such a position where it's either he lives or he dies. That's obviously it. He needs to find something here. Well, he does. V-Black follows up. And that's going to be trade after trade. And as the dust settles, that's 2 down already. If V-Black, does he want to try to go for more here? If he tries to push up, look at how Kelly S has already placed himself in a sneaky position. V-Black might not be able to read the situation that correctly. Could get punished and could give the lead away, or could take the lead away. Godowers on the pinch. But for now, APH kind of stuck in trying to figure out how did they push here when MVP themselves, as you mentioned, very quick to adapt. No need to go overly aggressive. It's Godowers swings out, gets traded quickly. And now, what's the play? There it is. Kelly S getting the
spam
frag. And the spam indeed. Micro. Oh, look at this.
Oh, no.
No. Micro.
Bro. What a read.
Stayed. Yup.
Yeah, he planted himself out of the B side.
That.
My God. I mean, that's a teamwork, though. I mean, that's a confidence, too, that you don't have to double up with your team. You can just stand there. And it's a killjoy. You know that it's an Omen. They have the ultimate. Just sit there. It'll be fine. The rest of the team can handle A site. And I think that's one of the things and trust that has to be built within a team. And I think MVP really has that in the bag.
Absolutely. I think you kind of also see that with the interview that they've had, just V-Black with the rest of the team having a lot of fun answering everything and just generally, again, having fun together as an entire squad. I have no idea how Blurred survived for that long, especially through all of those flashes. He tried to do as best as he can, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Kel able to go for the swing. You already see the TP from Nico to help things out. Micro not going to be able to get back here, and a little bit too aggressive from Exotic there, making a little bit of noise, unfortunately. That blows up in his face, leaving Nico, the healthy one, at the back of the site. He does at least play away, technically, from the back of the site, so that means that he might be able to sneak one in. The problem is, APH, they're slowly approaching and slowly encroaching into this area, trying to systematically figure out where he is.
He's holding the best angle that he can, though, probably. The stairs players just overwhelm him. Exotic left with 6 HP. We've seen him clutch before, but he's brought solo. He lands a shot. No one Kevs might be able to find the second. And Kelly S gets the trade instead. That was so close. MVP struck so hard there. But yeah, APH just able to close out that round with a, somehow salvaging it, honestly. They go for the entry on the B side. Blurred goes really wide, kind of fumbles his way as he's still flashed by the paranoia, but the rest of his team just hold that switch side, and for some reason the defenders just kind of walk into their crosshairs to get enough 1v1s to stabilize the round somehow.
Dude, I was not expecting him to almost clutch the round there. We don't usually see wall bangs to deny the plant, but when it hits, right, what can you really do? He almost had it. Anyways, Blur's just going to be charging on here. They've exposed one at the back of the side already. That's going to be Kel. He's tucked away. Unfortunately, no chance in heck that he's going to be able to get any form of control, any form of impact. Drone used very quickly to try to At least get some information. It's so chaotic. What's happening here, guys? 4 versus 5. MVP try to retake, try to clear out, but there's so much counter utility that APH are using. And look at that, in the blink of an eye, it's only Exotic. And again, in another blink of an eye, he's done. And APH, they get the game number 1.
APH get the first strike, get the momentum of the series as we move on to our next map. They do secure Haven for themselves, already celebrating here on the broadcast, and I think it really shows not just how strong they are with the firepower, but in fairness for MVPE, how close they can get these games, because we know APH has that very core, very veteran roster, and it seems like MVP is always there to rise up to the challenge.
So able to rise up to the challenge. I was just, again, absolutely, what's the word here, surprised as to how well the micro adjustments and the micro decisions of APH were, right? Whenever you see the rotations that they were doing, whenever you try to, whenever they see a little bit of that information gathered by their initiators, you can immediately see what was going in the heads of their players that we were spectating and what was the rotations that was coming through that, and so many good reads on them. On the other hand, MVP was just able to, as you mentioned, adjust so quickly, and that's why we resulted in this 13-10 as that first game ended.
13-10 is the final score. APH takes map 1. Kelias being the MVP, playing that KO, the firepower and information gatherer, and somehow always second fragger is their first kills. MVP, they always get these operator kills to open up the round, but APH managed to stabilize the mid round. I think that's the biggest difference from both of these teams. There is a bit more knowledge and a bit more experimental plays coming out from MVPE, but the stability that we always mention that is ever so important with consistency in competition proves that APH really can make it here, and all they have to do now is win one of the next 2 maps.
Man, having Adores and Kelly S really upgraded what APH can get at this point, right? We have what was it, pieces of former pro players from very renowned teams just coming into the full swing here. And man, how is MVP going to adjust against all of that performance as we are preparing to go to Haven, on the second map as well. Look at just how, again, I take back everything I said about Blurred with his operator. It is looking so damn phenomenal here. And speaking of operators, Exotic did have his own stints with the sniper up until the point that he needed to start pushing with the rest of his team.
I mean, the operator, of course, either side always changes the pace, but I have to agree with you with the addition of Gadores and Kelias. They've been in the team for quite a while now, especially that we had that break to really familiarize themselves. But the pedigree that they do have in players, you mentioned their former teams, formerly from RRQ and Oasis, both of which made it to APAC with these 2 players. So they have that international experience as well, not just here on the VCTPH or the Proving Ground scene where most of MVPE is actually more familiar with. So they know where their limits are a bit more, I would say. And I think that in order for MVPE to come back, all they have to do is to play more together and not try to take a lot of these 1v1 fights that they don't necessarily need to. Because there are a couple rounds here that I noticed that they have the advantage early, but it's just let go somehow because someone overpeaks, someone tries to go for a play. But APH, with their veterancy, is just ready there, and Blurred at the end of it will deliver the win with Grab Unlimited. Of course, you can use that QR code on the screen if you want to get your own Grab delivery.
Again, you do see as you mentioned, the veterancy, the discipline from these more experienced players, but really put to the test here by MVP. Now, as I mentioned, as we are prepping to go on to Haven, I don't know how this is going to manage, because I feel like APH have such an overwhelming advantage on Haven, and I was kind of hoping that MVP would have been able to get that Ascent map. In any case, I don't know what's gonna transpire here, but it has been a great start. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Haven for game number 2. I feel like that wasn't long enough of a break to take a breath through just how intense the matches were. Wasn't saying that, you know, I wanted a longer break. It's more of like just how just overstimulating that first game was. Just everyone trying to get that advantage, everyone trying to get that first game win. And again, just a recap, lo and behold, it was Action PH ending that first Ascent map 13-10.
I mean, APH, they put up a good fight, but MVP as well really strike back when they really needed to. It showed those moments where they really had the chance to success. It's just that there are times where I think a bit of the over-eagerness takes over from a younger team, and APH really knows how to punish a lot of these rookie mistakes, which not to say means that they're like bad, but just because they have to polish up a bit if they want to strike back even harder in the second map and third map, because this is going to be Haven, which is a map that, especially for APH, I think all their players are extremely familiar with because they've been in the scene for so long. And even on those previous teams, I mean, we have Kevs on formerly Oasis and RRQ, where he was teammates with Kelly, and in Oasis we have Gadors, etc. So Derek as well. And a lot of these players, right, their strongest maps with those teams were like Haven. So now they're all playing Haven. So I think it's going to be a big challenge for MVP to come up this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of wanted just to add as well, I'm kind of looking into the stats real quick, and it seems like MVP Esports, comparing themselves to the two, is the team that hasn't played Haven the most. Even on their Abaddon Abyss stats here that I'm looking at, they only played like a couple of games, and majority of those games they've also lost. They had a stint before where they played against Action PH where it ended 15-3, 13, but that was one of the more outlier matches here. So at least looking at the map itself, Haven, as you mentioned, just smiling a whole lot better for APH here. So that just means that there is so much more pressure for MVP to really bring this into that game 3. And obviously if they don't, they're gonna fall down into the lower bracket.
At least one thing that is going for MVP is a lot of our stats and a lot of things that we have seen before were just like a couple weeks ago. So they've had the time to really improve on their situation, to work on the maps that they might have not been that great on, like what you said about Haven. So maybe they'll surprise us in this map if they can bring their firepower to bear. We know how deadly Exotic is on that operator. We know how good Saddam is on that Sova or any that he decides to play on this map. And it really can come into fruition if they play together. That's the most important part. Playing together and getting the opening pick. If they can do those two things, it's going to be great, because we already saw, as an example from the Ascent map, opening picks is not a problem, especially if they can save up for that operator.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we'll see some of that, but I gotta say as well, player that just dominated and really showed his worth as to why he is the duelist player for APH over and over again, Blurred. Absolutely mind-boggling performance in a good way in that first map here. Now we're going into the Agent Select. Let's see what the adaptation will be. Usually what we see is like double initiator. Looking again quickly into the stats, APH, they do love their Sova Breach combo here, putting the Jet in the player base there. But now it's gonna be Gadors once again still playing as the KJ, which I'm actually not going against, because he's been also really good at utilizing the KJ utility at the best possible times for APH here.
Yeah, I mean, aside from Blurred, we talk about how he's going to be the main duelist, but Gadors and Kalias, formerly the main duelists of their previous team, so they always have that firepower to back it up, and they can reinforce the site, especially on Sentinel like Gadors. But speaking of the other team, we take a look at their composition also. They're also running that Breach, and I think playing Breach into Breach has always been a very interesting matchup, because if you use your util first, effectively the second Breach does better because they know where you are. But also, if you can just capitalize on these plays, it's going to be very different. Sometimes I've seen that on Haven, Kalias did play the Raze in previous games, but this time around, they're just going to stick on Blurred instead. Omen versus Astra, though, very different question. One gives you more flexibility in terms of what you want to do with a global presence on Astra, but Omen, the aggression that you can really pull off in these plays, and in a retake heavy map like Haven, can prove even more valuable if used properly.
Yeah, I will never forget. I think that was like year 1 VCTPH where Kalias was... Where was he back then? I think was it APH or something again?
Probably.
Where he was using the breach, and then he used this aftershock in a very creative way that allowed him to actually clutch it around. And it was like, Kelly S can play anything. So
Just one of those
now
players.
he's one of those players. And now a couple years forward, he's still doing the same things, if not even better. So, okay, let's get it. Let's get this game started.
Get this game started indeed. Hopefully, I think for APH, they also want to get this over quick. They're playing in what arguably is one of their home ground maps, and MVP going to be attackers this time, just swarming the A site with utility, bombarding Blurred out, forcing him to back away. It's a clean take, but it also means a clean retake can begin for the defensive side. They have the Omen Paranoia, they have their own stun, a lot of pieces of util. It's all up to MVP of how they're going to go for the delay after this, because they already used their util to go in.
Speaking of MVP, that was a glorious stun. That is a beautiful fault line. They need to only capitalize on it, but somehow it's not working. Well, somehow it is. Kel, 1 versus 1. Kelly S very low on the headshot angle, and he does pick it up. Honestly, I don't know where it was going to swing. It looked like MVP had it for a second, and then APH got it back quickly right after. But one thing is for certain here, Fluff. That was a gorgeous, gorgeous stun. I think that was from Kelly S all the way from their own side of the spawn.
Yeah, this is what we were saying earlier. When it's breach on breach, if you use your util and it's free, sometimes the counter util just punishes you so hard because you have nothing to stop when they try to waterfall in. But thankfully for MVP, Kel on that Sentinel role was able to get that 3K, hold off a lot of these defenders trying to go for the retake. And again, this time around, changing the pace up a bit, both teams giving up that A site and swarming towards more of the B and C lean.
Just a standard play for some teams, you know, just again waiting on their own side here, looking to see if APH want to go for that aggressive play. I mean, they do have the breach, so it is very possible, especially on a thrifty round like this, for them to try to utilize the fault line at the very start of the round. But it seems like APH, they try to play the patient game. They want to go for wait on the site, look for the punish. There's Micro trying to bait out a smoke, maybe trying to, what's the word here? Fake that there's more people on A than what it looks like to be. In any case, though, MVP, they're very much adamant about going for this A push.
I mean, they have to be very confident. They didn't even smoke heaven yet. They're already pushing in. They pop again. A lot of util to go in, and the gamble from APH is going to be the wrong side. And until this spike is planted, they won't actually rotate because they're just literally too far away to hear any of it. But they are quickly notified. How are they going to go together? They have the breach stun. They have the Omen flash. A lot of things to push together, but they funnel out of these small areas that are easily spammable, especially with a weapon advantage from MVP.
No flanks for APH here, but there is the one from Kel. Godower's very aware of it, does have the turret there. APH not really giving any chance for MVP to get any charges on their ultimates, and I think this is a good idea, you know? Even if you get a couple of kills with the pistols, right, and try to make it an expensive round for MVP, I think it makes a lot more sense not to give them any charges on the ultimate, just so that they don't get a head start. And we did see how effective stringing good ultimates together was on Ascent. So again, APH just not taking that risk.
Yeah, play it safe, play the long game. They know it's already a lost round. They could try to go and get some frags like you mentioned. Is it worth it? Money-wise, maybe a little, but it won't stop the overall firepower of MVP Esports. Might as well just not tank an even bigger L by taking the ultimate momentum away from your own team. Get your own ult economy, die to the spike, it's fine, and now recover on this buy round because they have the firepower and they know this time around there's one pushing and Blurred gets the first punish. KevZ gonna go for a shock dart as well, break the recon, but they are still gonna get spotted out. That gives info for the attacking side, and it looks like they're gonna stubbornly stay towards A.
It's gonna make it so difficult for them to push now without Exotic just at the helm. Couple of flashes here, but Blurred overstays his welcome, and MVP punishes with the 2K. V-Black now gets swung. Kelly S at the back of the site. Ooh. He's holding so well and could actually go for a 3-man transfer. Absolutely crazy, but not going to happen actually. Nico, does he have a stuck?
Oh, he's out.
Oh no, this is bad. Nico's by himself. The drop down. Maybe he can isolate. He does. Ooh. He does! That was a little bit too over antsy from APH. Oh.
Yeah, they give the 1v1. One drops the wrong time when the second player is not ready to swing. Gadores has to go so wide in order to match the timing from the player dropping it down from heaven. That gives them the opportunity to really get those 1v1s playing that held position. Because of that, they lose their buy round. So the momentum that they had early on, the save that they did on the second round, proved not worth it so far. They have to find some momentum, maybe change up the pace, do something more aggressive, because they're waiting to really play off something to do contact in order to use their own breach on the defensive side instead of trying to get their own space. This time around though, aggressive push onto A, but the read is C for the attacking side.
Ooh, I'm not sure if Gadores got spotted there on the corner, but I really like the utility uses from the breach here. Timing Gadores, he double dipped through the smoke and still tracked Exotic. What a beast this man truly is. Big flags coming in from APH. The timing is going to be crucial, but the drone actually might have given them cause and, well, audio cues as to what the punish was. That was a good scan. That was a good use on the aftershock. But how is this KJ still alive? Slatham has already gotten a whiff of what is happening through C-Long here. This absolute pandemonium. And he is giving them all the necessary just, well, waste the opponent's time, technically. Anyways, it's going to be down to Nico. He's still got to play this safe because one headshot with that Sheriff is all going to be down and dusted for him. Sees the legs, shoots the legs, takes off the legs, and gets the 4-0 in the end.
I mean, they come up with the round, and that lead is just immense. 4-0. We said MVP doesn't have the best track record on Haven, but we're being proven wrong round after round. But also, APH has learned that being more proactive instead of reactive has paid off for them because it's such an expensive and effective eco for their team, and so much value comes up from that. But what they need more than value is rounds right now. So Blurred buys up the operator.
This is where his op skills really need to show themselves up. He's already pushed up onto short. Does they know? Yeah. So that smoke was, or the cloudburst was definitely put just so that it's going to be very crucial. But unfortunately, the hit, the no scope, is not going to be his machinations of success, but rather his downfall. As the rest of MVP have already vacated the A push plans and start to go for that C default, which is going to be well received, as there's actually not well received because there's not really a lot of utility that's going to stop them on the push.
I mean, at least Gadores is there. The turret will be able to spot one unless they smoke the cross, but the Nebula is going to block it out very shortly. They're able to get one on site. Gadores still holding up Garage very convincingly. Kel might walk into that death trap though. If Gadores gets the timing of the swing, he manages to find Kel. There goes the Lurker. The Hunt is here going to be popped to try to trade his teammate, but Gadores gets another one. Nico finds Gadores for the trade and the second one as well, but the rest of the retake is very close now, blooding out of CT spawn. Latham has the angle for the wide push, but now it's 1v2. Micro left alone. How will he play this? How will he move around? Because he knows where at least one of the players is. He gets the off angle, jumps down, manages to find the second, but Slatham doesn't let him have it.
That was close.
That was close.
Way too close for comfort. But you know what? I feel like this match we have to expect all the close calls because these teams, these players, they are willing to do anything and everything. Be cheeky, be aggressive, try to read the opponent as well as they can, which they do. So you know what? All right, I'm in for it, man. Anyways, APH, they're going to be calling that attack pause real quick because right now MVP, they're already on that 5-round lead.
Yeah, slowly they're running away from it because there's no foothold for APH, not even finding stable ground at this point. They get a lot of damage done, but not enough to actually convert any meaningful rounds, especially on this defensive side. I know that Haven is a bit more attacker favored, but 0-5, it shouldn't be this big of a gap, especially with APH being as disciplined as they are. What they need to find, I think, is the confidence to really go for these peaks because they have to believe in themselves that they can take these fights, be more aggressive. Because if you're using this Omen plus Breach combo versus the opposing MVP comp with the Astra plus Breach, you technically should be a bit more aggressive with what you can do instead of just waiting for these retakes, which haven't been working out.
Sure enough, unfortunately, it hasn't really found that much success. Now, looking back into it, and actually, actually MVP have been somewhat successful on their Haven matches as well. They did only lose to Oasis, but they won their matches against SR Nakage and RNT back then. I'm not sure if they did win that match against APH. I think that was like a loss against APH 13-4. Anyways, Blurred now trying to get some value with the blade, staying very long on A long, and he is taking all the damage, but he wants to keep himself stapled here just so that he won't lose any map control. Maybe they even can pick up the weapon from Exotic, as Kelly S pops himself up, but yeah, that's not going to happen. Rest of MVP already realized this shenanigans. And Godor's left once again just to play on Garage here. The problem with Godor's being on Garage is, yeah, they just know that he's been there for the longest time. Anyways, Kelly S does pick up a weapon, but 4 versus 1, and V-Black already at the position where he can just, again, intercept the possible greedy, or not greedy, but rather the possible pushes of Kelly S.
A lot of options for him at V-Black on the hunt already. Has the read that he might be on CT spawn. Checks it anyway, but will he look the wrong way at the wrong time? Because they're about to converge right here. Back to back, Kelly S goes on top. Finds a frag. Not going to be able to salvage the round, but at least keeps his weapon safe.
Keeps the weapon safe. But overall, not really what you want.
Mind.
And even then, it's not going to happen. True enough. Kelly finds the headshot, finds him. And again, MVP really showing their... what was it, like 2-week hiatus of not playing VCTPH looks to be paying off. They are so aware and just so adaptable, as you keep mentioning it, in these situations.
They have a lot of flexibility indeed. A lot of changing of pace, which I think is very important for any team. But this time, Blurred again with the operator. It didn't work out in the previous round, but now it looks like at least the attackers are postured to run into him. But this Sova looks like he's ready to go for the drone, and his teammates are not going to be able to destroy it for him. He gets stunned up as well. He can't scope in. And from the heavens comes Exotic flying so high, able to find Micro onto the backside. Yadores finds 2 in response. Blurred finds a shot but walks into that gravity well. Salatum gets eliminated as well, but there comes the Hunter Series from the back. It's all up to Kel now, 1v3. Not sure if they know that he's coming from Garage, but surely this operator will mark the swing. Gets tagged up a bit, but still comes up on top. Blurred, making APH go on the board.
On the board, even though, as you mentioned, he was so well tagged by basically everything. Played his cool, waited for Godor's to give him a bit of that space, because again, if he whiffs the shot with the operator, he's going to get swarmed and basically lose his positioning there. So again, really, really good handle of the moment, giving APH that first round here in Haven.
At least they're able to get something, finally get some momentum off the board. They can still possibly make this the 6-6 comeback of the half, or even very close. They're on a good buy, and Kelia starting off very strong, removing Exotic, one of the key players from MVPE, really giving them the space that they need. But Vantablack, they still have the Rolling Thunder in their pocket and so many ultimates that it might be a challenge yet again.
Oh, there's the Rolling Thunder. Pocket themselves into the corner, trying to run away. Do they know that he's going to be there in the corner here as well? Not going to really matter, as everybody from APH has just surrounded the attackers here. And wait, aren't MVP the ones that's supposed to push into the site? Not the other way. APH making them think a little bit. Second guess themselves.
Just wrapping around there, capitalizing on that Rolling Thunder. The repositioning is so aggressive. Blurred all the way here onto spawn, is able to just shoot them like the ducks and just remove a lot of them from the equation. Getting 3 also, fueling the knives even more.
Fueling the knives even more and giving a much needed bit of safe space, or how do you mention this? Momentum back as they try to bring things around. And now MVP, very early on, they don't want APH to spiral out of control, so they really want to hit the lid on this bubbling brew that is Action PH and immediately call for that timeout. And
I mean, they
especially
really
now that they're
to.
just weaker on, yeah, true. Weaker purchase, yeah.
And anytime, you know, APH can just like pop off and suddenly get the round, then they know that they started on this half, meaning that there's a finite amount of rounds they can play. The moment this hits 12 rounds, it's over. The extension could come up after. So APH has a lot more leeway once the side does swap to really push that attacking side. And they only have to tank like 4 more rounds here on the defensive side. So regardless if it goes good or bad, that's it. And then it's APH's turn.
That's true. And that's where it gets a lot more scary, right? Because again, Haven feels a lot more attacker-sided, and APH make it feel like there's nothing that they can do as defenders to really stop the mess. Blurred. Oh, Kel is about to peek this. Timing is going to be crucial, but not going to hit the shot. Godowers is there, though, to redeem his teammate. And the rest of MVP, are they going to be forced to go fast onto this? Because they're trying, they're doing it now. The recon darts are giving good information to the back of the site here. You can already see that V-Black has managed to find himself through the back of it, but not really going to matter as the shotgun right in the face of Exotic. It's APH, flawless.
APH looking very confident this time around. You give them a little taste of victory and they're going to go for it for the rest of the way. 3-6, already halfway through that deficit that started out as like 0-5. Even Blurred peeking with a shotgun just means that they have that confidence boost now. They know that they can win this round if they keep doing what they're doing, because they've slowly but surely figured out the movements of MVPE.
They really have. And again, there's nothing that they can do against the operator, because even though they set up, it's not really there to punish, it's just there to force back. And all Blurred really has to do is just reposition for a better spot. And that's the beauty of being an op player here in Haven. There's so many fallback spots that still give you a good chance to get a pick. And you add that with now, you know, Blurred as he is as a player, it's just absolutely scary. All right. Well, APH, throw that out in the window. And being a little bit too over-aggressive just kind of blows up in their face.
I mean, the idea was good, though. Nobody's always playing Garage. If they get the first frag off Godowers, it's going to be able for them to get more frags there, especially with the breach stun coming through. Unfortunately for him, though, the stun comes right after he peaks. Maybe he peaks too early. Maybe the stun came in late. But regardless, it wasn't at the same time. And that could have been so beautiful because Sova was on the drone. One wasn't marking him. Just one person, basically. And it could have been a huge play. But instead, MVPE get the upper hand.
It do be like that sometimes, right? You gotta try to dip your toes into the unknown and see where it takes you. Big flank coming in from V-Black, though. The dash away from Blurred. He's given up the sniper here for the rifle, but Kel, you know what? I don't know what the affinity of Kel is with his jump. He might have added like a little +5 to jump or something to his stats.
I know he's got that.
Because he's been getting a lot of these.
Damn.
Yeah, a lot of these vertical kills.
Somehow, some way, just hop, skip, and a jump all the way onto window to get that frag. Now, the best that APH can hope for is that 7-5 half. I'm sure they're still going to go for it, but this time around, because they lost that round so expensive, they lose that operator presence. Blurred back on the rifles, not even going to choose to save for it using his knives. Instead, just going to get as many rounds as they possibly can with this early recon dart coming up from Kevsey to hopefully spot them out. And they do in fairness spot a lot, but that's a lot of util. Exotic finds one. They already threw the Omen Flash, the breach stun, but still, he manages to find the kill. He manages to dodge it as well and get the refrag. Kevsey is just taken out of the equation as Exotic somehow still alive. Godowers on the flank, but Kel knows exactly where he is. But it's not going to be enough. Just a taunt there for Godowers. 14 HP and the Dream. Not sure how much economy they have left to really deal with this. They might have to just save this rifle. Holding up the ultimate for us here. Holding up the hopes and dreams for APH as they really need to get some more rounds on the board. 4 to 8 half is the maximum they can go.
Man, if he fat fingers that.
No!
Oh my
Oh, my heart
gosh.
dropped
How
a bit. I
does
thought he died.
Godowers... Yeah. How does Godowers find these? Anyways. That's the second time again that APH's over-aggression blew up in their face. I don't know how he keeps finding these.
Oh, look, he's looking the right place too.
Timing. He also got spotted.
No way. Okay.
Down to one bullet, down to one bullet.
One bullet Dream?
Boo.
Here's the drop, no? Oh, the turret's there.
We could have gotten the A's.
He's trying to go for it.
Doors.
It's a great save, but is it good for the game? The round, not the round that they need. At least they make it expensive, but because it's the final round, does it really matter at the end of the day? He also already had his ultimate,
Yeah.
so does it change anything really? Not sure.
Well, you know what? It doesn't change anything game-wise, but
It looked
maybe
cool, though.
it looks cool and could give them their second win. You never know, man. These kind of plays, these kind of mistakes that MVP did, at least with that, gives a bit of chance. Blurred preemptively just knows where the recon dart was. I think he just
Oh, there you
really timed it well. That was way, way, way good. That was so smart from Blurred with that cloud burst. And now he's going all the way around. He wants to go back for more. There's the Killjoy ultimate. But again, he can just burn as much time as he wants because look at this. There's the two-pronged flanked approach. Blurred stunned, not flush. The smoke is there, the flash is there, but the blade still connects, and my goodness, he is just dominating, giving chance for the rest of APH to clean up and end this first half 4-8.
I mean, considering the fact that they were starting off like 0-5, I think 4-8 is a pretty respectable score given the situation because MVPE is playing out of their mind. It takes heroics here like from Blurred to really get those operator shots down range and reposition to stop Exotic because for some reason he just feels immortal no matter how, if he has his gun out or not, he just gets the frag or he just jumps away.
Just absolutely crazy rounds that we have been just seeing here over and over again. But now this is what you were mentioning, right? Once we hit that second half, APH, it's them putting the pressure on, putting the press on these opponents. Quick little peek out there from Exotic. Micro with a bit of a bad spot, but Blurred is saving his behind there as the rest of MVP wants to go in for the fight. Two of them get splashed already. That's going to leave Kel by himself, but they are just wanting, willing, and burning everything. As Blurred, did he get stabbed in the face? I think he was. I think he did. And it's all down to him. Needs to hit the first headshot, but unfortunately not going to connect.
Oh man, APH really needed that round. MVP putting a stop to them getting that because imagine if APH won that pistol, they'll most likely win the next round, putting up 6-8. But instead, it goes the other way, 4-9 currently MVP with the weapon advantage as well, buying all the way up to the Vandal for Exotic, not even considering going for the Phantom. Oh, no, he does go for the Phantom because he knows that they're on a lower buy. Smart move. But also, the rest of his team just going for the full buy, secure the win, and that's something that Action Page has to try to find a way around, get those picks together because they do have a couple sheriffs, but is those pocket cannons going to be enough for them to do the damage?
Ooh, I like that term. I've never used that before. Pocket cannons.
Bang. And there he goes. There goes one.
There goes one indeed. MVP really having all the necessary tools here, and even if there's somebody that pushes through Garage there, which was Godowers, damage has been done against the offense. Oh, timing. This time it's not going to be Godowers on the perfect swing, or on the perfect peaks, excuse me. Micro coming into the corner there, but V-Black was so prepared. He already knew where he had to look. And that gives MVP, well, 10 rounds in, man.
The very comfy lead for MVP. All you have to do now is win this bonus. And if you do, honestly, it's going to feel pretty free if you're able to get it, because that's so much pressure that they have to catch up on. Because all the teams, of course, they'll try to win as many rounds as they can. And the score doesn't really matter. They'll just try to get as much value. But that wiggle room to really make mistakes gets smaller and smaller now that they're on that double-digit edge. Maybe 2 rounds away from possibly match point. MVP just looking very strong on this map.
Okay. MVP absolutely looking strong, as you mentioned. And look at how far Exotic is already, but Blurred was just there, waiting. All right, you got to give it to Blurred. Very, very patient. No need to go aggressive. No need to chase for the kill, to be honest, because you got the time. Use it in your advantage. Micro somehow pushes through C-Long, gets the pick, and this time, MVP take a play out of the book of APH, but it is blowing up in their face. And this bonus round should be done and dusted already by the attacking team, as I don't think there's any chance that they're going to be able to find anything here Ooh, Kel though, always a master with that Sheriff. Tries to rotate back, but it's a tall order here, Fluff. 4 versus 1.
It's only up to Kel. Has control of C Long, but it's already going to be spotted out. The flash comes through. It's not going to be enough. Kelly is too quick on the trigger. They get a round that they so desperately need. But still a long ways to go for APH to stabilize this. 5 rounds separate both teams. And looking at this replay, Vidor's patience, just able to punish all this over-aggression. I think Exotic also falling pretty early, knowing that he's the one with the Vandal and going aggressive essentially alone. Was kind of a misstep, I think, from MVP. But they do have at least confidence in their player, knowing that he can pull it off. And I think that's still something.
And again, it wasn't the end of the world for them. That wasn't a round that if they lost, they would lose economy. And as you can see here, they are fully prepped up. Oh, Exotic once again. He doesn't miss the beat here, but could be in a really bad spot. Tries to dash away. No support whatsoever. I honestly, you know what? I honestly thought that they would not double check him there because he should be a fool to try to do that twice, right? And maybe they wouldn't like check him. But anyways, Kel is by himself here. Gets double swung. And the smoke! Blurred could be in a bad spot. He tries to updraft just for safety and things. But now, hello, around the corner, V-Black comes in for the push. Gets him. That's going to be him down 4 versus 2. And how does this keep happening? I thought that was already so well approached, so well reacted by APH. But it's blowing up all in their face.
It's not working out the way that they want to. Starting off already at a deficit, 2v4. They have doubly amount of players, but they're slowly trying to reduce it as Kevs does land a shot onto Kel. And Kevsy has the window control, at least for now. Vanta Black trying to do something cheeky here. Gonna go for the flash, but there comes the recon dart. Is it gonna spot him out? No, but 2 HP. The spams are used to be too much to handle. Micro gets a spam of his own now left in his 1v2. He knows at least that one's on... Oh, doesn't really matter. I was going to say he knows that one's on window, but it looks like Vanta Black can do it on his own. That's 5-11 right now. 1 point to match point for MVPE.
Yeah. Again, that specific angle, if I'm not mistaken, if you're not crouched, you should be showing off a little bit of the top of your head. So that's probably why V-Black was able to react in that particular fashion. Maybe we'll see it here. I don't know.
I can't believe it. Slavin went that deep as well just to throw the recon.
True.
But yeah, I guess a lot of these unexpected things really have been working out. Maybe even going for the updraft kill her onto B, but they do smoke it out. I mean A, but they do smoke it out. Now the repositioning for the attacking side. APH struggling to find themselves in this map. Slowly trying to work their way here onto A long. A very sketchy smoke for them to push as they do hear that the drone is there. Might be a bait for a teammate. Teammate's going to break it. Instead, Bird has the advanced positioning to try to get even more, but he's just going to wait behind the box. Not really over-aggressing because, again, the margin for error is closing with a score like 5-11.
Yeah, and like you said, I like how you mentioned that, again, it feels like APH are struggling to find themselves in this particular game because MVP, that is the complete opposite of what's happening with them. They are just... If they botch a single play, they will double down on it. Whether it results in them losing a round or winning it, doesn't matter. And we've seen both of those things actually happen where they did the same play, they lost the other round, and they won the other round. In any case here, Blurred, he's so close. He might have timing to go for the peaks. But the smoke actually blocks his vision. He can't find anybody, and now he only has the pistol. But is the pistol all he needs? Oh, we'll see at the... Kills happen here. Exotic finds 2. Back with his dash. Teammate coming in for the swing right now. Nico still finds Cavzy. 2 versus 2 here. And they flush him out all down onto Kel. I don't think they know that he's on heaven there. Now they do.
Oh,
Micro
no.
hands on the spike. He's going to try to plant it, but there's the drone. Tries to go around. Finds the pick. He's going to have to abandon the site, right? But still gets the shot. Kel maybe a little bit impatient. That was a second before he gets detained. Oh, grave error from MVP.
I saw the idea though. You know, he knows that the detain is coming, so all he has to do is block the exit. Doesn't really care if he's on site or not. So he has to watch the short out. But Micro, very aware of this, just aims and pre-fires him, or not pre-fires, but is ready for the swing, knowing that that's his plan as well. And that's just some veterancy and game sense. It gives him another round, 6-11. But now, even on the winning side, MVP choose a timeout to maybe close this out.
maybe to close us out, they really need to find that rhythm here, because you never know what's going to happen if APH is able to a few rounds in. And this is the perfect time. I usually don't point this out often because it happens quite a bit, but look at the purchase right now for MVP. They don't really got no weapons, have no, not a little bit close to the ultimates, but not nearly there. But APH, they got the money, they got the weapons, they have the ultimate economy here, and they can string not only in the round itself, but in multiple rounds if they utilize it efficiently. And that's where good comebacks can really come from. So MVP, well, that timeout, very, very necessary, not only to, again, just take a breather, but also to figure things out, as they don't want to, again, let this steamroll out of control.
I don't know why, but I feel like MVP have a very good chance of winning this eco. They're so close to a lot of impactful ultimates, and on one kill, Exotic can just drop the weapon for the knives if need be. If they get a couple of good opening frags here, as the Hunter's Fury does come through, APH manages to find their way through, but no, not giving them any chance at all. They just shut them down for that C site, and look how they slowly SWAT team themselves to try to get some picks. But from the sky, there goes Exotic getting one, and that's firepower return for MVP, as Gadores tries to make some space onto Garage, but he's just forced back. We know that the plant is already down, and Micro takes out Kel instead. Now 3v2.
You should run.
No more blades for Exotic here. He's only down to the Frenzy, but okay. Gadores making sure actually uses his ultimate there. Gonna get flushed out. Where's his teammate? Not gonna help him out. And that oh my god, Exotic has a chance here. Has a dash. Can go onto the site himself. Time not on his side. Has to start defusing that spike. The thing is, he still has to play this game of dangerous hide and seek, and I think Micro already knows that he is off of the spike, off of that, clutches the round. You might not have been right with the possible thrifty, but they had to spend more than what I was kind of expecting them to win that one, Fluff.
I mean, 7-11 right now, not the most convenient of scores, especially when you're that far ahead. They tried to close out the round. They do good damage for an eco. I'm surprised on this kill also that they just don't swing off the contact, but that one breach aftershock or stun fault line, I mean, was just impactful enough to just get a free kill. And I think these small things chained together can really build that snowball that APH is just trying to build up.
True enough. Cheeky positioning here from Exotic. Slatham now spotted. Oh, that is going to be bad with the flash. Still does nothing. They counter right out. Kellyas is there, and he brings it back 2 for 2. An eye for an eye. A teammate. Spike has been dropped on their own side of the spawn, so it was more of contact play more than anything else here for APH. Nobody is going to be pushing forward in this round, at least, as MVP have lost a bit of control in A. They want to recapture it as they put V-Black just to get some information while the rest of his teammates hold in the center of the map on B. If they hear a little bit more noise, they'll find a bit of idea here. But with so much time in the hands of APH, they can take their sweet time as well in slow pushing things. Nano Swarm timing for Kel is a little bit off, so the plant is going to be safe, and it's going to be a forced retake here for the rest, or for MVP.
It's going to be so tricky though because their controller is still alive. The Astra means that they can't play that long angle. They have to fight for side, but both teams have that breach ultimate.
Ooh.
The Rolling Thunder are going to push one out, but no one's going to be there to spot him. They just go back to back instead for both of these breaches. Eventually Kelly S finds a connection, but Nico is the one who finds the shot. There comes Kevzy getting pushed out as well. The defuse coming in. The Cosmic Divide. It's going to be huge here. Going to give them the defuse that they need, and that's match point. That's MVP. Nico goes for the cleanup.
Match point. We saw the beginning.
Not gonna lie, I actually forgot that MVP was using an Astra, because they were fairly using, I think, the smokes of Nico, and I never really realized that they were using like stuns or the gravity well, and then just out of nowhere, Cosmic Divide comes out.
It just comes out on the
That
screen.
being said, though, yeah, right. And that being said, the Cosmic Divide was perfect, as you mentioned. They couldn't really do anything, because even if they pushed through C long, I think the Cosmic Divide was placed so well that you actually have to cross the wall, and there was no lineup from Garage or C long that would have let them stop that defuse. On the spike, and Blur just losing his mind, jumping in. Yes, the refrag is there, but the trades just so much more for MVP, just so much more. 3 versus 4. And we could already be looking at the remnants of this game, and we are going to go into game number 3 possibly already with that opener.
It's going to be so difficult if Gador's not going to be able to find one. Maybe get a late lurk off because they don't have their controller, so they have to get their man advantage. But there goes the swing, and it goes so wide. Slatham's erratic movements. She's going to push them up. They spot out Kevzy as well with that. The gravity well going to come in. They spotted one player. He's drawing attention so that Kelly has to go for the flank here. Kelly doesn't capitalize off it either. And there goes the trades at the end of it. MVP get map number 2 for our second series today, and we move to a game number 3.
Wow. 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 I mean, again, MVP, they were building up. They had great performances on their previous Haven maps, and it ultimately showed itself here when it mattered the most. Again, they lost their Ascent here, but MVP just so dominant in this second map. Absolutely amazing.
I mean, I think from the start, when they were down so much, APH struggled for such a long time to find the quick adaptations that MVPE has shown us that they can do fairly quickly, and by comparison, a lot quicker. And I think these small things just capitalize on their ability to really play off each other. Latham, Exotic, Vanda Black, they've all had the ability to go for those trades, and I think all the members of this team has had those clutch moments. Nico able to get some multi-frags, especially with the Cosmic Divide. A lot of teamwork coming in from MVP outside of individual play. While for APH, I felt like they were a bit lost trying to find themselves, not sure what they wanted to do.
Yeah, at a certain point, it looked like they had inklings of what was supposed to happen, but it feels like MVP were always one step ahead. That really was how that second game felt. I did mention how APH was going to look a lot, more devastating, a lot more threatening, especially on the second half, but it seems like they could never really pull 2 and 2 together, at least at that point. First kills were so neck and neck somehow here, but again, MVP just had so much clutch potential, and unfortunately there for APH, they put a lot of pressure on Blurred to get a lot of entry frags by himself, even with the blades. And unfortunately, whether it was just from unlucky timing and such, it feels like he could never really find that entry frag that he was hoping for his team.
He tried as much as he could have, but the crossfire, and I think the off angles also that MVP are playing, Exotic displays a lot of these weird angles on top of boxes, under things, below the window. There's just so many places that you have to check that the moment that you use your scan, there's nothing really after that can really give you the info that you need to get a clean entry outside of maybe eliminating it by using the breach stun, for example. But just because they have that doesn't mean that they're able to really convert off of it, because when we look at the map highlights on your screen right now, you can see that, yeah, they win the duels. Even on the post game, they win a lot of these opening fights, but somehow MVP just crawl back.
It's because MVP are so active on the map as well. They're not just looking at what's in front of them. They're looking, or it feels like they're so aware, hyper aware of what's been happening all around, right? It feels like, okay, we're losing a lot of the fight on the A site. They're winning what's in front of us as they push in. Why not just go around? Why not wait a little bit for the utilities? All the decisions that MVP have chosen have led ultimately into them getting this 13-7. Of course, delivering the win with Slay Them for that grab and limited, again, delivering with the win. But an absolutely dominant performance from him as well. And with that means that we are going to be going into a game number 3. I never expected that we were going to go up until this point.
Same.
Honestly, APH was looking so scary, man. And I believe, yeah, game number 3 is going to be on Split. So, can't wait for this. I'm very excited.
Yeah, and every time we watch a split game, it's always 50-50. Either it goes very long or it goes very short. So if you guys haven't eaten anything, don't forget to get your Grab Unlimited as we move on to a break.
All right, we're going to go on a break, guys. And when we come back, again, it's going to be game number 3.
Really enjoyed that map. And it's a challenge. You can see tons of talent on this team. But they're jealous and they're playing so very well.
The door is open for these new teams coming into the league to really make an impact.
Bangkok, Thailand.
Guys, look at this!
This is going to be so fun.
And here we are, guys, coming back at you after that very intense yet dominating game number 2 given to you or brought to you by MVP Esports. And because of that, we now have a game number 3 coming in onto Split. Honestly, I don't really have much information about the Split fight. I never really expected to get this far. I honestly thought it was either going to be Action 2-0, MVP 2 or MVP 2-0, but lo and behold, it's the playoffs. Anything and everything can happen.
I mean, it looks like from a stats point of view on paper, it's a clear-cut 2-0 for APH, but it turns out that MVP has so many improvements, not only in the game with their utility, but also outside of the game of how they're able to bounce back from certain things. And they're able to strike back on Haven, a map that we thought that would be heavily in favor of APH since a lot of their players were very proficient on it on their previous teams. But it turns out that it's not a very Avengers Assemble story here for them as they move on to Haven. And now that we're going to Split, will it be a split decider for either team? How will that go? It really depends for me of not just who starts on defense, but who gets the most rounds on attack.
That's true. A lot of teams have turned Split into a very attacker-sided map depending on how they approach it, but some teams have kind of done that sort of ordeal. We also have seen some teams try to go for, correct me if I'm wrong, like a double controller, but at least looking at the selections on both teams, they actually play very similar in the composition on Split specifically. So the only difference, I think, is Action PH gravitates towards the... Actually, wait, hang on. Gravitates towards the Raze, while MVP Esports gravitates towards the Jet. That's literally it. Anyways, any selection will confirm what the selection is going to be here, guys, as we go in for the final match of the day, the final game of the day. Who is going to be facing Naos Esports, MVP or Action PH?
Looks like both teams going to settle on that Sage at least. And I think the Cypher pick as well is going to be massive for both of them. The Omen's going to be there for support. But again, like you mentioned, the difference mainly being, the only difference is going to be the Duelist. Exotic back on that signature Jet. We know how deadly he is with the knives, but also the Operator. And I'm sure that in a map like Split, where if you get that opening pick with the aggression, you can just waterfall into a lot of these sites. Where we also know, on the other hand, how well Kelly S is on that signature Raze.
Man. Wait, we haven't seen Kelly on a Duelist this entire series, right? This is the first time we're going to see him on...
the series, yeah. But he did play it before on Haven in like previous games.
Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. But at least on this series specifically. So that means that we are in for a treat. As you mentioned, signature Raze on Kelly S. If anybody knows Kelly S and what he's famous for, it's always on that Raze. Again, he's very proficient with a lot of agents, but this is one of those particular picks that he is so much known for, and that means that it is so much pressure as well on him to really perform in this decider map, because again, Split, as you mentioned, you don't really have too much information on this just yet, right? It came back into the rotation, not a lot of teams really willing to play it, and only a few truly encapsulating how to play this slightly altered Split here. But again, if you look at just the match histories, APH have somewhat of an advantage over MVP.
I mean, that's also what we said about Haven, but you know, the statistics somehow doesn't always line up depending on how much improvements that they've had.
True. One
big difference though between both of these duelists is that in general, the Raze utility does break a lot of these Cypher trips early on, whereas Jet just kind of has to tank it if it's not being tanked already by a Skydog or something. But Kel already gonna pop that one away. Kelly S manages to sneak through during the time, but he's brought so low. The right click's not gonna connect onto Kel until the last bullet does hit, and that's a clean sight for them for the most part, only losing Kel for the defensive side.
Oh my gosh, Gadors has such a perfect position to start really poisoning his opponents. The problem is he has to go the long way around because of the wall. He can't really break the wall in mid because that's going to alert the rest of the defenders, but this could actually be bad because now he's too late to the party and the rest of MVP are already cleaning up house. Thankfully enough, Micro has got themselves 2 picks. Gadors making all that noise and Vinta Black not hitting the shot. Exotic's right here. Both flashers coming through, and Exotic has to come back around. That spike is planted out for the open, so he has to deal with 2 angles as he is just getting barreled down by the pistols. And unfortunately here, man, that was no shot connected from V Black when he needed to against Gadowers.
In APH, you know, they do the correct call. They go for that play onto that B site. They know that even though the Cypher's there, they can just tank the utility because they do have that raise, the quick wall as well, able to find the frag for them. And Gadowers, like you mentioned, with the late rotates, able to stall enough time for them. And actually him being missing was something that allowed them to win the round because they had to check backside because they had no info for Gadowers. But then eventually when he showed himself, it was too late for MVP to salvage the round. As we move on to our second, now a very confident buy, triple Bulldog, full util coming in from APH. It looks like they want to maximize this attacking side. They know that the camera's here from the previous round. Kel gonna play a pretty cheeky angle here with that shorty. Might be able to find one, but no, Telias too quick on the trigger, finds 2.
Just ransacks the opponent there. Kelly, timing is going to be crucial here, but not spotted at all. Oh, okay. I was kind of thinking that was a shot from behind, but no, that was just the wall bangs. Almost actually spotting out V Black there in the process as well. Gadowers just loves to hold the anti-lurk here, so you always got to watch behind your back. The big problem to that is, at least for MVP, is they don't really know when he's going to appear. So unless they can deal with what's in front of them, quickly, Godowers always has a route to some sneaky approaches, which is just going to be, again, so beneficial for Action PH.
It's so hard to deal with. You don't even have the weapons to really take a lot of good 1v1s, ideally, into that situation. So Godowers just playing his life, even holding this cheeky angle. Just watch this exotic fall from this spot. He keeps his armor as well, not even tagged up. So his lurks on the Cypher, just pulling pressure. Even though he's not in the fight, it's dragging so much attention from the fight that it's just being overwhelmed. Now APH strong with a 2-0, but MVP have a chance to strike back on their bye.
Ooh, I can already see, I don't know if this is just me, but it feels like there's lines being drawn already in APH. They've had enough. They said that shouldn't have happened on the Haven here. And coming into Split, just so different from what we have seen. Back at the side is going to be Nico. Already trying to at least stop them dead in their tracks. Kelly S out by himself, couldn't really do much. And this one way with the Cypher just does so much damage. Kevs, oh, he's in a bad spot. If Nico's holding the crosshair, might get spotted. Thankfully enough, he does have his teammate with him just to get that flash, get the stun out. But I'm not looking at this correctly, am I? They actually got 2 kills against MVP. I thought that was actually in the favor of APH, but I'm sorely mistaken on how the results was.
I mean, Kelly S able to find 2 for his life, exploding out of there. I'm surprised that Nico used the flash at the same time as Kel's one way, which means that the delay wasn't as strong as they thought because it overlapped. But that being said, the re-hit here might be very possible as Blurred is going to be the one to take first contact. Here comes the multi-swing though, just going to easily take him out. Kel finds 2 though, now forced into a 1v2 situation, and ABH still going strong. This is again their bonus. They're going to be able to upgrade off of this. They have the heals as well from Kevzi as that is ticking already. So they just have to hold the angle. They have the smoke, and even though Vantablack has the full util, if he doesn't land the shots, it's not gonna matter, and he does though. Now he has to wait to scout them out. He knows he's playing backside. There comes the flash as well to push him out of position, but this smoke is actually gonna distract him long enough for Micro to land the flick.
I like the idea from the flash of V-Black there, but the thing is, Micro already knew that V-Black's not gonna, even if V-Black did get the flash on the side, it's not gonna fully blind him. It's just gonna be that fake or that short blind because it hits you in the back of your head, right? So he knew just to swing, pick a corner left or right, and he was just a second, if not half a second earlier against V-Black, and that's all that mattered.
What really matters right now is that MVP is experiencing what APH did in the previous map, not able to find the round, losing their bye. Now they have to find their own sort of momentum because whatever they're doing this time around is not working because the entry from Kelly S is finding always some value. They repeatedly just force down this B side. They don't care if the camera's there, but Godowers is able to find the exotic through all the commotion. That's the A side possibly open for them. More options for the attacking side here for APH.
Godowers is playing the safer game. You know, I love how Godowers somewhat is similar to Georgie in the sense that he was known for being so aggressive, but now look at this. He's just controlling the situation, know that it's risky for him to pick up that orb by himself, waits for his teammates to rotate around. He's already gotten the pick. Exactly. V-Black does find Blurred somehow, some way, but that's not going to stop the push from APH from happening at all on his A side. It's a full-blown commitment here, or is it? As they try to ransack through the other side, Kel is there for the swing, but he still gets overwhelmed. And
oh, that was such a nasty ultimate. Getting the neural theft like that, knowing that his teammate was marking behind him in case anything happened, just gave them all the info to go for that quick rotate. And now it's going to be MVP trying to find something. They pick up one of the rifles though on Vantablack, but Nico and Slatam are still on those pistols. They might get a good flank though, but depending on how these Seekers go, it will give them the info that they do need to play on the backside. The camera's going to spot them out as Vantablack goes for some spams of its own. Nico lands a shot, lands a second, and that's a lot of hope for MVP as they can double swing this, but now left into a 1v1. Nico against the world. He's done it twice before this now, but time is ticking against him, baiting the res as well, just waiting for the swing. He hits the first one, he digs both actually, but somehow Kevs is just too tanky.
too tanky and just too naughty with how he uses his own teammate as bait with that ultimate. You don't see that too often used, you know, with the Sage and her special ability. Yeah, but when it happens, it feels like it's the smartest thing that you can actually do, and it's the slyest thing you can actually do.
Your teammate can't even be mad at you because you won, you know?
Exactly, because
if
you
you
clutched the
lost, then
round.
maybe, you know, GG. Disband. But, you know, they don't, so it's good.
I love it. Wow. Sladen was just lined it up, waiting for the flash, knowing that it was going to actually arrive or be placed upon. I don't know what was going to happen in his mind there, but he was just quick to react. Any case, MVP here, not in the goodest of terms in those rounds. It looks like they were just like one off for winning multiple rounds, but again, as I mentioned, it really does go down to the wire between these two teams in the series.
I mean, there's still a lot of chances for them to really do something here. Godor's on the flank yet again. I like how active he is on the map. He's not like a lurker that just waits for something to happen. He tries to prod for info, tries to find the pick, because that's the go signal for the rotate if ever. He's marking the other Cypher as well. Look how they have to send 2 players on the defensive side just to make sure that Godor's can't crawl up and take this ramp control while the rest of his team just funnel in. But Nico and Slatham really quick with the trades, or actually the frags, just go for it. Exotic punishes Godor's this time around. It's looking very good for MVP to get on the board. Blurred and Micro, might have something to say for it though.
Left.
Still 2 players. Someone is being made. They're not going to give this up. But 3 players from the defensive side going to try to spot them out. But Nico's just going to calm down the situation, put down a smoke like that, but that's not going to be that calm, and Slatham just swings through, waiting for that double swing coming in from APA and converting their first foothold onto this game.
Gotta love the aggression, gotta love the willingness of MVP, because the thing is, right, if they tried to let them push it onto the site, that just gives Godowers so much more leverage to start doing whatever he wants to do. So them putting 2 players against him, but not really actively pushing against Godot and keeping it easy for MVP to rotate, gives them at least that safety that if they make a mistake on the site, they at least have some quick response as Godot goes around or, you know, tries to lurk and such. But that round specifically, they just handled it so beautifully. In any case, the drop down looks like it's about to come. V Black around the corner. Kelly S!
Wow.
Where and how? All right.
I have no idea how that happened, but we take those for APH, converting the loss of Blurred into a double kill for Kelly S. Exotic and V Black out of the picture. They still have a controller. Nico's been coming up so big these games. The wall is going to protect him for a bit, but the push actually is going to be a pinch towards that A side as they do take that heaven control for A.
Well, they're just going to rush it right in. The flash paranoia is actually blinding a lot of the ones that we are spectating here, guys. Kel tries to find these lineups, but unfortunately he's not going to connect that wall, forcing the rest of the defenders to go wrap away around it. And again, the man of the hour, Godowers, playing around the corner here. He is such in a very, I would just say, yep. I was about to say just a poison spot once again. And as soon as he heard the ultimate, swings, picks it up, and now there's a numbers advantage. They have to go for the cross here. It is so dangerous. It is so risky. Kelly S is right there with a showstopper. Are you even going to try to go about this? Because now you will just get a full face of Rocket. And as you try to go for that defuse, there's still plenty of players around you. MVP could not find the answer. They had one in that round, but it felt like they could not replicate that form of success.
Kelly S just finding the double here on the quick flick. Really salvaged a lot of that early momentum that they did not have to recover. But also Godot is just waiting, lying in wait just to make sure that he gets the frag, not over peeking. He knows that it's not our problem to defuse the spike. They have to come to us. All I have to do is stand here, get an easy shot. If I die, it's okay. It's -1. They have to check someone else. Regardless of what he does, there's always some sort of value. And I think it's part of the reason why APH is pushing the limits here for the attacking side. Already 1-5 on split. So if they even get 6, that's already like a dub. You know what I mean? Before the side swaps.
Yeah, absolutely true. Remember how, again, on the attacking side, it was near impossible. And then we got those, what was it? 2 very major overhauls to some certain location on split that made it actually a lot more favorable for attackers now. And you couple that with the loop that APH are doing, as you mentioned, with Gadors and everything. And again, you can't really stop saying his name because he's the one that's giving so much options here for Action PH. So that being said, again, timeout's been called. MVP though, what's the answer? One of them is Kel purchasing an Odin. So if they try to throw their weight around in a linear path, he might just get the ripoff. Anyways, there's Exotic around for the swing. If they're gonna get aggressive on A, might as well get aggressive, right? They're just trying to stop the bleeding from happening. You know, try to cut the source before it actually starts to infest or fester.
Yeah, but look at Godowers. He went all the way from ramps into vents and now back up into ramps. So the positioning that he's already made might not be something that Exotic expects, but he's already holding the angle. But you know, Godowers is up there. The quick flick punches Godot. And there he goes. Gonna be forced back 3v5 in favor this time around for MVP. It seems like what they've learned from their Haven game, knowing that we're gonna be that reactive and try to be more proactive, has been working out for them for these past 2 rounds. Because reacting to APH means that you're just walking into their plans. They know that's how you're gonna react. They know that they can punish you with Godowers, but this time around, being the more aggressive of the two, even on the defensive side, has really turned the tides for them so far.
Oh, they get spotted. This is the perfect time for Exotic to actually go for the swing. But this V-Black once again. Exotic's just holding his angle here. Not sure if they know where he is, but this dog from Blurred is going to make sure. But again, that's two-pronged approach. Now it's all down onto Micro. That gets immediately refragged, by Exotic. Out of nowhere, man. I got to give it. Like you mentioned, being very proactive does have its risks, but Exotic just does that so well with the flicks. As I mentioned, I was just mentioning, there is big risks that come from being proactive, but MVP do it so well after every tactical pause that they do. So them, as I mentioned again, adjustability is so high right now for MVP.
I'd have to agree with that. I mean, when you see a duelist like Exotic just flicking, hitting a raise, double sash lane, then falling back to hit a flick as well onto Godowers on Heaven, just being this aggressive. Maybe this is a bit too aggressive, not gonna lie, but at least the idea was there. Unfortunately for them, though, APH does come up on top. Kelly and Godot gets the repunish, knowing that they're trying to be more proactive. So there's a bit of back and forth from both teams, and that neural theft is going to give them so much free reign on this site, knowing exactly where they're going to waterfall out of for the retake.
Yeah, I guess the problem there is there's no chance of getting back into proper cover if you get spotted or cut out. And here it is, forward map control for APH. Is that actually good? I'm looking at Slatham's ultimate, very far from having a res, so it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Does have the heal for his Brody there, though. There's going to be the Seekers. Wall gives a little bit of coverage, but it's not going to be enough. Still, Slatham does cross into the site. Does get the pick onto Blurred. Now knows that his opponent is right in front of him, but he loses bullets. Loses bullets in the most critical of opportunities. And that... oh my gosh, that is heartbreaking. That was too close. Too close, Fluff.
Too close indeed. I mean, APH, they start out so strong here. They get the punish early, the neural theft as well, but MVPE, they try to salvage it as hard as they can. Slatham even gets one, but unfortunately for him, he just runs out of bullets at the wrong time. Kevs comes up on top, and that's what really gets the round for APH. 2-6 currently. Very comfy lead, especially that they're on the attacking side on split.
Definitely, as we can see here. There's the dog already. Nico's got to abandon alongside Slatham. Wall is just immediately placed as red alerts were just flaring on the top of their heads here. Somehow they were able to chase a couple of kills. Weapons taken as well. Godowers is down. Kelly ass onto corner. V-Black aware. But it's a very segmented push for APH. It's getting well answered by APH. And he goes on the perfect time, but Kelly, again, his instincts, his capabilities as a player is just overwhelming here. I wonder if Exotic actually made noise going up the rope. I wasn't able to hear it properly, so excuse me for that, but at least they've cornered the rest. Kelly's down to 20. He's let his teammate do the thing, but again, as I mentioned, they're not going to allow him to, well, you know, come out of male alive, so it's a 2 versus 1. Micro by himself.
Has side control at least. But this is where everything really matters. Because Micro Smoke's about to fade. Second one just got put up, but they can double swing. One already drops down. Not sure if he heard it though. They're closing in on him. He's gonna get the off angle in the first one. He has a clean 1v1. He knows he's close, at least on the spike. He still has the paranoia to deal with. And there comes the flash, and Micro matters in major moments. And that is where he really shines, a smoke criminal himself. APH Micro gonna secure another round. 2-7 is such a confident start for the first half on attack.
Oh. Whew. I'm just... This is such heavy rounds, to be honest. There is so much happening everywhere around. Oh. Not this one. Okay, anyways. What's gonna happen now, man? APH just really putting the pressure on. Just controlling, maneuvering. I mean, if you've heard the words "Jesus take the wheel," it feels like APH. You know, they're the ones just using that circular steering device to really steer the series.
Yes, I agree. But also, on to heaven, we see that Nico's trying to get some presence. The boom, but not gonna spot him out. Kelly S might not know that he's so close. Gadores finds the frag onto Kel. And the timing doesn't work out for Kel. Yes, that's a weapon upgrade for them. MVP stabilizing this round. Micro does get the plant, but it's still 2v4. Gadores trying to get some heroics here. They have to play a bit more risky because they are on that lower advantage. The flick's not gonna land. Exotic finds the frag, but look at Gadores. He wraps around the entire team. No one has spotted him out yet. Gets the... No, he doesn't go for the spray down. Doesn't connect. Nico stops in an awkward area and goes for the crouch. Unfortunate for Gadores, but a big win for MVPE.
A big swing for MVPE there. But again, round still in the favor of Action PH. Nico played that extremely well to get or catch Kelly S unawares of the push. You gotta love the instincts as well as the experience just to play around the boom bot and not try to break it and panic.
That's true.
Any case, yeah. I feel like this is still going to be a heavy round, even though it's just the pistols for APH. Kelly S has double satchel in his ultimate. He's gonna try to do something cheeky here.
Yeah, it's a Spectre as well in hand as a secondary in case
there it is.
Happen. Not popping the ultimate actually, just gonna go for a gunfight here. Almost manages to win it out, but Vanta Black with a weapon advantage just too strong. His teammate gets the trade though. Exotic already pops the dash, but here comes the dog. Backs up onto Vance. Will he go for the repeat? He might be able to. Gadores falls, but still 3v3 on an eco for APH. Even forcing out the neural theft is overall a win for them.
Only I could see you hide.
Overall a win for them, leaving Blurred and Micro to remain, and Exotics just there, peeking out, checking, you know, saying hi, hello, you know, we're still here, we're still fighting. And they're the fighting dreamers that are bringing it back. If they can get the next round in, 5-7, they've already put some band-aids on the wound that was really starting to hurt them.
Going to be able to really stop the bleeding. If they're able to salvage this last round, MVPE seem to have found their foothold, get that momentum going again on their side, getting the balancing act of being a bit too proactive and too reactive, and just finding the pace that they can really start punishing APH, especially with this operator into play already. Not going to be able to spot out one. Holds the angle though because it's just the Sage slow. With Vanta Black removing this camera very early, forces to go for a peek if he needs to, and another operator actually on Exotic is going to be holding that fort, so they really don't want to let go of control of A main or B main, forcing this stack onto mid. But that one cage just ruins all their plans as they get to creep closer and closer past the operator.
Maybe not. Exotic still finds one. And even though they've unleashed the Raze ultimate, Exotic has still yet to be answered on the top of A ramps. Kelly S, I mean, yeah, sure. He's gotten the showstopper at the back of the site. He's trying to chase kills, but MVP, they're baiting him. They're coaxing him. Chase me. We have a lot more refracts to try to deal with you. And Kelly S, He has the shotgun. He has the weapon. And oh my gosh, he almost actually tries to explode. Kevs,
So low.
one tap, one kill, all shot, no skill, or all skill, excuse me, as he clutches the round. How does this transpire? How does this happen as APH come out with a miraculous play?
I don't know, man, but MVPE was started out as a dream, is turning into a nightmare for them. They're going to be having to attack on the defensive side, already stacked up with 8 rounds. Exotic, he's able to find 2 cheeky kills off of the push, even though he wasn't able to stall it. Yet somehow, the play from Kelly S finds some value, going deeper and deeper on the side, bringing him low enough that Kevs gets the first frag, and this is a simple kill onto the second player, just using the movements as a team. And I think because of that, this pistol round is going to be extra important for either team. If APH gets this, it could be the start of the end for this series for MVPE, which they fought so hard for.
Absolutely, and honestly, that must have been a big blow, devastating round. That should have been the 5-7, but now it's a 4-8, just because it feels like MVP overread the situation. They were trying to they were trying to just go everywhere all at the same time because they had the numbers. They probably were thinking, yeah, we could do this, but then Kelly was just so far pushed forward and nobody was able to deal with him quickly enough that he was just able to thin down the numbers. And then Kevzy, not falling behind, hits the flick or the one tap, one kill, and then the last player was a low Cypher. What are you going to do? Kelly S throws the nade, perfect timing. One playing at the back of the site, that's going to be Micro, but MVP deals with him very swiftly.
Still all players alive for MVP. It's a good sign, especially this wall gonna stall out Kelly S. Gives him a lot more opportunity to make a move. The flash comes through as well. That pings out Kevzy, at least his general location. Already even prepared for the flank if need be because they don't have that info. Kel already marking the cross. They know where Godot is. And Nico is gonna be there to smoke heaven. Exotic knows where everyone is at this point. All 3 players already revealed. There goes the first player. Here comes the 180 for the trade. Manages to find it as well. Nico with the support. And now it's all up to Kelly S. He was stalled earlier from the wall. Brought low. Trying to find the headshot angle, but it's just not enough. Eventually, Nico finds the double onto Kelly S to secure the round. That is an important round for MVP. It gets them the momentum that they need to get back into the game. Gets them that better buy. And APH has to now find their own footing on the defensive side. Feels like, though, that this could go either way. Because they're going for a very expensive round here with a triple bulldog, as well, a quadruple bulldog, rather. So it's quite possible that there's something, if a weapon drops, that this could go the opposite way with APH picking up a bunch of these rifles. The early flash and a couple on mid. Not going to be able to find any players, though, as Exotic leads the charge to take this under their control. They're going for the gamble from the defensive side. APH stacking onto A. But it looks like MVPE are just going to re-rotate off of that piece of util and actually funnel into the hands of the already stacked APH. This could be disaster for them if they make one wrong misstep. Multiple players get headshot, though, because the Bulldogs rain fire, and that is a clean sweep for MVPE. Only losing out Kel in that trade, but his sacrifice was worth the victory, as they keep all 4 Bulldogs alive, getting the best possible buy that they probably can have into this buy round.
No way they can do mistakes when your tap or your alternate fire Bulldog shot takes down 2, right? So that being said, MVP not taking this lying down, always willing to go for that fight. I've said this multiple times through this entire series, but you know what? They've been proving us that they will keep doing those things over and over again, just so that, in case weapons are a bit hotter here for APH as they've gotten themselves all on the rifles. MVP, Kel's the only one with the hand cannon or the pocket cannon. And MVP here. Now, I do want to see, now that their opponents have proper weapons and proper utility, how are they going to be approaching the attacking side here? Somewhat of a similar approach, as Kel is the one actually holding the solo angles as he tries to get some openings for his team. I feel like he does have that same vibe or the same impact if he wanted to do so, but he is waiting patiently here. Kelly S also waiting patiently. before they start pushing in to throw out the nade. Nobody's actually pushing out to A main. Inside the smoke, they try to find him, but Kelly, yes, he's just too sneaky, too risky. And the Viper, he coils as he strikes. 3 players remaining for MVP, and they've all but lost control as APH still have such great holds on the A site.
The re-smoke also. Godot trying to stay alive here on the side. He knows that it has to be clear. Possible elbow, possible still A main, but the delay's already been done. The damage dealt. And now 3v2. No spike in hand. It allows Godot to just push up, being a bit more confident now that his teammates are here. They can also retake together if they opt to for that B site. But it looks like no smokes available yet for Nico. Probably we will get the plant and then smoke after. Interesting decision to plant here. Not very open, assuming that they're going to come from that A side and up to heaven. He's going to TP all the way to re-clear in case there's a flank. But they do know that they have that strip available in case they go garage. So it must be by process of elimination onto heaven. And Kel is ready for the swing. Here's the first players, but he only gets the dink on 1. Now it's 1v2, not planted for them. Nico brought extremely low, but it is a Bulldog trying to go for the fake. There's no way for them to get info as well. Micro drops down. Second player drops down as well. They're going to smoke off the spike. Means that he has to start pre-firing through it. First player's going to see him. Not sure if he spotted up the Sage. He can go for the shot here. He doesn't go for the kill. But Kevzy quick with the trade. A small misstep is just all that he needed. But too aware is Kev. 6-9 right now. APH extending their lead.
I mean, there's only one angle that his opponent would have been if he actually shut down the diffuser, right? It's in that one general direction. But as you mentioned, Kev's was so quick. There was a moment of hesitation there from Nico. He doubled back to actually hit the other headshot to stop, who was it? It's Micro from defusing the spike. If he stopped that half defuse, I don't think there might have been enough time to actually go for the full defuse as Kev's. Because, again, he had to, like, half a second to walk to the spike, start defusing it. Oh, man. Again, it's all going down to the wire here, Fluff. MVP 6-9. Great flash to spot out so many players on mid, as well as just blind him straight up. But APH, again, just get the better of everything here. As they're looking into it, Kelly is just like 2 away from another of his showstoppers.
Denying out as much info as they can. They do have the Sage, but they don't want to use it to wall off mid necessarily, because it'll just get easily broken on this buy round. So instead, they're going to choose to smoke it off, break the Trailblazer, get some more info with his guiding lights. Now they can wall something else. Looks like Kevzy's going to opt to get heaven, funneling them onto that A site where Godot is already waiting in lie. Kel, he has to turn on the camera, will not land the shot. Godot goes for the wide swing. It's able to take him out. And because of that, the call to action to move towards the A sites has been signaled, thinking maybe that they're going to leave it a little bit more open. But Godot is aware, patiently just backing off into this cheekier corner. No camera available for him, and his teammates are quite far. This one Trailblazer's actually going to spot him out, going to be able to get capitalized on by Exotic as the flash comes through onto the A site. But is it going to be enough pressure and damage? The wall breaks extremely fast, and Kelly is able to find 2 through that and able to retreat as well. Now they're just being funneled everywhere. The flash is going to be able to find Vanta Black. He falls down literally into the crosshair of Kev's. It's all up to Nico. They know exactly where he is. Now the shot has been there, and Blurred takes him out. 6-10, double digits for APH.
Okay, I was kind of thinking that, oh, you know, there's a wall. Perfectly safe. But then, yeah, right. If you just spray through the wall with a rifle, it breaks one of the segments so quickly, and they thought that they could chase it down. My goodness. Yeah, this is going from bad to worse right now for MVP. 3 more rounds, and APH pushed him to the lower end. Go forward to facing Naos Esports. MVP smartly called a timeout. They already know that it's going to be futile if they use a timeout. Anything after this, 11, it's too close. 12, obviously, it's already thinning that line. And there's so many rounds for him to just come back on, and especially coming from this where their economy is not looking so hot. What's the answer here for MVP? They've tried so many things, but nothing has come into play. And I think a lot of this, I'm not sure if you're going to agree, comes into just how well Godowers has just been the solo defender of a site and always gets that kill, even though he's only 9 kills in this game.
Yeah, I think Godowers is the linchpin of APH, really holding them together, because the pressure that he creates by literally just existing is already enough, because they know that if they don't deal with him, that they can lose a site just by Godot alone. And if they do try to deal with him, then they lose the other side because the manpower of APH is towards that direction. So either way, APH trying to create a lose-lose situation. And if they don't punish Godot pretty early, it's going to be very hard. And look at this camera too. It allows him to play so safe now that he's on the defensive side. And Exotic is trying to make his way up onto mid, going for a buy himself. Not sure if he'll be able to full buy on the next round, maybe half armor and buy, but regardless, you just need that extra bit of firepower to help him onto entry because Godowers has the neural theft available, and if that's used properly, it could basically just be a free round for them.
Didn't even, or rather, he was taken down the last round. Anyways, this camera is so strong. Black and Blue would be proud about this camera because he loves his Cypher one-ways. But in any case, again, as you mentioned, he can play so safe, call reinforcements so quickly. But maybe this is the proper call. Look at this. The rest of MVP actually charging up onto B Heaven here. But Action PH, they're just so far forward into what they wanted to do. They're so, what's the word here? They're just so sure of how the setup is going to be, and they are corralling MVP into positions that they would want to fight them in. Yes, we talk about Godowers this, Godowers that on the A site, but don't forget that APH, they have some really good reaction setups on the other side of the map as well.
Yeah, I think without the combination of Kev, Z, Blurred, and Micro, the stability is not going to be used. Because, yeah, you can draw attention to you, but if the rest of your team is not going to be able to move off of that, it's going to be difficult. There goes the first frag, though. Adam replies, but Kev Z soon after just gets the double. That's the round.
Was Latham trying to get his res?
Possibly.
Yeah, I thought I saw it like twice. And then maybe he was trying to do a Kevzy play where he was going to bait his own teammate there. But well, there's like 2 angles that AVH are holding. So,
unfortunately for them, it didn't really work out. And now only 2 rounds for APH to really close out this game. They're also on the defensive side, so they can kind of chill for a bit because they do have that huge number of rounds that they can possibly just capitalize off. It's more of them making less mistakes at this point than trying to actually win the game. But that's a good start.
This is not good. This is not good at all. They even give Godowers the neural theft. Is MVP feeling pressured right now as they get spotted on where they have to push? I think they do. Now that they've lost control of A main, it's either they have to use half a minute just to get back control. Look at this. They have to look at Nico to try to readdress B main, readdress A main, and maybe even sewers just because they lost Kel so quickly. Just that one player, now they're forced in. 50 seconds, they're going to try to go for the 2-pronged approach. This splits them very thinly, but at the same time, they have to try to do something about this. Exotic had the moment, but Kevzy is playing around him, finally gets the pick, gives him an opportunity here, and that's the picks that they were hoping for. Exotic's trying to chase them down. The Seeker slows him down in the process. 3 versus 3, coming in around the corner. No! Showstopper whiffs! This might be the opportune moment for MVP to actually get themselves around in. The Godowers hits the shot, slay them as aware, and now 1 versus 2. It's all down to Godot to get themselves into 12 rounds in, but of course, MVP not gonna give them a chance to do so. That was close, that was crazy, but MVP have to be all those things to try to get back in this game.
Oh my god, they start out so strong for the defensive side. They get the opening pick, they get the neural theft, but this showstopper not landing just changes the course. It leaves Kalias vulnerable in the air, allows him to get fragged up by Exotic, and because of that, the small missteps that they made just throw away the round from their grasp. But you know, still 7-11. It's still very chill for APH. There's still a lot of leeway to make mistakes, but hopefully they're not going to do anything more because they can close out this series, which both teams have fought so hard for.
Wow. So hard for. Definitely an understatement here to just how, again, adaptable MVP have tried to be, but oh boy, 4 rounds in, man, before they try to equalize. 5 rounds to get them into series, match point, all that jazz. And again, it's just so difficult. 3-man push outside B main. Someone has to flash something. Oh my god, my anxiety is going all the way to the top as they just go in 1 by 1 and get answered 1 by 1. The paranoia's right there. Exotic's trying to chase. They're all stuck in the corner, though, and he needs to find some
he
value here,
wins.
but unfortunately, it's not going to be happening. It's not meant to be, man. Kel's the only one, and he's alone. He's the Lone Ranger. Just 3 in the front, 2 in the back, and no chance that somebody's just going to be waddling their way outside of garage try to check him. He needs to find something, but the thing is, no information as to where the other players are, and did he just make noise on the ropes? I think he did. That's why they're calling him back. Oh, this is just so bad for MVP.
There's literally not much he can do right now. He's staring down the barrel of everyone. He fired some shots also, so his position and all they're going to be revealed. APH doesn't even need to take this fight. They can just give him the Vandal if he wants, but no, they're going to throw the nade, flush him out, and there goes Ghidorah's getting another frag.
Match point.
Whew.
I see them yet. I can feel them ready.
Well,
Here.
they had chances to come back from this, Fluff, in this garage fight, because they had the paranoia to answer. The only big issue there was it was kind of obvious when we were watching it that Exotic just really had to step up. And again, it's so big of an ask to get that 3K with the blades, as there was just so many angles, so many smokes being put out. But he had to, man. He had to, unless...
Yeah. I think at least he had to swing very wide to give his teammates a chance to move up with him. But speaking of chances, this is the last chance for MVPE to really make their mark on this game. And this fight for middle has been lasting since the start of the round, just bullets being traded back and forth. APH at least have the respite knowing that they have that ultimate available to resurrect one of their teammates. But that smoke, well, it's going to delay this mid-fight even more. So much util coming from them while the flanks are already be covered by these Cypher trips.
Thankfully enough for MVP, they do have some really well activated or well available ultimates. The thing is, they can't lose those players early because, again, they're already on the weaker weapon, so they can't really miss the chance to lose any players or miss any of these, again, ultimates of theirs. Vilak already uses the Seekers. That's the one we were looking for. Gives Exotic a quick picture of what's on the site. Cleans it up, one still at the back, but the positioning of Kenzie is just too devastating, and he is about to make so much mess of what is right in front of him. 2 versus 3. Slatham trying to frantically get back around the corner, but the nade from Kelly S just makes sure that he has no chance to find solid ground. And ladies and gentlemen, after a grueling 3 games, Action PH go ahead, and they'll be facing Nows on the next one.
And there we have it, our winner that really fought so hard for this series. They lost momentum on the second map, but they came back so strong here on Split, securing another victory under the belt of APH.
I just have no words as to how back and forth the struggle was. You saw, again, APH having a clear plan of how they started this series. Second game, it didn't go their way because of just how confident I would say MVP was playing. But on Split, MVP could not find an answer on either the first half or the second half as to how to deal with everything. I think it was, again, Ghidorah's and absolutely Kelly S that dominated this third and final game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. 13-7 to finish out our day today on Split. APH takes the win with a lot of help from Kelly S and Ghidorah's. The rest of the team, of course, making their impact known as well because there's no one else to play off of. But I think Kelly S getting a lot of these random 2 to 3Ks at certain points in the round was just enough for them to leverage the momentum to allow the rest of the team to really shine as well.
And boy, did they shine. Quick little look at the highlights here, and that is one of the most disgusting highlights we've had in this entire series. The bait, just so that Kelly S gets a chance, and he did not miss the chance. He even went above and beyond to help himself out. Oh my goodness, just... And again, there was also some... I think some rounds where Kelly was just so smart in his approach. Yeah, there'd be a utility that was going to be thrown in front of him, but then he's like, you know what, I could just break this and shoot through it and get a pick. And a big example of that is that wall that was placed right in front of him, and it still just breaks it down. And this one, where I honestly thought that MVP would get the round, and Kelly S somehow manages to get so many kills that he just, again, leveraged the favor of that particular round in the favor of APH.
I mean, there are other rounds as well where he'd like spray through the Sage wall in order to get double cut off the rotation, pull pressure. I think that's one thing that APH really does well. These players are all so deadly that the pressure could be pulled by any one of them. But right now, delivering the win for us is going to be Micro from Action PH. So if you guys want to get that Grab Unlimited promo, don't forget to use the QR code that you can see on your screen.
Yeah, very much. Micro as well. I'm pretty sure I haven't talked about Micro too often, but it's also his paranoias that have given a lot of great setups for the rest of APH. So ultimately, again, APH did fantastic. We had some incredible highlights for Godowers, from Kelly S here. That being said, on the side of MVP Esports, you cannot deny that they did, I think, so well. Even though they weren't able to hit like double digits on split, it felt like they had ideas of what they wanted to do. The problem is APH just locked down that map so well.
I think it was just so hard for them to move around in that map, because if you look at map number 2 or even map number 1, it felt like their ideas that they had about the map was so advanced that they had already the lineups, the setups, things that we don't normally see. But on Split, they kind of look like a very normal team outside of course, those heroic plays coming out of Exotic and the rest of the gang. But
yeah,
the util usage-wise, it felt very simple. Maybe it's not a map that they've practiced as much, not sure on the statistics on it, but it seems like at least mastery right now is for APH, especially because of their attacking half.
That's true. Maybe the problem here in this particular series for MVP is it's just the understanding of map pools, or the overall which maps are we proficient on. It feels like APH is just on that level. MVP would probably here. Anyways, we're going to give it to the panel to break things down even further. That's it for us, guys. Thank you so much.
Kakaiba nga naman tong series na to, palibasa, simula map number 1 hanggang map number 3, hindi siya pumupunta sa direction na ine-expect natin. Kung sino pa yung pumili nung map number 1, sila pa yung natalo. Ganun rin yung nangyari sa map number 2 natin. So parang may pagka-opposite day etong dalawang teams na to. Pero mapapansin talaga dito, Wolf, isa pa tong nagpaasa sa atin, si V-Block. Hinay-hype pa natin ang controller, pero mag-i-initiator pala ngayong araw na may pasorpresa.
Flawless. One down. One enemy remaining.
Konting mix up, kumbaga, para kay V-Block. Kasi, syempre, after 2 weeks ng preparation, dapat may madadala kang bago. At bukod sa fact na yung Ascent ay parang halos ganun yung expect natin, di ba? Akala natin nga 2-0 kasi mapa pa ng APH yung map 2, but it didn't go in their favor. So, talagang may handa talaga, may kumbaga may magic pa rin kahit paano.
Exactly. No, kumbaga hindi pala black magic yung nakita natin, kundi a different role magic. And nakita naman natin na nagawa naman nila makabawi kahit nag-explore sila ng ibang klaseng lineup. Pero grabe, iba pa rin talaga ang dala na isang top 3 na Action PH, dahil nakita nga natin, napag-usapan natin na si Blurred. Grabe yung pagiging aggressive niya recently na talagang even smokes, hindi siya natatakot mag-push.
Yun nga yung yung medyo delikado naman. I mean, I commend Blurred kasi grabe yung tapang niya talaga. The same with Exotic. Ilang beses natin nakitang nag-entry kanina. Ang kailangan lang nila mag-ingat na makikita rin natin dito sa Haven ay yung pagda-dry pick talaga ng APH. Oo, sila yung nanalo sa series na to. Pero kung gusto nilang matalo talaga yung likes ng Naos, pati ng Oasis Gaming na susunod nilang makakalaban, dapat yung mga ganong bagay, yung pagda-dry pick, yung pagsama-sama, double picking, maano nila, 'di ba? Masolidify nila dito Osiris kasi kailangan malinis pag yung dalawang higante yung kalaban mo.
Yes, exactly. And napag-usapan nga natin na sila yung mag-move dito sa next part ng ating bracket, which is ipapaliwanag na natin mamaya. And yung dalawang Titans kasi yung nag-aantay doon. So yung mga ganyang klaseng mistakes, sobrang punishable siya.
Kita natin na itong split. Parang eventually noong unang pagka-reintroduce sa split, parang may mixed emotions. Pero ako parang naging personal favorite ko siya kasi ang dami talagang mix-up na nangyayari. Una, na-mention tayo ni Laika kanina kapag nagdo-dominate ka ng ng 5-0 sa split, tapos biglang kapag kayo naman yung defender, kayo naman yung nahihirapan. Parang nagkakaroon ng konting difference. But overall, yung mix-ups nga na nakita natin from APH, especially on their defense, hindi talaga makapasok ng site itong nakatapat nila. And nagsimula din yan sa ginagawa ni Kelly S, the anchoring sites, and on point with Paint Shell, on point with Ultimate, as well as overall yung hindi lang sa last map natin, all throughout the series when it comes to fragging, so solid.
Ay mismo, napakalupit ni Kelly S dito. Alam ko marami pang idadagdag si Osiris. So gusto ko lang sabihin, ang galing ni Kelly S. Sige, ikaw na.
Actually, mahirap nang dagdagan kasi yun na yung summary ng lahat eh. Magaling si Kelly S. That's it. That's the the mood.
Period.
That's the oh. Kasi iba Raze na talaga yung naging main agent na in-expect natin talagang ipapakita niya.
Oh, kita naman yung talagang ito yung something na nakita ko na noon pa man. Pag si Kelly S nilabas tong race, especially sa split, mag-ingat na kayo kasi sunod-sunod na yung paint shells dyan, sunod-sunod na yung showstopper, tas kayo na lang talaga magagawa niya na magagawa ng paraan na maitulak yung kalaban, mapa-defender o mapa-attacker pa man sila dito. Napaulit-ulit naman nating nakita kanina. And on top of that, hindi lang siya yung MVP dun sa last map natin kahit dun sa Ascent kanina, ang linis ng paggamit niya dito sa KO. Tuloy-tuloy. Ay, ang hirap Pag sinimulan natin yung usapan dito sa mga individual plays na mga to, hindi na naman tayo matatapos. No?
Ang natuwa ko dito dun sa, particularly sa last map, kasi kami dalawa nitong si Osiris, kami mga Cypher enjoyers. At nakita tayo ng Cypher v Cypher action. Perfect sa split, syempre, dun sa mga ganong klase moments. Kaso parang nakita natin na may sagot kapag talaga na entryhan ng mga race. Actually, yun yung pinaka-problema niya. Which is weird kasi ang mapang split ay pang-race din naman. So, ano ba talagang decision mo kung ikaw ay Cypher main dito sa split? Well, nakita naman natin, nag-Cypher v Cypher pa rin. Pero malaking bagay pa rin yung mga paint shell, yung boombot sa kind of answer dun sa mga Cypher traps.
Biruin mo.
Yeah, definitely. Biruin mo. Tama naman. Biruin mo, nag-cypher ka, tapos babatuin lang ng paint shell. Yung pinractice mo ng ilang araw na setup na ni YouTube mo pa na, paano ba to? Paano ba yan? Babatuin lang, sasabog lang. And what's worse, kung may KO pa sa kabila, di ba? So, sobrang ganda talaga ng isang raise sa mapang ito.
Nako, yun rin actually yung sasabihin ko. Pareho lang tayo ng iniisip dito, Osiris. Nagkasabay lang tayo magsalita. Mag-alala. Parehong-pareho tayo. So ngayon naman, para magkaintindihan tayo kung bakit pa napakalupit ni Kelly S, iba to yung mga paint shells nila, eto na sila sa ating team interview with Kelly S and the rest of APH. Hi, Kelly S! Congratulations sa inyo!
Thank you pa. Congrats daw. Thank you.
Okay, meron kaming mga katanungan dito sa panel. Napakalupit nyo kanina. Ako gusto ko lang malaman, halos 2 linggo tayong hindi nagkita-kita. Ano yung ginawa nyo nung 2 linggo na yon?
Actually, yung 2 linggo na yun parang, yung 1 linggo, nagre-ready lang kami para sa bootcamp. Tapos yung pangalawang linggo, doon na yung pure practice namin na grabe talaga. Kaya yun, nag-pay off naman ngayon. Pero job's not done kasi may laban pa din bukas.
Oo. Nako. Yan, sakto may katanungan naman si Wolf para sa inyo.
Oo. Sakto. Gusto ko yung sinabi mo, job's not done. Muna, meron pa tayong next na kalaban. And mahirap yung magiging makakatapat. Siyempre, nasa top 2 pa rin. Diba? At dire-diretso pa yun on the upper bracket. Sa tingin mo, gaano kayo kahanda dun sa next series ninyo?
Simple din kung paano namin pinagandaan yung MVP kay ano lang din. Woods review. MVP lang pala. Wood review lang tapos yun lang, stick lang sa game plan para hindi masyado magulo yung laro.
Alright. Good luck, Osiris.
Ito naman, medyo chill na tanong naman, Kelly S. Since may panalo kayo ngayon, meron ba kayong celebratory food? Or ano ba madalas nyo kinakain pagka nanalo kayo? Halimbawa, nanalo kayo against Naos or Oasis. Ano yung unang pagkain na pumapasok sa isip mo?
Masarap pag shabu-shabu. Pag nanalo bukas.
Mga hot pot, mga ganun, no?
Shabu.
Sakto umulan kanina, yun yung masarap, di ba? Sabaw.
Sabaw.
Nako, ako,
Ayan.
eto, may pahabol pa akong katanungan. Kelly S, mula noon nakilala ka na namin bilang isa sa mga pinakamalupit na mag-race dito sa Pilipinas. Recently, nagpapakita ka na ng mga ibang agents, yung comfort mo sa KO at kung ano-ano pa man. Pero para sa'yo, ano pa rin ba yung paborito mong agent na ginagamit ngayon?
Walang iba kundi Raze.
Race pa rin.
Yun na talaga yun eh. Agent ka na talaga
Kita
yun
naman
eh.
namin kanina, lupit mo talaga. Pero ayun, congratulations. Good luck sa susunod na matchup nyo.
Thank you
At
po.
sana masarap na sabaw ang ulamin nyo ngayong gabi. Thank you
Let's
so
go,
much,
let's go.
Action PH.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Parang ang sarap pag-order ng pagkain, no?
Bakit uso ngayon ng hotpot, no? Parang isa na sa mga go-to ngayon. Ito ba meta ngayon? Kasi maulan? Yun ba yun?
Feeling ko. No, next week, feeling ko pag nagkita-kita tayo,
Ay,
baka
oo.
naman, di ba?
Balita ko, ililibre daw tayo ng damods eh.
Ay, gusto ko
sagot
yan.
nila.
Paldo eh. Paldo,
Paldong-paldo ang damods. Pero mas paldong-paldo ang brackets natin.
Yo.
Kasi may mga
Ayan.
nag-proceed sa second round natin sa upper brackets eh. Ito na, Osiris, kitang-kita na natin. Oasis
Ayun
versus
na.
GLab
Naku.
na naman. Naku po. Tapos Naos versus APH pa nga.
Interesting to, no? Kasi ang split 1 pa lang naghahabulan na tong Oasis and GLab. Ito na ba? Ma-activate na ba yung playoff run nila? Pero kasi kahit manalo yung GLab, humahabol talaga yung Oasis eh. So feeling ko dapat tapusin na nila yung nakasaad sa propesiya na sila naman ang mag-rise. Pero kasi Oasis since day 1 tayo eh, di ba, Laika?
Kasi ito, Naos going up against Action PH. Tell us all this time na rin. Actually, itong top 4 na nakikita natin yan sa ating upper bracket, parang matagal na din nagbabakbakan. Siyempre, pwede natin sabihin na Oasis and Naos yung nasa top. But after seeing yung performance ng GameLab and Action PH, meron talagang merong paghahanda factor. So, mukhang they will bring something new tomorrow for sure. And para naman sa Zol and MVP Esports, unfortunately, dun sila, nakaabang sila. May chance na makatapat ulit nila yung nakatapat nila nung una. But, you know,
naman.
they have to be more than prepared. Yun ang kailangan gawin.
Kailangan talaga maghanda sila dito, no? Tignan natin kung ano yung official schedule natin bukas pala. Wow, babalik tayo sa kanina, di ba? Time travel pa
Grabe
atras.
yun,
Ayan. Sa totoo lang, guys.
Upper bracket.
Oo, parehong laban. Napakalupit. Kasi, imagine mo, etong Oasis versus GLab. Nabansagan na nga tong GLab na kryptonite kumbaga ng Oasis. Grabe yung split 1 na run netong GLab na ilang beses nilang pinakaba rin etong Oasis tas binawi nila dun. Samantalang dito naman sa side ng Naos versus APH, Battle of Veterancy naman yan kasi dalawang teams to na punong-puno ng mga players na sobrang daming experience na when it comes to the VALORANT PH scene. So, abangan natin yan, guys. Huwag na huwag natin palalampasin yan at huwag na huwag din natin palalampasin ang ating mga sponsors dahil kung wala sila, wala kami. Wala tayo. So maraming salamat sa Riot Games at Mineski Philippines for making VCTPH Split 2 happen.
And thank you so much din sa Grab Unlimited. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on our free trial on your first month.
VCTPH Split 2 is also officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan. At saka napag-usapan namin kanina, mag-hotpot kami in around a week. Sagot pa ng
Sagot ng damods.
Oo. Dahil, alam nyo kung ba't kami magkikita-kita? Dahil may ganap tayo for CONQuest. Pwede nyo mapanood ang mga Relentless na teams dito sa Pilipinas na ipaglaban ang glory sa ating very first VCT Challengers LAN event dito sa Pilipinas. Mangyayari yan June 2 to 4 over at the CONQuest Festival 2023. So ano pang hinihintay nyo, guys? Puntahan nyo na yung www.conquestph.com. Bumili na kayo ng tickets at kita-kits tayo doon. In the meantime, dito naman sa VCTPH Split 2, paalam muna. Kita-kita ulit naman tayo bukas. Once again, this has been Likeable, Wolf, and Osiris on the panel. Thank you guys and good night!